welcome back to the Squad Wipe, and you know what that means. Week 4 has finished, and we have some more matches we want to highlight for you. First of all, Blank, what do we got?
We got Vikendi from the last day of the tournament itself. This was a wild map all in all. You had people just killing all over the place. It was fantastic. But one focal point was C9 playing on the bank side. They pretty much killed everyone off in that area. Uneven coming up massive this game with a total of 10 kills. But it did not turn out the way they wanted it to be. When we went to a heal off the end, everyone thought C9 was going to win. But then Clays, out of nowhere, as you'll see in the video, did something a little bit spectacular.
And maybe this one, Influence Rage, arriving to Tempo Storm, but Tensa immediately makes quick work of that vehicle, takes Dursa down very low, but the rest of Influence, they are not deterred.
Third party as well, looks like from the corner, but Spec getting a great initial, not at J7, that's 2, baby. You know Tempo's gonna come hot after that, and they are able to get those 2 secures, and Influence Rage has their back against the wall now. Here comes Tempo Storm running in, he gets the knock on to NTX, one more, and that's it. Influence done, first team out. This next one is gonna be even harder, but look at this, HQA and Ace getting into it right now. They crashed on each other. And look at this hardcore battle going on right now. It's just one up left from HQA, and it's over. Done. Ace. Oh, and look at the BM with the Bison. Ooh. Oh.
Not pulling away from them necessarily, but they haven't been center as much, so that information has been a little more premium right now. Brazilian Rampage versus B4. They've crashed in further into Winery. And, initial knock on to Mixera. It's going to slow things down for B4. Follow-up utility and shots from Little Boy. That's the second.
Tommy, so strong right there, able to get those 2. The Molotov, though, is stopping that push. Oh, look at this. We see Nene in the snowmobile, and he's headed out, but a little too late. Look at Garcia, able to get the knock on to Pedro. Now it's just Nene, done. Man, what a crazy play right there from B4.
Dealt a little bit of damage to Execute. The survivors are there towards the east, but Alpha 7 might be wanting to go aggressive onto this. If they can take this compound away from Execute, this would be a good grab for them.
And they do it though. Zute is the only person not able to get any kind of pre-fire out. He has his grenade. Oh, that might be a great bounce. Will it hit the mark though? Does, onto Sanab. That is so crucial right there. Oh, and Killswitch is throwing some as well. Doesn't get that second knock though. It's all up to Zute holding this angle. Oh, Giggle peeking just a little bit.
Where's Killswitch? Killswitch, help your boy out.
Well, there he comes finally. But Zute is able to get that thirst. On to Sednab, 2v3 now. Can Execute finish this off? And you can see Law. Oh, he's got the Uzi. He's coming for it. 2v1. Oh, that's it. Alpha 7 able to just execute right there.
Zute handling that corner a couple of moments earlier is really what kept Alpha 7 pinned down. It almost gave them an opportunity, Execute, to save this. But Alpha 7, they were able to breathe for a second. Triple peek that corner. Oh. But here come Brazilian Rampage. They want to be in more fights.
Oh, and they got flashed. Garcia ended up with a perfect pre-flash right there. And now, yeah, not able to breathe at all. Alpha 7, 2 of them down. Now it's just up to Law in a 1v1 Uzi, but Nunez with that pre-fire AK. Man, we're just seeing some crazy battles. And Brazilian Rampage with 7 to their name so far.
G25 have players on the north side of this road that they're going to be able to stabilize at least for now, but the circle shifts away from them as expected. Why they started fighting. But now Tempo trying to keep things alive. INTZ sending it in on their location, but that's 2 knocked. It's just Gamma remaining.
Oh, and he's 1 HP now from that grenade. Will Spec be able to hold it? Yeah, Gamma is like, oh, that hurt too much. I'm going to go ahead and retreat right here. This may be a good reset. And Spec in first person, that's so strong for the up-close battle. He's coming for it. He knows it. Can he get this going? And he does. Great. I mean, the amount of huevos it takes to be able to make that push out right there takes a lot. It's Spec getting it done here and use their blue zone to the advantage, but 1 nade from Ace could just change the whole game. And that's the one right there on the Pyra. So huge. Adder pressing up and getting shot through the smoke as well. Cloud9's in a lot of trouble here.
Trying to keep his boy alive. They want to play it more than just 2 up, I believe, Cloud9. That's what they're having to deal with right now. If they can get Pyra, that would be 3. Uneven trying to get the shots into the smoke. And as you mentioned, the blue putting pressure on Ace. They have even less cover, but Addo doesn't care. He's running out in the open.
And he's got him down pretty low. He gets a reload here, and he just keeps on pressing. He is not stopping. He wants to take out Ace right now. And here comes Uneven to try and help him out. Ace, they got their backs against the wall. jump shot from Adder gets shut down by Mist. Is this a misplay? No, it's not. Uneven, able to clean things up with the Uzi.
Not the worst considering their situation, but Tribe, they're actually running out in the blue. They want to be on the low ground, and Loops heard this.
And they opt to go for the long range toss. I don't know if they've heard Loops yet, because jump shot. Now they know. And G3 found out the hard way. Dadin is going to be holding that really hard. Also Carrillo as well. Really surprised to see Tribe take this out. Here comes the low Molotov. Oh, if that hits, it's going to be so crucial. It's a smoke though. Another molly. Man, this is going to be so tough for them. Good nade. Jump shot from C-Gut. Gets shut down. Oh, they're taking it out like flies. Tally's down. Now it's up to King A in the blue.
Oh, the reload.
The reload.
Carrillo.
Behind.
Presenting Rampage from the south, from the opposite side, opposite angle. Garcia trying to heel strat out in the blue. Cloud9 really taking over, and out of nowhere, 10 kills for them. Woo. They had 0 2 phases ago.
Cloud9, they are very happy, very cozy with their position. As you can see, Ninfarum gonna be starting the heel start early because of that blue zone right there. Can he get him off? Yes, he does. And now it's up to, a heel off right here, but one misstep, one misclick, and it is over. We'll see what happens. It ended up with the heel off, Cameron. It ended with the heel off. Let's go.
I expect the Clays to go out before Cloud9 even were forced to heal themselves.
They knew though. They knew instantly, hey, you know what? We got to pass off all our heals. But Cloud9 did the same thing. And like we've mentioned, one misclick. We can't even see right now who has them. Oh, Cloud9 got taken out.
Absolutely wild game there from Clays coming out on top at the end. But there's this massive wall in front of them. So there's no way C9 could have even got to him, John.
No, it's going to be pretty tricky to be able to get through there. Obviously, on Vikendi, there's so many more buildings just in general that you're going to be seeing a lot more of this style of final circle, and that's why we see so many more heal-offs, really, over the course of all of these Vikendis that have been happening, Jason.
Yeah, I feel kind of bad for Cloud9, actually, because if you saw that bank they were holding, they actually, before the clips you see in there, they had the opportunity to fight G25, who just went for the free swim across after just dunking their cars inside the river. But Ace1 kind of came at them out of nowhere, and they had Bale separated off, but Adder and Uneven clutching it out, able to get the kills, and then, of course, get him through to second place. It was fantastic to see. But then that, of course, leads us into our next video here, our next match of the week. And which one's that going to be, John?
Well, we're going to take a look at the final game of the final day, and this, of course, was a highlight for Tribe, able to really make their mark. Despite only qualifying relatively low down the tables, they're going to be able to certainly have a fierce fight moving forwards, and that was exemplified in this final game. So let's take a look.
Yeah, Land and Skies just trying to win an early engagement for HQA. But if they do die, at least they're consistent. We will see what they're able to do, because the full squad of influence is pushing straight up here. There goes the pre-fire. They're holding it down pretty well so far.
Okay,
Good amount of knocks. Land.
Okay.
Knocks.
It's a 1 versus 1.
Oh my goodness.
TX versus Skies.
And you do it. Guys, is so low. Yeah, he's having to run around. He's got nothing. No helmet. His level 1 vest is really beat up. And they're going to go for the reset. Skies, make the play. Go. Go, Skies, go. Pre-fire. Oh, NTX, baby.
At that point, the only play is for the push through the smoke. If he had more health, there could have been something there. But over here, the fight between Loops and PK. Federal gets a knock. Federal gets a kill. 3 kills for them so far, and that is going to be it for the Knights. They don't even get a single point in this game. Once again, 2 teams out.
What a great shot right there. Now, it looks like G25, they're in the buggy. No back tire, but they're pushing this. They're coming. They're saying, oh, Clays, we got that first knock. Here we come. Unico's coming slowly, but Pepito trying to get that off angle. You can see the smokes coming out trying to help. But Ambota's got the nade locked and loaded. Oh, this could be huge. Will it land between them? A little too far. Tags Pepito just a little bit.
The damage. but it keeps them from pushing up, and that's the important part, at least for now. But the angle is found. It's a trade 1-for-1, continuously so. Clays now have one down because they're able to get in from, I believe, picked right back up, but peppered shots from a distance. No, it's not. It's Interlocks who stayed in the back to try and have that far angle, but now it's 2 down for G25.
It sure is, and you can see Interlocks just crushing it right there from that spot, and it looks like these squads are opting to just reset it up right now, as they have both have 2 members down. But G25 are going to have a head start on it. Here comes Nifrim, though, trying to apply the pressure. Oh, great knock right there. So crucial.
Pito healed.
Oh,
now Interlocks needs to come through. He's been pushing forward, has the grenades, and now Orlando is taken down. It's still a 2 versus 2 at the moment.
Drop shot.
Pito is knocked with the drop shot from Nifrim.
And Bote able to get the finish with the Uzi from long range, and that's G25 done and out in Clays.
And if Ace can take and maintain control of it from the east, or perhaps execute or a C9 from the west, though either of those teams could go huge right now. But we're looking at Tribe, and we're looking at Clays for the 2 teams that we really want to see go big, and that's another kill for Tribe.
And there they are. Oh, great spray downs, great tracking, trying to get the last one of Merle, and they do.
Got him.
Great play right there from Tribe. That's going to be 4 points onto their leaderboards. They're saying, hey, Clays, I know you're trying, but good luck with that.
Ace are ready for it, but now Clays, they're pushing in and taking the fight to Loops in the middle of a field, but they know they need to take this engagement back into the vehicle. Rampage is hoping that the 3 on the south side can continue to keep the pressure and allow him a rotational path through.
I'm just so pumped up about this. Go, Clays, go. Make it happen. Dude, make the dream. Keep it alive. You know, do whatever you can. Try pulling up onto Loops, onto their shack, and Loops is in big trouble. The pre-fire from Dadin, able to get the knock with the grenade. Just too strong right there. That's going to shut down. Oh.
That was Loop's own grenade.
Oh, goodness gracious. Loop saying, we're not going out like that. Wow, what a play from Loops.
Won't necessarily have the opportunity to push Ace that freely, so they can just chill out for now.
Yeah, we see right now just Kill Switch putting the pressure onto Brazilian Rampage getting just stuck out from both Execute and Cloud9.
Yeah.
Nothing they could do right there. Little boy's going to go out, so that's going to be the end. At some point, they're going to have to do the jump out. Oh, but C9 doing it at the same time. Telly falling to fall damage. What is going on right now? Crazy battle between these 3 teams. Ace takes out Cloud9. 2v1 just too strong right there. HH24 holding it down, trying to get that first 8 off. Now Tribe's being gate camped by Ace, but Seagut's got something to say, able to hit a good shot. Tries to go for the second. Mavios is 1 HP, and there's King A able to clean it up. You know, they're going to go for those point securement right there. And now they're in this next circle, so they're going to be able to get this res off and be able to put in some work. And they get the zone heart shifts to them.
Okay, so the thing that's heavily in Tribe's favor, though, is the terrain. If they can break through Ace, they have all the playable terrain that they would want right now, because Tempo and B4 are all prone down, just throwing grenades. The grenades from Tribe are perfect. They are nailing it. And so now they have a lot of area to run around and play with. They have a lot of good cover to really establish themselves as the winning team here. B4 and Tribe continue to prone down. Fanboys continue to prone down. They need to watch out for him, though, because they know that Execute have 1 member left. Seagut, looking down towards the south, might have spotted him a couple of shots, and he's going to go for the re-peek.
Playing it really carefully. They must have heard you, Cameron. They said, hey, take out Ace, step 1, done. Now they got to worry about Fanboys, but it looks like he's got only 3 first aids and going to opt to do a little bit of a heal off right here. Don't think Tribe is going to be able to spot him at all just yet. But
we'll see the kill feed.
Yeah, well, we'll see as HH24 is staring right now in the direction of B4. All a tempo. Their whole attention is on there.
There it is. They see that in the kill feed. They should know that all their attention needs to be applied towards the east. And Tempo and B4 have not been able to assert themselves into this play zone because they've been throwing grenades back and forth on each other. You can see Tempo trying to crawl forward. If they can reach that sandbags wall that Spec is at, if the rest of the team can follow up, then maybe they can. That could be the sort of starting board for them to jump off from onto Tribe.
Let me see in the chat, guys. Fear the Tribe right now. Can this squad do it? You know they want it so bad. They do not want to be the only team to not get a chicken dinner here in regular season play. And to be able to do it in the last match would be so clutch. Still, though, 2 squads And they're really split up right now. King A trying to get that intel, trying to get those spots. All that information so crucial. Look at that nade from Gabby G3. The two-piece, baby. Only Pedro up left. He's got one of his own, though. Trying to get the return. Taps up King A pretty good. But, man, that was a clutch grenade right there from G3.
Ooh, he wants a three-piece. We all know that the two-piece isn't quite as satisfying as a three-piece on the menu is. Where is that last B4 player, and what is Tempo doing at the same time? The blue is pushing in. Spec, are they going to heal strat over? I think he just dropped something. And while that's happening, B4 able to go and get the revive. Did G3 spot that? Did Tribe push on this?
This is it for Tribe. Pushing in. Pedro with the quick peeks, but they're able to take out B4, and that's it, baby!
There you have it. That's Tribe able to get the chicken dinner right at the end of the tournament as well. Such an important, well, the league stage of the tournament, such an important time to do so, certainly stamping their mark. Jason, what do you make of that win?
It was amazing, honestly, and I think it was probably the perfect time to do it, right? I think we talk about teams and like their momentum going into finals or when they peak in a tournament, and for them to like finally have that breakthrough moment, they're the only team without a chicken dinner, it has to relieve so much pressure off their shoulders. But hopefully, Blank, they realize the job's not done. You still got the finals coming up.
Yeah, I think that they pushed really, really hard to get into the actual finals itself. Super proud of them, super happy they got that last chicken dinner, the one that they wanted right at the end of the tournament. But man, G3 with those G nades, what a god.
Yeah, what a god indeed. But unfortunately, that does end things here on the squad wipe. And because it is the end of the tournament, we won't have another one coming up next week. But hopefully, you guys will see us around for GC. In the meantime, hope you guys enjoy the finals and enjoy the teams that you'll find out representing their region.
Seen the show before, but at least that was something I could see. And now Kowalski out of the open takes down Cab, and he takes down Quinn as well. What is this? It's this one off with the first kill. It's going to be his teammate killed. Irish knocked down. J7 finishes the both off. The balcony! Rolex spraying through the smoke, gets one. Federal as well, going to be dropped off.
Oh my gosh. Oh, sorry, I had to run in from my apartment after the pre-show to get here in time. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas Season 2. I'm Jason Kapanen. I'm out of breath at the moment, but you know what? I'm going to try my best here to be the host for you. And we also have two amazing analysts to come in to help me break down all these games, break down all the action that's happening over the course of these finals. We got 7 Worlds Gaming and Glitter Explosion. And right off the bat, Glitter, what a day one we had. We're into the finals. We're pretty much at the halfway point once we get to Game 3 today. And we've had so many teams step up that we never would have expected in day one.
We had 6 different matches and 6 different winners, none of which I think that we would have picked in the order or on the specific map. I mean, we saw surprise after surprise, and it has been keeping things fresh so far for finals.
And 7. I mean, the thing is, there's a lot of teams that we were expecting to maybe do well that haven't. Queso not performing as well as we've expected. G25 still kind of sitting down towards the bottom. But you know what? We're just going to see the standings right now, and then we can start to talk about it. I think you can kind of break things down here off the bat as we take a look, because if I'm not mistaken, I believe Loops, the team we were talking about at the end of week 4, has come up big here in our first day.
Remember how much we were talking about Lutz just being that giant sleeper waiting for the finals to start? Well, guess what? They're currently doing pretty much what they were doing in week 3 and week 4. They in first place with 0 chicken dinners. That to me, it is so scary, because second place, Alpha 7 Esports, they have a chicken dinner. Ace 1 all the way down to XU, they all have chicken dinners, and you can see that right now in regards to just distances with points, Loops Esports is the one that's currently with the bigger gap I guess you could say. You see Team Queso, we were talking about how we expected them to be in the top 3. They're in 7th. All of these teams are within striking distance. I think today is going to be able to tell us a lot, especially once we pass that halfway mark. It's good to see another team like Brazilian Rampage here, Nova Esports. I know those are 2 teams that we were just not expecting to see here execute. We saw them perform really well. We saw them get a chicken dinner earlier, and I think this is kind of huge for some of those teams. With Cloud9 getting a chicken dinner, Ace1 as well as Alpha 7, this is going to be interesting. Can Ace1 continue the performances that we've seen out of them? I'm pretty sure we'll be talking about them a little bit more as we're going to be going towards the second page here. In Glitter, we see some surprises. Lots of surprises, actually.
I mean, yeah, and we talked about them a lot yesterday. The Unnamed started off really strong yesterday. They were able to pull down a chicken dinner. Right now, they're only 1 point behind 8th place, so they're not even that far behind. But what's the bigger surprises, and I don't want to be this person, but we've got B4 in 10th place overall. Let's move farther down the list. You got Tribe, then Influence, Rage, XSET, okay. 14th through 16th starts to upset me, 7. We see Tempo Storm in 14th place when they were 3rd coming out of league play, okay? We see G25 in 15th place when we watched them dominate and hold on to first place and then slowly fall off week after week in league play. And then Wildcard in dead last when they were one of the teams that all of the teams coming into this league said they were scared to play against. I mean, that they were going to be looking out for. I don't know what's happening. I don't, but I'm okay with it, honestly, because it's been really fun to watch.
It has been really fun. And just to remind you guys at home, we have switched things up a little bit. Originally supposed to have 4 days of play, 5 matches a day, which would be 20 matches in total. And due to trying to maintain the competitive integrity here of the tournament, we actually did have to cut out the first day of the finals. So instead, we're playing 6 matches a day over 3 days. So there'll be 18 matches in total. That's why you're seeing teams have 6 matches already played and why we're going to have 6 matches today. But to move forward into the show, if you guys saw yesterday, you might have noticed we talked about like peak performances and what we could expect teams to get if they can get back to that peak performance level across our 18 matches. And we have to kind of update you guys on how that's been going, comparing their peak performance back in a previous week compared to just yesterday. And we're seeing off the bat here, a couple of teams are breaking the mold.
Yeah, okay, so this is really, really cool to look at. You guys can see here, just looking at the numbers, in yellow, that is the average points per game from their best week, and then in green, this is their points per game for what they did just yesterday in day 1 of finals. So far, Loops has yet to match their best performance, A7 has yet to match their best performance, and Execute has yet to match their best performance. They're close, they're just not 100% there yet. If you look at Ace1, they pretty much have kind of just equaled it out. They're only 0.1 ahead right now for what they did yesterday in finals. The 2 that I'm really excited to talk about are Cloud9 and Nova. You can see that Cloud9 is almost 1 full point ahead, point per game average, than what they've done for their best performance during league play. And Nova, out of nowhere, is over 3 points per game average higher than their best performance, which was week 1 during the league play. Now, I love the fact that Nova's already outperforming their previous performances because it's showing that they've, I think, hopefully learned to manage from their mistakes that we saw them making in league play. The one thing, though, that I am a little bit concerned with is if you look at their placements from yesterday, it was either 1st and 2nd place or 13th or 15th place. And that's super reminiscent of what we saw Queso doing really early on in the league play, right? That type of yo-yoing is not the best way to go about getting your points, especially as, you know, we're now in day 2 and then we only have day 3. It won't necessarily guarantee you that top 3 place. So I want to see if they can kind of level that performance out a little bit.
Yeah, and then 7, you have on the opposite of that spectrum, you got Loops in 1st place with 3 4th place finishes. So they've been able to get some consistency and again, a ton of kills and 0 chicken dinners. And I think that's something we need to focus on a little bit is the fragging power of these teams because we are seeing a lot of teams struggle. I mean, to see G25, I don't know, as a Tempo have like 7 kills across the entire first day is really unfortunate. But then to kind of look at the battle in Brazil that we've been talking about over the course of this entire tournament here, we can kind of look at a comparison between Loops and Ace1 and just see how well these 2 teams are doing.
You know, I'm gonna do this for you, Jason. Just for you.
Do it.
You know all I'm seeing right now on this graphic? Do Brazil! Dude, Brazil has been dominated. I mean, they dominated yesterday. I wonder if they're going to be able to keep this up. You can see there Loops Esports and Ace 1's damage done. You can see Loops Esports obviously being able to cause some more damage, and they have been getting into more fights. That's why their damage received is a little bit higher. Their kills, honestly, with this here, it's so close. It's so close to see this kind of stats on the finals. And as Glitter was saying, it is going to be only 3 days. You cannot be slacking up. And that's why I want to see how Ace 1 is going to come out. I want to see how Ace 1 is going to be able to react today. Ace 1, with the performance that they had yesterday on the first finals day, they reminded us a lot of what they did on week 1 of the actual league play. They came out amazing. They were, heck, we were comparing them back then with Loops Esports, and then they kind of slowed down. They dropped off a little bit. They were not the Ace that we expected, and then yesterday they gave us flashes. One thing I am enjoying out of this team is how close they are currently in kills. Loops Esports, I know you're currently not able to see it here. I know we're going to be showing some highlights, so we'll be going into that pretty soon. We see Loops Esports getting 40 kills and Ace 1 getting 35 kills. Those are the only 2 teams at the moment that are over 30 kills, period. That's just so impressive. And keep in mind, the craziest part is that Loops Esports currently does not have any chicken dinners, and that should be a big red flag for the other teams, because we know what they were capable of. I know we showed that the average points per game with what they were able to do at the peak performances and what they did yesterday. I mean, if they start getting chicken dinners, they're just gonna run away with it, and then we're gonna start talking about who's gonna be in 2nd and 3rd place. And that's why I wanted to mention Ace 1 and what they've been able to do. Now, something that I have noticed with Ace 1 is that they are being a lot more aggressive. They're relying a lot on Dudu. Dudu currently has 13 kills out of the 35 kills that team has. They've been throwing about 27 smokes, and I mentioned the smokes, 27 smokes, because Loops Esports has thrown 62 smokes. That's how tactical this has been, and that's how much of a gap it has been in regards to them being able to just place a little bit higher. Now, with Loops Esports, Federal is currently having one of the finals of a lifetime. He has 17 kills, Glitter. This is stuff that we usually expect out of Carrillo, but I love it. This is something we mentioned with Team Queso. I love when other players in the team start stepping up.
Yeah, Federal has definitely done a fantastic job with that. We also saw him at the top of the leaderboard when it comes to damage as well. So he's been showing up huge for Loops. The one question that I have for Loops, obviously right now, what they're doing is working, right? And it's scary that it's working when they haven't even pulled down a win yet. Like you said, if they do start getting those chicken dinners, then that is potentially going to be some sort of domination that comes out of Loops. The one question I have, though, is say they do end up in that top 3 spot, right? I don't think a situation where they're getting a lot of kills but still can't pull down the chicken dinners is going to be good enough for PMGC. So can they then adapt moving into the next stage is a huge question for me.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that stage is going to become much more difficult for all the teams as well, playing against the best in the world. But another team we have to talk about here momentarily is our 15th place team, and we had Mustache Dave himself being pretty much the hype conductor for G25 when it comes to their train, and their hype train indeed. But I'd have to say, honestly, I think that train kind of derailed, probably because the size of Mustache Dave's head offset the weight of the train and it went off the tracks.
The main thing what we wanted to showcase on here is that G25 told a lot of us that they were going to go back to their week 1 performances, Glitter. And so far, it's not going that way. I mean, yesterday we saw currently placement points 5. We're not used to seeing that at a team. I'm glad they started picking it up on kills in the second half of yesterday. Talking back, the first 3 games, they had 2 points total. They had 0 kills. Like, this is not the G25 that we're kind of used to seeing. I guess for the past 3 weeks or 2 weeks, maybe it is the G25 that we're kind of used to seeing. But this is not the G25 that I want to see on the finals.
No, and we've kind of talked about this too. We've said, you know, why have they struggled? We've seen them have some issues rotating into the zone. They've done a little bit better when the zone works in their favor and they can kind of work within it. And then when it's not, like I said, those rotations, sometimes they either, you know, go too late or they just get caught in the wrong spot between a lot of squads. I also feel like they've fallen off in some of their aggression early on. We saw them taking a lot of fights. We saw Pepito putting out tons of damage for the team. And it's just, I feel like that same level of playstyle isn't there for them right now. So I don't know what they need to adjust today, because this is no longer is weeks and weeks of time for them to kind of figure that out. They need to fix it today if they even want a shot at that top 3 position.
I feel like they've also lost a lot of confidence. I mean, thinking back to the first week, seeing Pepito just plant his feet and go straight after Loops, who was charging straight into him, like that's a very risky play to do, but Pepito was able to fight them off extremely well. And we're seeing, I think, a lack of that confidence across the whole team, where they're not sure they can take these fights anymore. But something's got to change. You're exactly right, Glitter. They don't have much time left. And if at the end of the day, you're not within maybe like top 10, I think maybe even like top 8, your chance of getting through to top 3 are going to be almost none. But it is now time to start going forward. Hi, no, we're not leaving yet, Seven. You're still here.
I was saying bye. Like their chances are gone.
That's true. I thought you were trying to say goodbye to me, and I was like, I'm not done with you yet. Let's take a look at the schedule. Again, we have 6 matches to be played today. We have Erangel, Miramar, Vikendi, Sanhok, Miramar, and Erangel. So a double Miramars, double Erangels for all the teams to play. And I think we saw yesterday, Seven, that it's really difficult for teams to play at their highest level in 6 matches. And I think the teams that can kind of maintain that kind of ferocity and that level of hypeness that they have to them are the teams that are having the most success. Seeing Loops, I think their last 3 matches get 3 4th place finishes really kind of shows and is a testament to how good they are when they're under pressure.
And that's why today I want to see a chicken dinner out of them. Listen, we're now starting to get to that section where we do have to be a little bit nitpicky. Loops is showing an amazing gameplay here. Loops is currently just showing up everybody. But is that going to be good enough when we go to PMGC? And this is something that we were talking about before the show started. And at the moment, I mean, even though they are currently in first place here for Americas, I personally don't think this would be good enough against other teams for the likes of some of the teams that we have in China going up against Paraboy. That man is an absolute laser. And then you have Bigatron.
Tell out.
Like they're always getting wins. They're able to get the kills. They're able to get the wins. And that's why I want to start seeing consistency now out of Loops Esports. Not only just on kills, but I want to see consistency in chicken dinners as well. And early on, not just wait for the last day. Today's the day.
I'm pretty sure Seven's going to clip that out and tag Paraboy on Instagram to try to get his attention. But you two, we are about to kick off with our first match today. So we'll check with you guys when the first match has concluded and see if a team like Loops can get themselves a first chicken dinner today. But you know what this means, right? It means the game is right around the corner to bring our commentators in. They weren't here yesterday, but they're here today. It's Hot Jukes and it's Cameron Davis looking ready to go. And honestly, this is going to be a long day here for not only us on the show, but I think most importantly for the teams. Knowing this is your 2nd out of 3 days in total, you have to pick up the numbers, you need to pick up the kills, you need the points, and if you're that player who makes that one mistake that caused your team to lose early on in the game, that could be them losing all hopes. Hot Jukes, I would not want to be in their position. That's why I'm here on camera.
I feel you on that one. I mean, I'm definitely on camera here now, as opposed to the way I used to play back in the day, and the pressure at this level, it's an all-time high. We're at day number 2. After 3 matches, we've officially hit the midway point of this entire tournament today. And for these squads, it's do or die right here, right off the first match. And I think that's why we're seeing Loops perform so well right now, is just to the fact that their confidence level and being able to just start out so strong. And here, you don't have weeks and weeks of times like everybody's been talking about. It's just 3 days. You know, it's 18 matches, and you got to do the best. And if you are able to accomplish that, you're going to take home with some serious prize money.
See, what kind of surprised me, Cameron, is that we talk about this pressure, but we have teams who have played in World League, in the finals, that have played with this pressure, you know, how many years now? You got Cloud9 there, who's doing relatively well. But then the other end, you got Tempo, you've got Wildcard, who have just not been able to step up at all so far. G25, I mean, maybe you can give them that excuse of the pressure, but not after what we saw in week 1. I wonder what's really going on within these teams.
Yeah, it's actually very hard to say, and I think it is going to be different from team to team. For Tempo Storm, I'll be honest, I am not terribly surprised to see them not be as successful. They were a team that we saw really struggle on figuring out how to stay consistent with whatever style it is. It's Wildcard that's more of a disappointment for me, more of a bit of a shocker, but even for them, because of their roster issues during the PMPL regular season, I think it's understandable. Not excusable, but it's understandable. Ultimately though, I think the biggest takeaway that I am shocked the most, that of all of the North American teams, Nova is our biggest hope right now.
Yeah, I can kind of understand that, to be honest. Again, they barely got 16th place, right? They barely made it in to the finals anyways. And we saw them have really lackluster final week. And we kind of even feel like, or at least I feel like in some sense, that some of their victories they've had in league play, Hot Jukes, have not really been necessarily earned. It was more just in kind of a little bit of luck factor to them. But we are seeing, you know, AZ step up. We saw them close out a match versus B4 yesterday. I'm not sure, though, that this is the team that can maintain that consistency, because with what we saw in league play, we haven't seen anything other than a lack of consistency out of them.
Well, I think we'll have to see. League play is, I think, totally different when it comes to then versus the finals, because finals, it's just 3 days. That's it. You have to have the best possible days, and if you're able to do that, you're going to crush it. At the same time, though, I think that the league play is to be able to show, hey, which squads are the most consistent overall. But here, you got a lot of pressure, a lot more added things to do, and I think the reason why we're seeing North America struggle more than a lot of the other regions here in the finals is just due to the fact that we constantly see so many roster changes here in North America. I think every single tournament we see either the entire core squad changed or multiple partners switched out rather than others. And if you look at a lot of the other regions, they have their full squad all day long. So I think that that's something that North America really has to get settled out first. But at the end of the day, still 2 days left. NA can always come back.
Well, we do have another NA team maybe we should talk about here a little bit. Execute. This team coming in from PMCO. Zute obviously having that plethora of experience behind him when it comes to playing these high-pressure situations. They've gotten a chicken dinner. They're playing well. They haven't had that first week slump that we saw, Cameron, in league play. Yeah. And I wonder if they're going to continue to get better as these matches go on, because they definitely have the potential. But top 3 is what every team's aiming for, and that's obviously really hard to accomplish here with 16 of the best teams in the region participating.
Execute's a bit hard of a team to nail down considering how new they are. Like with Nova, we are familiar with how inconsistent they are, and because of that, it makes, I can't speak for you guys, but it makes me a little nervous on if they're going to be keeping up this whole weekend, and fingers crossed if they advance to globals, if they're going to be able to keep it up there. I'm going to err on the side of no for both of those, but for Execute, they're still trying to get their feet under them. During the regular season, they were figuring out their playstyle, figuring out how to make their core foundation work. And we did see it pick up very much at the end, but this is the real test of if that's a consistent thing, or perhaps were those final few weeks, final few game days for Execute that went so well, were those a bit of an outlier?
You know what's really cool, by the way, that I just kind of realized is that looking back and thinking back to the standings we had, you've got Loops, and you got Alpha 7, first, second place. Alpha 7, their kills are just not abysmal, but they are just nowhere near what I would expect out of a second place team. But their placement points, they're really racking those in. Now, I am worried though, because if they're not able to get the placements, are they able to get the kills? And it seems kind of really different than what we saw in league play, Hot Jukes. And I don't know if that's just an intended strategy, play for placements day 1, then loosen things up and go for kills in day 2.
I think it's so hard to tell, especially in the first 6 games, because I mean, especially in Battle Royales, PUBG Mobile, good zones, all that kind of comes into play, and you're just trying to do the best, and hopefully your squad is bringing their A game during that day as well. I think just when you look at Alpha 7, they're just trying the best they possibly can. What's freaking me out, though, is Loops in first place with 0 chicken dinners. If they win this whole tournament without getting a chicken dinner, I think that's going to be the first grand finals we'll ever see that actually happen. And I think that's courtesy of the new point system and their playstyle, which would be insane.
See, I think they should just do it. Make a statement against every other American team. Just say, hey, we don't even need a chicken dinner. We're going to qualify to PMGC in first place, and then we're going to get there and not even win a chicken dinner either, and do the same thing to Bigatron, to football, to all the teams there participating. But you know what, guys? It is time to get our first match of the day underway. So Hot Jukes and Cameron Davis, take us away.
Thank you so much, Jason. Here we go. Day 2 of the finals, ladies and gentlemen. We are here. This is one of the most crucial and important days, in my opinion. Cameron, what are you thinking about here going into day number 2 here at the finals?
I mean, I don't know if it's appropriate for at least the players to look at it as a more or less important day than day 1. You just want to be able to perform every single game, every single day as good as possible. It's such a cliche in esports to treat each game, to treat each matchup in the moment as its own thing, which is the reason why it's said so often is because it is such an important thing, but also the reason why it is said so often is because it is so hard to do. And for Battle Royale specifically, when you not only have to manage all 15 other teams, but then the game that you're focusing on, that you feel really on, is the game that you don't have the opportunities for points, and then maybe the next game you're feeling a little off, maybe you're like not really warmed up, or maybe you start off on the not warmed up one. Either way, but that's the one that like you see the opportunity but you're not able to execute. That makes it even more rough. And so just trying to wipe the whole slate clean, game to game, day to day, is super difficult.
Absolutely. I think that's why we see a lot of the teams that usually do well in these kind of level of tournaments are the squads that just have the most experience and most confidence, because they're able to start off so strong right off the bat, while their teams are just trying to worry about just playing the way they normally play. Because, I mean, to be honest, playing at this level with this pressure, it's totally different. I know we talk about it a lot, and some people will be like, oh, you know, you guys talk about pressure, but it is a serious thing. I mean, if you're not able to, if your hands are shaking and you're using gyroscope, that's a big difference as opposed to a lot of other PC players here in mobile. But man, you got to be able to get it done here. First zone goes on up, dead center. So it looks like it's going to be a pretty fair one, at least for the start of this match here today, I think. What do you think?
The circle is fair, the plane path wasn't, and so I'm looking at a couple of key pockets here. There are two squads dropping on Primorsk, or there are two going over towards military base. There are two squads that are floating right over the Dirty Dozen, just to the east of Ferry Pier. And then of course there's the Razak mess, there's the school mechs. Game one, a number of potential hot drops.
Oh yeah, and we're seeing that right off the bat, like you mentioned, here in Primorsk. XSET right next to Brazilian Rampage. And XSET's pretty spread out right here, right in the dead center. But hopefully we'll see if either squad is able to make it out alive. Angry gets tapped up by Nunez with that Scar. And it looks like he's completely stuck behind that crate. You know he's going to be giving that intel to the rest of his squad mates. Yeah, he's got just a shotgun. He can't go anywhere right now. He's stuck.
He's got his hamburger.
Oh, that's true. Hamburger hat. That'll come into effect.
That's got to give him something, right? Joey, okay, so Joey here on the off angle, trying to give some sighting, trying to give some information. Right now, if you see on the map, XSET are a little more spread. They have a little more room to maneuver around, but the problem is Angry being stuck with those open gaps, trying to leave. It's going to be very difficult to keep that line of sight broken, which is why you can see him not move, essentially. But again, they're not the only hot drop situation. In fact, Nova, what other team would you expect to chase down another squad with guns in a vehicle? Of course it's Nova. Let me be clear. Me saying that I am shocked that they're where they are, especially compared to the rest of North America, is not me saying I dislike these guys. They are such a fun team to watch. But I love that they made the decision here to not fully commit. They're pulling away. Don't overcommit on that situation. At that point, it was not worth it.
I don't know, though. I don't know, because I think they realized that Alpha 7 had no guns. They completely had nothing. So I think that's why that they were pressing that chase so hard. But then
at that point, yes.
At the same time, though, they realized, you know what? We only got an up 45. Do we really want to risk one of them having an AK and squad wiping us? So I think especially... This is what I was talking about, right? The finals. I mean, those are these extra little thoughts that start going into your head at this level. And I'm not surprised to see them just kind of play on the side of safety, especially here in game number one. One thing, though, is like we're looking at XSET. I did get a chance to talk to Juicy earlier this morning before the game started. Said, hey, what are your thoughts about yesterday? What's your thoughts about going into today? And one thing he was really mentioning was that, look, he's like, we need a lot more aggression. That's really the main thing that XSET's going to be focusing on. It's just being aggressive and just bringing their absolute best to it. And if they're able to do that, I think that they're going to have a decent day today. At the same time, though, we'll have to see, because, I mean, we're already seeing rotates going on here in this zone. I don't think that's something I expected. But, hey, it's the finals, baby. This is what we're talking about.
This is not good, because this is B4's Botate to Novo loot up. They only just now landed here, and it is almost 5 minutes. This is usually the time that you see teams begin their rotation out of their looting environment, not just now landing into it. So this is really going to slow B4 down, and they're a team that struggles on Erangel more than anything else, you have to say. I mean, because we know Miramar is their best map, so the fact that they aren't already on such an unfortunate start here is just not very good to see. Like Tempo, it looks like they're actually already on their own movement away, cleaning up some last levels of rotation, a couple more floors, a couple more loot clearances. But they're also basically already in the center of the circle, being in Primorsk, so they don't have to move Pachinki, they don't have to move too far.
Yeah, I mean, this is their spot, so they're holding it down, just making sure that they're keeping an eye on the rest of the squads as they start putting some bullets down range onto Tribe. The Quinto, which from G25, Trying to get some hit markers, not able to do it. But one thing I want to mention, though, is like, back in the World League, B4 crushed it in Erangel in the past. And then slowly we're starting to see them struggle here. But one thing is for sure, I don't remember, especially in this kind of zone, ever seeing this late of a botate to Novo from B4. So, like, what are your thoughts as far as when it comes to this squad doing that? Is it just literally finals? Like, hey, you know what? Let's do something we've never done, play extra safe? Because, I mean, I did not expect that, especially from that squad.
It's the plane path. They had to fight for to get to their loot spot in the first place. Going to Novo is rough as it is, but then on the full western plane path, then they had to potentially fight for vehicles of all those teams that we saw, try and go from the west plane path to the center sort of area of the map. It makes sense. It's just not, it's just unfortunate.
And I think that it's kind of crazy, especially, as opposed to league play. If you're doing really well, we can always talk about the excuse of, you know what, they're so high on the leaderboards, it's fine for them to do this kind of stuff, but not anymore. I mean, the finals, every point counts. Wildcard, they need some points desperately. And Acer, one of their best fraggers, getting knocked out the vehicle from Loops. That one is going to hurt them. Yeah, and here comes Carrillo with the buggy to clean this one up. That's going to be a point right off the board for Loops Esports.
I don't know if I would have made that decision for Wildcard. We've criticized them a little bit, or maybe pointed out some of the downsides for them generally staying on the northern side of the first circle, like religiously so. But this send to center is polar opposite from that, and they do get punished for it. I don't know what their scouting situation looked like, but I have to imagine they just sent it all the way through, and that's a very, very dangerous prospect, no matter what circle you're looking at, no matter what plane path to start things off that you're looking at.
Yeah, I mean, this is always I think this is a real common thing we're going to see, especially in game one of the day, because that's always the most difficult game, in my opinion. Back when I was playing, I like to play hyper aggressive on game one, because I feel like if you had squads that had nerves, they would tend to always play a little extra on the extra safe. So if you just come out hot, I think you have a little bit better of an opportunity to catch some people off guard. At the same time, though, it's risky, because if you go off, crazy at the start of the match and you die early, now you got your whole team just not feeling too hot. So, I mean, that's what I think all these squads are going through right now, is just trying to figure out what's the best strategy to implement here at the start of day number 2.
I think there is a better net positive for doing what you said of going aggressive and going crazy in the game number 1, because, as you said, even if you do go out early, it was a calculated risk, and you and the team, if you're experienced enough and you're veteran enough, and when I say you, I don't mean you specifically, more of a universal you. If the team is aware of that, they know it's a calculated risk, they hopefully shouldn't be too affected by it. You're obviously going to be disappointed whenever you go out early, but really the thing is that if you go out, you still, in the first game, you know what you need to do for the next games. On the flip side, if you play it safe, and then you want to go big on the last game, that's your last chance, that's your last shot. And we've seen teams fail at that more than we've seen them succeed. So I do think that's a better way to start things off.
And I think that that's going to be also a result of just how well these teams know each other, especially like in the East. Those squads, they've been together with the same roster since the start. And we're seeing this next zone go on over. Nice little shift, centering up over here on Potato Hill. So
centering up. This is a hard shift on phase 2. What are you talking about?
I mean, the thing is that it is centering up on the Potato Hill. At the same time, though, it is definitely a good, solid shift over here to the east side. And now Brazilian Rampage, XSET, Cloud9, they're going to have to make a rotation on here. But I think that out of all the shifts that could have been done, I think that this is probably the most favorable one for these squads. What do you think?
I don't know. This one's a little rough to play around, because on a shift like this, usually you expect to see teams do wide wrapping rotations, but that's near impossible to go on the south side. You have to go all the way through military base, and you don't know what's going on over there. We know that there's 2 squads there, but maybe there's 5, maybe there's 7. And then on a wrapping one from the north, that's also possible, but then you always have to manage the river bridges. So this one sort of, in a way, more than any other hard shift, forces everyone to come in from the same direction. And Loops here, they're ready for it. They're always ready to fight during these rotational periods, and not saying that's why they're in the lead, but perhaps it's one of the reasons why. But I don't know if any of these other teams are going to be ready to take these engagements on phase 2.
I think it absolutely is a reason why. We just saw Loops earlier. They're one of the best squads at shooting at vehicles, and right off the bat, boom, Acer drove by them. They knocked them out the vehicle real quick and took a point on the board. So this is like their dream right now, to be able to catch you know, vehicles on the rotation. They're going to hold this hill. That's a really difficult spot. Not a lot of vehicles decide to rotate through this angle. At the same time, and that's a testament to these squads' practice. I mean, these guys have a 4-car strat. They put that lead driver out and just maneuver their teams through all the rest of the squads. And it looks so far, no real team has dealt with a crazy rotation just yet.
Yeah, because it is still phase 2, and these teams are staggering out their rotations in a way, in a tempo, almost like they're given cue cards of when they can go, when they can't, so that they don't drive basically parallel, shoulder to shoulder with each other. That being said, Brazilian Rampage, a team that hot dropped on Primorse with XSET, decided to leave to not get into that engagement. They're now getting caught on their own rotation a second time, or rather a first time, but the second interaction with an opposing team, they lose a player with this.
Yeah, and that's going to be a tough loss for them, especially here at the start of the day. I mean, you just want to have your whole squad up and at least fight it out. I mean, at least in my opinion, there's nothing more annoying than getting taken out in a vehicle rotation, because you just want to at least go out fighting, you know, at least have a standing chance. But when you get taken out in a vehicle rotation, you don't get any practice, any warm-up at all. But so you're definitely bummed out, but you can't let that affect you. You got to be able to still do your job, scout out for the rest of your team, and just get it done here.
They're here south of Potato Hill. We're seeing a lot of teams cluster up. We saw Cloud9 and now the Unnamed. I'm looking at the large map, and there really aren't that many teams north of Influence Rage's position around the school area. That's a lot of open space that is not being utilized. And so maybe this is when that hardship is really going to be a factor. All these teams are playing around these hills and valleys just southeast of Pochinki. Cloud9 constantly rotating around, trying to find a place where they want to land, where they want to stay. And they're actually splitting into 2 duos, which I think is going to be more problematic than helpful. But where's Circle Shift? Onto everyone.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Well, they predicted the heck out of this one right here.
I guess.
All these squads, they knew something. We did it because they had a good sensation someone was going to land right smack dab near Potato Hill. And guess what? It really worked out for all of them. And I think you're totally right, especially with Cloud9 being split up with duos. They're going to be in a tough position, especially since Bayo's Buggy seemed to be missing a tire. That's exactly what a lot of these squads look for when they see buggies come by. But oh, here comes a big crash. Tempo Storm versus Loops. This is a big battle here at the start.
Already a knock for one of Loop's players, and J7's going to try and toss a grenade to follow up on that. I think that's a couple of Cloud9 members as well, third-partying on this. Yeah, Beowulf actually steals that knock against Carrillo. Or either secures it if he's the one to get it. I didn't see who knocked it, but either way, that is one confirmed down for Loop. Sorry, make that 2. I only just noticed that. Oh, it doesn't matter because Federal is going big. He's going huge, taking the building from Tempo Storm.
Big misplay, I think, right there from Tempo to be able to go out in a 1v1 situation. You had the numbers advantage, and you can see Golden with the pre-fire just doing his best to hold back Tempo Storm. And here come the shimmies. That Uzi always so strong up close. They do catch Golden, and it's just Federal left up top. Here he comes down. Get some good hit markers, but it's just too much. Loops take it out as the first team here at day number 2, game 1. Wow, what a crazy finish.
Not over though, because Wildcard's also trying to send it into the circle, but they lose a second player here just north of Pochinki. The other 2 are on that plateau that Loops were just hanging out in. But for that Loop send, listen, we know that they love to go aggressive. It's how they're in the lead, and so maybe that's making them confident or perhaps overconfident in this situation because everyone was already in this circle. At least we know that. Perhaps they weren't aware of how chaotic, or not chaotic, but how concentrated all these teams were at that moment in time. And so to make a send like that, it's going to get punished because there was Cloud9 on that off angle, and then just losing players on their way in didn't work out for them. Federal, of course, coming up huge, not just in this game, but recently overall for Loops, tried to save his team from that situation, but unfortunately was only able to get 1 kill before he went out.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's one thing I like about Loops is like no matter what the situation is, they kind of seem to play their game no matter what. And just right there, they said to roll up on Tempo, and Cloud9 was just sitting there at the off angle and punished them. And one thing I think you have to consider is, especially here in the finals, if you're in first place and they see that you're in a compromised position and you're 1 knocked, they will do everything in their power to make sure that you go out right then and there. So I think that's another factor that Loops is going to have to deal with, especially after this start here. But
hello?
What? Pepito, hello, and goodbye Wildcard. Where did that come from? What a nade. That was so solid.
That's such a vulnerable, and we actually criticized this location when Loops were here, and it's such a vulnerable position still. So in Wildcard, well, of course G25 are going to exploit on that position. Because of where they were in the circle, no one was going to be on a position to third-party them, and so they just take full advantage of the cover of those cliff sides and just throw in those grenades. You basically know exactly where those plateaus are, where those cars are going to be organized at. The circle is going to shift, medium hard shift down towards the southwest, unnamed dead center. Not many people are in a central location here, and so we're going to see more rotations, and this time it is, I can guarantee it, going to be more fights because of it.
Absolutely. This is a really common circle finish. These players know this area, especially like the back of their hands, this Pachinki hillside right now. And you can see Alpha 7 are going to be holding the complex onto the east side of this next zone. And they're going to have to protect it with their lives because that is definitely a place a lot of these teams want to crash. Nova, yeah, getting a lot of their vehicles all shot up right now. Half their team is pretty much stuck at that. Oh, great. Shifan getting picked off by Mixera with the DP from that off angle. And the rest of his squad is quite a bit away from him, so it looks like he may just go out right there. B4, man, with that shift from Novo and this zone going towards their side, really paying off for them so far, but we'll have to see how they play it out here on top of this hill. Not a big, easy position to handle.
Yeah, they only have one kill, so it's not paying off too much just yet. And actually, this is an interesting send by Pedro. It does break AZ vulnerable to get taken out. But the rest of Nova, with only a Shack, trying to do what they can to deal some pressure back onto B4. But I like how B4 are trying to be proactive in this position. It's not in the next circle, and as you mentioned, it's a difficult place to play even if it were. But they're trying to clear the area out around them, and taking out AZ is certainly a good start.
I love that play for B4. I think that they baited him out with that buggy right there. Yeah, they just said, hey, you know what? Drive your buggy down. The second he peeks, we'll knock him out. And that's just great teamwork right there to take him, especially with this next zone coming up. And you see Team Queso. We've seen them in this spot before. They played pretty decently, got a good solid finish in league play here. But at the same time, they're having to deal with Influence Rage. Team are lost with that Thompson just pre-firing, trying to put some more pressure onto them.
A lot of teams still on the outskirts. Some of them not even in the circle yet. And over here, our Influence Rage are trying to go neck and neck with Team Queso. Bison pushing up.
So
does get a good knock, and this is a great opening, especially with the follow-up it looks like from NTX.
With the Bison as well, 4X putting in work. Execute is eliminated here early. Not their best start that they were looking for. We'll see how that ends up turning out for them later on. But Durso still with this Bison, holding some great off angles, able to pick up 1 point for him. And it looks like they're in this next zone, so they're just opting to wait back and gatekeep Team Queso. Tempo, and then eliminated as well in 13th. A lot of demand. This is a heck of a start here. A lot of big names just going out quickly.
Because no one can make it to center. Unnamed were holding down center. The only team to really challenge them was Execute, and they just got taken out. So where can these teams go other than not even in the zone? Queso here, they still have yet to make their way into the safe zone, into the play zone. They get a good trade knock onto Influence Rage under Murlosk, and they're going to go for the push, trying to go for the finish. But they're still not in. The blue has now overtaken them, and this is when it really starts to pick up in damage, especially in the next few seconds when it closes.
And Alpha 7 is just making it more difficult for them from that off angle over there, putting so much pressure. They did get the knock on to Axel. He doesn't look like he's getting picked up anytime soon. Marco is just going to have to run on in, but he can't. It's just Alpha 7 is holding him down so well, especially with having to deal with Influence right in front. And I think you see Nitsume there in the back, just on heal duty. Oh, and that's it. I think that, yeah, Team Queso out in 12th place.
Influence can now take a little bit of time to try and stabilize themselves, but Alpha 7 are still on this angle, and Alpha 7 have priority when getting into the next circle. It's a hard shift towards the southeast, an open area, but Tribe and XSET on the west side trying to fight to the chance to themselves make their way in.
Abby doing so much work with those grenades, but not enough. Good return fire there from XSET. They're going to go ahead and get Tribe finished right there. Gabby, I believe it was with the round leader with 4 kills at the start. Now, yeah, doing really well, but man, ended up not being enough. Squad going out in 11th. Great finish though for XSET.
They still have to make their way into the circle, and Brazilian Rampage is in their way, funnily enough. But over here, Ace, dead center, not a lot to play around, but they're making it work while they can. Law jumps directly in, tries to take this fight, but that's a very difficult one to win. And so Vidu, where is he going to go now? There was nowhere else to play in this circle. So Ace, outside of Cloud9's compound, where else can anyone go?
Alpha 7 just changing the dictionary of send it, and that is a perfect example of what that meant right there. But no choice, like you mentioned. I mean, they are completely just trying to find any angle they can and just running into so many squads in the process. And now it's just Vit2K, last one up, snaking his way for more placement points. He is in this next circle, but man, still a lot of teams just looking down range right here. A lot of open field as well.
Yeah, that's the problem. There are small dips, small divots, but really nothing. And of course, trying to make their way into Cloud9's compound is almost suicide. Pepito's actually still alive, shockingly enough, as well as Unicorito. So Cloud9, I like what they're doing. They're not trying to, with their 3 members up, they're not trying to hold the entirety of this compound because that's an easy way to get picked apart one at a time. And so they're letting a few players come in, and you could argue those 2 members from G25 in their positions could be like the first line of defense if anyone else coming to attack. But these teams, the ones that are alive, have all made their way into the X circle, and it's going to close in the next couple of seconds.
That was a really risky play from Adder to run outside right there. I think, yeah, you're right, though. I think Cloud9 is just focused on making sure no team full sends onto them, because if you're stuck up top... Oh, yeah, great Molotov. That's going to punish Unicorito and knock him from Uneven. So he is stuck out by himself. Now it's just Pepito left, and there's no way he's going to get that pickup. We'll see how long Cloud9 can hold on. This could be their game, especially with this circle. We'll see how they play it. Ran, putting some great shots on the Swagwin. Picking him lower and lower, trying to get the finish, and he does. 1 member left remaining, and the Unnamed, 2 kills so far, holding the top of this hill, but there's nothing but open field down it, and they have no choice but to go down there.
Yeah, Influenced Rage have a small area to play with, but it's on the low ground from the Unnamed looking over them. But if they try and push, they're just going to get shot from every other direction. I don't know what the best plan would be here. Just try and get kills while you can, because it's going to be an unreliable top 4. You have to say Cloud9, if they can take Pepito's building away from him, that's the only solidly playable area, but everything else is out in the open. And whenever you see there's a road in the center of the circle this late in the game, you know it's going to be a chaotic finish.
Absolutely. I think that's why we see that 3-1 strat coming so effectively here. You gotta throw those smokes, gotta send it out. But we're already speaking of send, Myth trying to hold the shack, unable to do so. The rest of his team is gonna be stuck by those vehicles, opting to play that off angle. Oh, look at this nade. Cardazin gonna try to sneak it on in. Was it gonna work? Oh, a return one though, but it's too good. They end up getting a big trade. Now it's just left to Dudu here against 2 members of B4, and they're throwing all their utility right at him. And he hold on though. Good first nade right there. Oh, that's perfectly placed. Too much. Oh, and B4 getting it. XSET, here comes XSET as well. Juicy though. Done. Only 5 teams remaining now. What a way to start this one off, Cameron.
Really good take initially by B4, but I'm curious why they thought that they could just stick that revive in the shack without getting grenaded. It's an open roof. Nades, that's asking to get grenaded in, but now come the Unnamed. They see that there's wounded B4 members, and now it's just Mixera up. So good at B4, but it does get immediately punished. That's honestly what you needed to expect in that situation, because nowhere else is playable. You were asking for a fight.
I mean, is there a used car lot in Erangel right here at this spot? Look at all the vehicles. How many teams have just descended onto that shack, that hill, and not paying off for them? 3 teams remaining now. Brazilian Rampage goes out. Cloud9 have been sitting at those shacks, and it's been really paying off for them. And if you look at the map, these teams are pretty well spread out from each other. Gonna have to make some big plays to finish this one. Wow, what a finish so far.
Influence Rage. They only have 2 up compared to the 3 from both other squads, but they do have the highest ground at the moment. The problem is they can't necessarily spread out too far because that plateau is very, very tight. It's a very tight plateau. While Cloud9 and the Unnamed could both spread out a little bit, but they're dealing with each other at the moment. The circle is going to center up perfectly away from every single other team. Which means this is going to be a firing range. Whoever can hit your long-range shots, you're going to come out with the win right now. A couple of crates are coming down, if not already landed. That could be some useful cover for either the Unnamed or maybe even Cloud9. But Uneven, he's just going to go for a vehicle send, try to make his way to that tree or perhaps the rock for an initial cover. And this is just barely inside the zone.
Yeah, and you can see one thing you got to give the Unnamed, though, is how many teams were in their area and died. So you know there's got to be a ton of loot for them. A lot of heals, a lot of kit. I think that's going to come pay off big time. And they're going to have to put it to use here. All those smokes, all those mollies, grenades, they are going to be huge. Uneven was able to get into that off angle. They're going to be playing a 2-1 split while Influence is just snaking their way on down, trying to get some more sightlines. Oh, Uneven may have heard something, maybe predicted. Can he get this nade? Oh, taps him up pretty good right there. Onto Merle, down to 25% health. And no heals. No heals at all, so he's stuck exactly at that health range. Influence, I think, is definitely at the biggest disadvantage here of this fight, but they do have high ground.
I think every single team is prepping for a heal off at the end. I wouldn't be surprised to see one member on all 3 of the squads have the entirety of the team's meds. Like Beowulf, I imagine, is the one for Cloud9, being there on the off angle on that tree. Trying to make a play for center is incredibly, well, suicidal in this circle. But Uneven, doing a lot of work, not allowing Q to get position in the road behind that vehicle. So Cloud9 are making sure that Uneven are as uncomfortable as possible, despite Uneven throwing out all of these smokes to limit vision.
And that's going to put them at a big disadvantage because now they have to take... Oh, Bucky gets knocked as well. So now the Unnamed's in a lot of trouble. Cloud9, this is their opportunity here. Merle was just going for the points. And, oh, good shot for Durso. Gets 2 of them. Last one, 1v1. It's up to Bayo. Durso, though, here comes the blue zone. This is going to hurt. He has to stand up. Uzi's out. Oh, it's all on Bayo right here. What a play from Durso. Nade, locked and loaded. Cooked to perfection. And it is! There he goes! Gets the finish. And now it's just Cloud9 versus the Unnamed, just trying to get some resets right now.
Both members of Influence Rage. Yeah, both members actually went huge on both squads, taking both Unnamed and Cloud9 down to 1 member. But the difficult play area of their position made it so that those teams could wipe them, or rather Cloud9 could wipe them both out before they can get too far. And now both squads have stabilized a little bit. Unnamed up with 2, Cloud9 close to getting up with 3. Grenades are coming out from the Unnamed, but they're not finding the mark onto Cloud9, and so the reset has happened, and now it's Cloud9 heavily with an advantage. The smoke moderately in the Unnamed's favor. But with the amount of guns and the amount of angles that Cloud9 can employ, it's going to be difficult for the Unnamed to really break away in, even if they want to make a play for that crate, for that cover.
Yeah, I think that especially with their position right now, they don't have a really good opportunity to throw nades while laying down. And with that knock, yeah, you can just see Cloud9 instantly running on, getting it with another nade finish. And Cloud9, baby, let me see some C9 wins in the chat, are going to take home the first chicken dinner with 11 kills, Cameron.
Yeah, really good kill pickup from them, but that's expected from their position with the circles that came into their area. Remember, Cloud9, they succeed the best when they're able to lock down a central position and just go guns blazing at everyone around them. So this was a game that they absolutely needed to win, and they do succeed very well at that. The big question is, can they sort of turn this momentum into a game that they can get more points when they don't have such an advantage? Because this was a very, very difficult circle for most other teams to play around with.
Yeah, one thing I will say, though, is Jason, I know you're coming back in here right now, but one thing's first, we've heard it multiple times that Cloud9, they play their best at the end. So I think for them to be able to start off with the chicken dinner is their best case scenario. What do you think?
Cloud9 is making me feel really weird right now in a couple different ways, because they had this awkward 2-2 split in the beginning that we were talking about. I think it was Pyra and Beowulf had one of his tires shut out on his buggy. Then he joins up with Pyra. Pyra falls, and Adder and Uneven are kind of completely split across the map, and yet they somehow rejoin and get themselves set up nicely in towards one of these zones. But Uneven, oh man, we talked to him on the show, right? And we talked to him about this play that was a G3 from Tribe on Vikendi. They knocked one person, which was Uneven, because he was supposed to throw smokes out. Then one nade finished off the entire team. And I feel like Uneven's really come back with a vengeance in general. His nades were fantastic at the very end there. His forward aggression, his positioning were fantastic. And Cloud9, they're definitely showing up right when they need to. But you know what? You two need to get out of here, because I need my analysts to show up right when I need them. So why don't you guys take a quick little break here, and we'll bring in Seven and Glitter in a few seconds to talk about that last match. Durso, though, coming in for Influence Rage. What a chance he had there. He had his teammate pinned behind a tree. They knew exactly where he was. He plays it slow. He plays the wide angle, and he almost capitalizes and knocks down all 3 members of Cloud9 by himself. That was way too close for Comfort 7.
It was. It was way too close for comfort, but something that happened with the Unnamed there that I wish they would have done as we're going to be watching the map ranking here is I wish Unnamed, as soon as they picked up the other player, they would have just started rushing. You were done healing, and then you just decided to wait there. Just go for it. It seems like they weren't keeping track of how many people were knocked down from Cloud9. Huge opportunity there, but they were just they weren't able to take it. Overall, though, Unnamed with 17 points, great match for him. This is honestly from my personal experience so far with this PMPL, I was not expecting to be doing so good here on the finals. We see B4 as well.
Yeah.
And then XSET and Brazilian Rampage, and then Cloud9 with 26 points. What's going on? Is today gonna be one of those crazy days as well?
You see how like important this game is here, because the Unnamed wasn't on the first page, if I'm not mistaken. B4 wasn't first page. Influence Rage, I don't believe was first page. XSET wasn't first page. Brazilian Rampage was, I think, in last place, and Ace was. So with Loops not on the first page, with Alpha 7 not on the first page, Cloud9 just gained a massive amount of ground against our top teams, Glitter.
That's literally, I think you and I noticed it at the exact same time, because I was looking down the list and then realized none of the teams that we've been talking about were up here. And I mean, this is what I was saying at the top of the show. These finals have been insane. Tribe in 8th place, rounding out the first half here. We're going to look at the second page and see where the rest of the teams fell. But once again, not what we were expecting. G25 able to pull down 5 more points. Still not great if they want to try and, vie for one of those top 3 spots, but it's better than nothing. Tempo Storm with 4 points, all in kills. Alpha 7 only with 3. Loops with 2. Queso with 2. Wildcard with 1. Nova with 1. And Execute with 0. What's happening?
Somebody flipped the pages or something?
That's what it feels like.
Oh, these finals are fun, man. These finals are spicy.
This finals has more twists than an M. Night Shyamalan movie at this rate. Like, this is getting ridiculous. And honestly, we don't know how it's going to go from here on, because we still have 5 matches left to go today. Let's take a look at our Mountain Dew Game Fuel moments, though, and maybe start to try to break down some of this, because we did see Loops go out very early onto Tempo, but it did cripple Tempo quite heavily. But as you're seeing here right off the bat, Acer gets caught on the rotate from Wildcard. He plays for a total of, I felt like 5 minutes, and then he had to sit out and wait for the next game. That's unfortunate, because Acer's one of their biggest players.
Yeah, and exactly what you just say. Acer is one of those players that Wildcard can definitely depend on a lot. And right now, things are just not going Wildcard's way. I mean, with that performance, another just 1 point. They were already in last place. Not what you want to see out of those teams. You also see here XSET. XSET had one of their best games so far this finals. 11 points, 7 kills. They were being a lot more aggressive. They weren't being as passive as we're used to seeing them. With Team Queso, even though we kind of saw flashes here or there out of them, they only ended up with 1 kill. So a lot of these teams are currently not performing to what we expect them to, Glitter.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about specifically in relation to Nova at the beginning of the show, right? So far, we've seen them either first or second place or at the very, very bottom of the leaderboard, and that's what just happened with them here today. They weren't able to get any kills. They went out early. So if they're continuing with what they've been doing, then maybe they could bounce back super hard and have a really strong finish in the next game. But the consistency is what we're looking for. And we were talking about these while we were watching this game, guys. The nades that were coming out of Cloud9, out of Uneven, out of Bayo, they were so freaking good. The utility for Cloud9 at the end was just flawless.
And we always talk about Cloud9, at least what we did during World League. When they have 4 players alive in these final zones, they tend to win it. Except this time they only had 3, and they're able to pick up quite a few kills towards the very end as well. Insane match for them, and now I'm really getting curious. Are things heating up? Are they getting even more spicy in the rest of the matches? Can Cloud9 continue the pace here and be, well, I guess crowned the best North American team yet again? But we can see our damage in the last match. And
look at B4.
Yeah, go ahead.
Damn.
I feel like we've kind of talked about B4 being a little bit quiet, especially coming out of the last week of league play. And this is just a big difference for them. This is a lot of kills. That's a lot of damage. They just barely out-damaged Cloud9, who also had over 1,800 damage. So that's massive for Cloud9, but it's nice to see some of those squads that we had come into the season being prepared to talk about Cloud9, B4, expecting them to do well. Now we're here in finals, and it looks like they're picking it up a little bit.
Nova Just got to bring them up there. Unfortunate match for them, again, being the top place North America team at the end of the first day. And we talked about consistency and how they had a lack of consistency, it felt like, in league play, and we're starting to maybe see it here in that very first game. But then again, it's just the first match. Even Loops did, unfortunately, not well for them either, and we've seen them be pretty much the pinnacle of consistency when it came into the later halves of the league. But I'm getting curious, though. What team's going to step up next? I think Cloud9, that was their second chicken dinner in total here in the finals. But who else is going to have that moment? I mean, Ace 1, they did have quite a game there. Alpha 7 crashed into them, B4 crashed into them. Eventually, they did falter, but they still got more points than Loops. There you go. Okay, so that's what I'm expecting to see here in our next match. But you know what? We need to take a quick break before we get to that. And we still have our Esports Awards going on at the moment. You guys can actually still be voting for the Esports Mobile Game of the Year Award. If you haven't, I have to ask you why. Why not? Why have you not headed over to esportsawards.com/community vote and got your vote in for PUBG Mobile? Because we know exactly what's going to do to 7. He's going to be happy. He's going to have a big grin on his face. And why wouldn't you want 7 to be happy? I think that just makes the whole world go round. Well, we're going to head to that break. When we come back, we'll be coming in with our second match of the day, and it's going to be over on Miramar.
PUBG Mobile Esports, one of the world's leading mobile esports, covering more than 169 countries and regions. Here's the special event for our top pro players and users to enjoy. We present you with the best PUBG Mobile players. Now introducing PUBG Mobile Esports Awards 2020. South Asia, Southeast Asia, Americas. For each region of PMPL, we will select the best player as MVP. Fan favorite player from all regions. To be voted by our global fans through PUBG Mobile in-game and community after Season 2. Finally, we present you the awards ceremony PUBG Mobile Esports Annual Awards 2020. At the Global Championship, we prepared special awards. Annual Individual Awards. The Gunslinger, Eagle Eye, Grenade Master, Field Medic, The Survivor, to showcase the best in each category throughout 2020. Fan favorite player to be voted by PUBG Mobile users. Global Championship MVP to award MVP from the Global Championship Finals. Annual Individual Award, Fan Favorite Player. Global Championship MVP. Top Star Player together at the PUBG Mobile Esports Annual Awards 2020. Select your own star player by participating in the vote.
Now, Cloud9 have done it. They've gotten themselves another chicken dinner and a massive amount of points built up in their stocks. But will their stocks maintain an upward motion, or will there be a drop in the market? Let's see our second match now coming up. It's going to be on Miramar, and we have Hot Jukes and Cameron Davis joining me once again, as Cameron just has such a stalwart face. Doesn't show any emotion ever while he's on camera. But I can tell you,
I am trying to
in
smile.
rehearsals,
Okay.
he is smiling all the time. There's never just a straight face on him. Look at that. Look at that. See, he's smiling and he's back to being stern. All right, so let's talk about our next match here, right? Things are getting interesting. Cloud9, again, a huge game. Cameron, you with me? You here?
Yeah.
We good? Queso,
Yeah, I'm here.
rough game. Loops, rough game. Will this be the time that we see maybe Queso get back to their former glory, or is this, unfortunately, Queso just running out of steam?
I mean, it's Miramar. I'm going to put my chips back on the Queso side of things. It's one game. It's a little bit of a warm-up for all of these squads. I don't want to count everyone out, but after this game, that's when I think it's going to be a fair call on whether the tides are going to shift away from the teams that did so well yesterday.
Yeah, I really don't know what to say so far about these finals. I feel like it's kind of honestly nice. It's kind of refreshing to not see Queso winning pretty much every single match, and that any team has a chance to step up here. I think that makes Hot Jukes our like top 3 positions so scary, because even if you're like the #1 team, even if you're Loops at the end of the first day, you're not safe at all, especially after that last match.
Yeah, and unless you just go insane over those 3 days, it's going to be really difficult to have just this insane points disparity from like 3rd to 4th. So we'll see what happens here. I think it's going to be an absolute battle to the end, especially going on tomorrow. One thing though is, Cloud9, for them to have a big chicken dinner here at the start, I think is just massive, especially if you look at their past history of just kind of struggling in the beginning. And I actually got a chance to talk to Beowulf right before the matches started.
You got to flex on us.
He's a man of few words.
Get it, you're cool.
He's a man of few words. He simply said, I'm surprised I had enough clout points to receive a DM back from him. And he said specifically, just trying to be doing well going into the last day. That's their strategy, and to start off the way they did, I think he's executing it perfectly.
Yeah, it seems simple enough, and hey, simple is sometimes the best, and it seems to be working out at the moment. Let's see if it can work out, though, in their second match. Hot Jukes and Cameron Davis, take us away.
Thank you so much, Jason. Here we go into match number 2 so far. I mean, we're almost done here with the finals, about to hit the midway point so far, and I am just so hyped up for it to be going into Miramar, and I know you are too, Cameron. This is your favorite map.
It is. I'm sorry. I'm stuck on you saying we're almost done because we are almost halfway through.
Yeah, so true.
There are a couple of leaps there. We're not even halfway through yet. Calm down. Things can still change. Loops can continue on going out in 16th place this entire day and completely change what the leaderboard looks like. So let's not get too ahead of ourselves, okay?
I agree and don't at the same time, because you do have a few more games to do so. It's just I think especially in Battle Royale, you can't count to the ability to be able to have a great game every single one. There's going to be some times where you get some really insane circle shifts that just make it almost impossible for you to get into. So when I look at, 8 games left, I'm just guys, we want to get at least 3 or 4 good ones out right now, just in case we get kind of, screwed over towards the end. But hey, you're right. I mean, just this game and one more, and that's it. We're at the halfway point.
Lane path, still pretty garbage. It's Miramar, so it's a little more forgiving this time around. But I'm already seeing teams fly over the same areas. We might have 2 NL poses, and we've seen it before. They could fit. Actually, I'm pretty sure it's always been the Unnamed and Cloud9 there, so they're both very, very familiar with this. But that's a lot of teams going down to the bottom. In fact, Nova going to Los Higos, it seems, is a bit of a shock. And this first circle all the way on the north side is going to make these southern teams' path even more difficult.
And that's what's something I think that we haven't really got a chance to talk about, but come finals, are we going to see teams really mix up crazy strategies? I think some of the major squads, we're definitely going to see them go to their tried and true locations. One thing though is Nova, didn't we see them battle it out with Pittsburgh Knights for Power Grid? And Power Grid is wide open right now. No one's touched it at all. And instead they just opted to go really far south, so it's definitely interesting to see it in the finals.
Yeah, I think just being so used to what was during league play of every single game there's 8 teams that were sitting out, and you sort of had to constantly reevaluate where teams like to go, where they didn't like to go, how would that affect where they were with this current group A and B, and group A and C, and then B and C, how does the whole domino effect of everything. Here, it's the same teams. They're going to go more or less to the same areas every single time, but it's sort of having to reset back into that mindset of things is making things a little bit difficult. In Queso, on the run, on foot. Marco here is relatively kitted up. It's actually not that bad. A bit better than Erangel there we saw. And over here on the south, Ace still on their own rotation. Similar to what we saw B4 on the previous game. It's not quite as late, but it seemed that they are still heading towards their looting locations towards the East Coast.
And I know one thing's for sure. We talk about finals, how all these teams are having to deal with struggles. And I really want to ask you this because I think this is really important. How do you think Loops is feeling going into this Miramar, especially considering that here in the finals, they're not going to start off this game with 4 free points from HQA like they're used to?
That's true. I actually totally forgot about the HQA Loops thing. That wasn't every single game. They learned to back off
Miramar,
eventually.
it was almost a fact.
On the latter half, HQA started to back off, and that's when Loops started to be better. So who knows? Maybe they actually like it. I'm not too worried about them. It's still Loops. They have handled coming back from an unfortunate start to a day, much less an entire league. Looking back at PMPL group stage, they're the team that I think I'd be the least worried about going out in 16th place on game number 1.
Absolutely. And I think that's, if there's any game you're going to have a tough one on, I think the game 1's kind of the the best, because you get all those initial nerves just kind of shaked out. You never really know how the first game's going to go. So if you're going to have a tough one there, then just coming back strong afterwards, I think that's the most optimal situation. And we're just starting to see, Miramar, Cloud9 at their tried and true location of El Pozo so far, completely uncontested. They're going to be looted up to
Actually, yeah.
Yeah, going into this next circle, because it looked like the Unnamed was going to drop with them, but it looks like they opted to go and head off a little bit further west. So yeah, C9, great start to match number 1, and they're looted up, ready for match 2.
Actually, yeah. Unnamed going all the way on the west side, right up against that unscalable wall is a shock, because loot down there is not great. They're just really scared of Cloud9 at the moment. This does give them an opportunity to loop up and rotate into the circle in the north way, similar to what we're seeing Brazilian Rampages do. Because all these teams are in their looting time right now. It just hit 5 minutes, and that's usually when you see everyone in their vehicles going towards the circle. Even the teams that might have landed at their loot position late, like Ace, loops as well, also just trying to push closer towards center. They don't have to move too much. They just want to take a couple of high ground positions. It's a good old get information play. Favorite.
So I think when you have so much money on the line here, you see these players play as careful as possible, and you see Loops from long range trying to put some shots down onto Wildcard. Got a couple of taps onto Leon, but that's about it. Now Loops most likely just going to stop here and just keep looting. Yeah, and that looks like that's exactly what they're going to do. But one thing I definitely feel here in the finals is these are the top 16 teams, and they're playing the same squads here every single day of the finals. Is the fact that how careful and how calculated these rotations are. I think that they're almost having like an extra few steps of caution with every move that they make. What do you think?
That's what you have to do. We've seen so many teams like Wildcard that we just saw just drive into a squad unbeknownst to them and just lose a player early on, and that's never a good start. In fact, you even said it yourself, the worst thing is dying in a vehicle. It's all about balancing timings and making sure that you're not, you can't like comb every corner of every single building that you are potentially driving near, right? It's just impossible to do. And so there's always going to be a few fringe cases that it's just impossible to catch someone that might be in hiding in a weird off position. But for the most part, you're going to 80 to 90% of the time, if you just put your attention towards scouting in the early game, you're going to come up positive.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than getting shot at a vehicle, and we're in Miramar, baby. This is the place where vehicles get blown up, I feel, more than any other map. So definitely see why these squads are just playing so tight together. Don't want to make any missteps, any mistakes. And you can see, look at Sentry with the laydown getting all that intel. I mean, the 4-car strat has just become the standard here. Every squad has to have their own vehicle on these rotations just in case. Shots coming out from Nunez onto Cloud9. So this is Cloud9 from downtown. Love how Nunez is hitting that laydown to reduce that recoil. Can he get a knock here? Putting that pressure. Adder's hitting the gas. Oh, but now they're getting shot at from Loops. And Loops is going to catch Nunez with that initial knock. This is a really interesting hill, though. I don't see Loops pushing this. What do you think?
Nah, they're not going to push it at all. It's more just a love tap on the Brazilian Rampage and just say, hey, we're over here. Don't get too antsy. Don't get too cocky with these things. Because those shots on the Cloud9 were a little cocky. I don't like the chances of them hitting them, getting a knock were a little slim. At that range, I think. That was more just to try and deter Cloud9 as well, but it did give their position away to Loops, who might eventually capitalize it. I think it's mostly the fact that they're in a 2-2 split that I'm now recognizing on both ends of Hacienda. That's going to keep Loops from pushing this. Also the distance.
Yeah, so I mean, that long range shot from Cloud9 onto Cloud9, I think it's super risky because you're wasting a whole lot of your kit, a lot of ammo going into these later rounds. And Miramar, I feel like you need to have more kit than anywhere else. At the same time, though, I mean, kill points are just so much more valuable, I feel, with this new kill system. So, I mean, if they could try and get one from that range and knock them out the vehicle, then yeah, maybe it pays off.
No. That range, no. That's just a waste of bullets.
Gotta believe. You know what I'm saying, Cameron? Gotta believe.
I mean, sure, but
they believed wrong.
Yeah, well, but also, I wish competitions for this amount of prize money only just took belief. I would be a rich man.
At the same time, you got to believe, you got to bring your best A game, you and 3 other members of your squad. And we got a good shift up here in this next circle, and it looks like it's going to head all the way towards Cruz del Valle and Tierra Bronca, and you're going to see the rest of these squads. They are grouped up like crazy. So
Yeah.
we talked about exploding vehicles. I have a big sensation that we're going to see some of those coming up right now.
Yeah, maybe. This is... we talked about the hard shift on Phase 2 last game being very few inside. This is even worse in that factor. Luckily, there's no water or bridge issue, and so there are more opportunities for wrapping rotations that don't get punished, but rotations already on the edge are definitely getting punished right now. Influence, Rage, Durso, we're so close to being such a crucial part of the end game last game, already losing one, and there are 2 more teams wrapping around this location.
And just crushing it. We already see one person knocked out of a vehicle, and I feel like we're going to keep on seeing that here as the game is starting to get a little bit further inside of it. And you can see here some big shots coming out right now from Alpha 7. Oh, and Ross gets the return fire. Can he get 2? The 2-piece got the Uzi out. 1v1. Real up close. Uzi's too strong. And Swagwin is playing with a whole bunch of swagger right now, getting a good few kills and trying to pick up the rest of his squad.
But Vidu also got taken down, and NTX could have gone for the revive, but I think he just wants to back away because, yeah, Vidu pushing forward, prepping the grenade.
Gotta make a play. Gotta make a big one. Doesn't. Oh, spit. What?
It's a finish. It's a finish.
It's a Castilla. Okay, nice finish. All right, perfect. I was about to say that would have been a nutty grenade from that angle. We're just seeing more plays come on out. Every single person just trying to pick up all the kills they can, make it more difficult for these squads in the late game. You see Pepito with his buggy just on foot all the way down, trying to be able to get into this next circle. And man, these long rotations are so difficult in Miramar.
Everyone is going in from this exact same choke point in between the mountains of El Azahar and the mountains of Minas Generales. No one is opting to go outside in the blue, I think because you have to go all the way around El Azahar, potentially all around Tierra Bronco, and that's just a lot of time in the blue, but the blue doesn't do that much damage. I don't know why so many teams are just nervous about that, because the only alternative is to take all of these fights, especially if you're a Nova or a Tribe that are coming in late. They should be at least somewhat aware that fighting has already happened in this area, maybe pull away, but no, Nova want to fight as per usual. They sense Tribe. They're going to take a little bit of initial damage. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Make that 2-for-1 because the shots from AZ and GFan are on lock.
Okay. Oh, look at that. Yeah, Telly now on the other side saying, hey, you know what? You got 2 of our members. We can do with another 2v2 right here. Telly putting some really good pressure shots. AZ, this would be an insane nade. A little bit off the mark. And AZ now is stuck here waiting for the rest of his squad for help, because I think that with their numbers advantage, that they're able to pick Cat back up and get this reset off, they may just go for the points right now.
AZ is biding his time behind that fence. His whole job is to keep these 2 members of Tribe stuck here and not die as well. But they're just going to hop into the bus rather. They don't want any part of this smoke. They're just going to bail from this situation. But both of these squads, because of this engagement, are going to be coming into a rough circle. It does shift towards the east. That makes it a little easier for Nova, at least. Tribe, of course, driving in the opposite direction. But over here, another fight. XSET, a Tempo, a first knock against them once again, and the flood of XSET members comes through.
Here they go, trying to find Spec, and they do find him. Taking out Tempo Storm in 16th place. Man, Tempo Storm just not having the start to this finals that they were really hoping for here. We'll see if they're going to be able to turn it around here in these next upcoming matches, but another great start so far for XSET.
Take your compound, but it's not in the circle, actually, not at all. It's just barely inside the edge. So they're going to have to loot up, heal up, and then push once again another time because of the hard shift. 2 in a row. It's not a very friendly game for a second time in a row. A lot of teams coming from the north that you can see on the map, but then a fight. TQA, Wildcard, and Wildcard also just get deleted. Again, in the blink of an eye.
What is going on with Wildcard right now? I mean, NA is just getting demolished here at the start of match 2, and Wildcard, I mean, they were sitting in last place. 2 bad matches here to start off the day number 2. This is just not, I think, at all what we expected from this team. But I don't know what it's going to take. It's going to have to have some insane games if they want to turn this around.
Yeah, they have to go basically 100% for every single game remaining in this grand finals. Rotations continuously getting punished, continuously putting teams into fights. And now it is just Telly left. Tribe just got away from Nova and they run into XSET. Telly heals up, was at 1 HP, able to survive with the last remaining member, trying to find an off position, but XSET are pushing and they find him out. No survivors, Tribe are eliminated.
And another big pickup there for XSET. Yeah, not sure what happened right there with Tribe. King A ended up jumping out the vehicle just a little too early, gets knocked and just leaves Telly with 1 HP trying to heal with no cover fire. XSET just came and cleaned that up real quick. Crazy how one little misplay can just cost your team so much. Still a lot of matches left to be played though. We're still about to hit the midway point in the next game. So anything can happen. We'll see though. We'll definitely see because these top teams, they're going to try to make as big as a point gap as they possibly can here.
Oh no, Nova. Able to make their way from the blue, but they run into G25. This really is the downside to the way that this squad plays. And like I said, it is so fun to watch and it's so dynamic. And when it works so well. They're able to play the end game, but it's just getting to the end game that's the problem. And Cat having to survive as long as he can. He's been the best so far of just trying to snake out and squeeze every single last point that he can for his team. But it's still going to be a hard path for him because we're only just entering phase 4.
Yeah, here we go. XSET with another knock and kill. This seems to be a really strong game for them. Next zone, though, is going to go shift just on the southwest side of Cruz del Valle, so they're going to have to get moving right now. Have to go and push through G25. You can see some big shots coming on out. They do have interlokes. Oh, Juicy's got a pan out. The grapes on this man at this stage to be able to do that. Gets a second knock as well. This man is on a warpath, bringing the heat. 5 kills for XSET, and you know they want some more.
Yeah, they're continuing to push it. This is a really good start for them trying to climb up the leaderboards. Obviously not as bad of a position at the start of the day as Step by Wildcard were, but they still wanted to be higher, and they're working for it right now. They throw the entirety of G25 out of sorts, take out 2 of their members, and they're in a good position to potentially take out the next 2 to clear out the entirety of the south side. But over here on the north, Unnamed do finally get removed. Alpha 7 still all 4 up despite being involved in that chaotic southeast rotation at phase 2.
And they got some good kill points to add it up. So you get the team status right now. Alpha 7's currently on top with 7 points in this game, 7 kills. XSET has 6. And, you know, talking to Juicy earlier, he said we're going to bring some more aggression. I think that's exactly what we're seeing here in game number 2. How long will they be able to hold on to it, though? And speaking of hold on to it, yeah, Cloud9, they're going to have to catch B4 on this rotation.
Oh,
Ironside AK getting caught, though, from Pedro. Oh, and the crossfire's not quick enough. Nenebete is going to be able to get that thirst on the Pyro real easily. Great nade, though, from Adder on that off angle. That's going to help put a little bit of the pressure away from them. And you can see Pedro is trying to throw some back in their direction here. This next knock's going to be so crucial for either of these squads.
Oh, no! It's going to be a knock from, who was that? G25? Who knocked that?
It's Fate from Execute right there. Got the knock, and you have to know that B4 has to see the kill feed and realize that there's another member down, but if they did not catch that, they'll still think 3's up here. And you can see Bayo, running on over to try and pick up Uneven right now.
Adder, I think, is going to have to go huge here to keep the rest of B4 distracted, caught in between both sides. Because otherwise, they could just push 3 versus 4 on the downed Uneven, who has yet to get revived because Pedro is here. This is what I was talking about. Adder wasn't loud enough. He didn't have the opportunities to really go big, and now Influence Rage NTX spots him out as well. There are so many teams up here on the north side pushing through the bottom parts of Cruz del Valle, and that's a good grenade.
The perfect bounce, too. You saw it just bounce off the edge of that truck right on to the rest of to Adder from Cloud9, and that's Cloud9 done. Had a great first match. Not the best second one so far, and B4 going to catch a good little break. We'll see if they're able to pick up these 2 members with these smokes. That'll set them up pretty well for the rest of the match. But you know Alpha 7, they're going to be pre-firing that like crazy. They do not want these members picked up at all.
They have a good hilltop. Unfortunately, it's just barely outside of the circle, so they're going to have to push it at least a little bit. You can see them prepping their vehicles, getting ready, because the blue is only a couple of seconds away from hitting them. Actually, they're just going to send it straight in onto B4. They're not just going to push down an inch into the circle. They're going to take this entire area.
Might as well. You have to realize that they're down in members drastically, and just use that numbers advantage to try and clear this out, but they have to do it now. Pedro's going to have to make an insane play. You can already see him throwing out those preemptive grenades just in case they're about to run up the stairs. We'll see how it plays out, though. Looks like Levi will go down. Now that'll be 9 kills for Alpha 7 in total. Trying to go for their 10th onto Pedro. You can see them all grouping up. About to go ahead and run inside the building. Yeah, Pedro's he's preemptive throwing everything just to buy time right now.
Couple of shots. Other teams on the south, I believe that's Ace, going to be shooting at Alpha 7. But I think they're able to get inside the building, and they're able to focus on this 3 versus 4 push. They're just going to try and not lose as much health, really, as possible. But Pedro's making it incredibly difficult. But they can't leave until they clear him out, or they're going to get shot in the back, and they know that. So they're going to have to push super, super hard and just hope that Pedro is running out of utility.
They have to do it now. They have to do it now. 3 seconds left on the clock. The zone's going to start punishing him if it doesn't. But with all those preemptive nades, it's making it so difficult. Here he comes, though. Pedro catches one. He's going to go for the point. Does confirm the point right there. That's going to be huge, but Alpha 7's finally able to take out that remaining member, lose 1 in the process. 10 kills in total, but now they have to deal with the blue zone. And a squad that doesn't have to deal with it is XSET, but they're going to have to deal with loops right now. Can Carrillo hit this nade? This would be so crucial, so huge. And it does tap Nico just a little bit. Oh, that could have been bad, though. We'll see how it ends up playing out. More nades. Oh, all the nades coming out from XSET. Trying to take out loops right now.
Nothing knocks just yet outside that first opening knock. Not able to finish Federal, though, but a good spray down onto Carrillo. And Nico's going to follow up on that push, and the entirety of XSET are going to follow up on that knock.
Here they go, trying to catch Gofsky here. Oh, he can just get 1 with that laydown. He's on the run now, but can't run fast enough. XSET are just pushing this so well right now. 12 kills. This is the aggression that Juicy said that he was going to bring today. And you love to see that coming from them. How can they finish off strong, though? We will find out. A lot of big teams still remaining. You can see Team Queso. They're starting to throw these nades right at Brazilian Rampage, trying to take them out. And inside the circle, though, I think that Brazilian Rampage is definitely fine just laying down here. Do not want Team Queso to push up on you for free. When will they decide, though, to pull the trigger? Start playing aggressive. We'll have to see.
Oh, Brazilian Rampage, they must not have mini grenades, because in Queso's position, that's just asking for them to be thrown over. Especially now that Axel's pushing up closer. Queso, the grenades from Brazilian Rampage are starting to come out, and they do get 2 knocks. Make that 3. It's also because Executor's shooting from the north side. So Queso thought that they had an opportunity. They thought they had an area, but the rug got just ripped out from under them.
So it looks like Brazilian Rampage had some nades, that they were just waiting to use them, and it turns out it ended up paying off so far, as now they're going to try and press onto Ayala to get the finish. Jump shots, not strong enough, but Nunez, yeah, able to pick up the numbers advantage. Too strong for Team Queso. They're going to go out in 7th. So yeah, Brazilian Rampage ended up playing out perfectly for them for now. Oh, look at these.
They're not done. They're not done. The push from Execute. Okay, they're not committing, because not only this circle towards the north, Ace have been shooting at them. It's another Valley finish. And so both sides can find angles to shoot at each other. And Ace, the guardian angels of Brazilian Rampage, keeping Execute from pushing onto them. However, where can Brazilian Rampages go if not into that exact same line of fire?
And Alpha 7 had an insane game. They had 14 kills. They're going to go out in 6th place here. Little boy able to get a great knock onto Its Fate. He's going to have to go for that quick res. This is circle number 6, and the zone is closing. They are on the thin side of it, but this is one you cannot be in for long. You can just see it chunking down major health. Oh, Brazilian Rampage, here they come. Trying to take out Execute right here, right now. Can they hold on? Fame Boys has to make a play. Oh, gets a little help from Joey on this backside from XSET, and they take out Brazilian Rampage right there. Execute, send the thank you note on over to XSET. They helped you out big time right there.
Oh, they're still shooting at you, though. Don't thank them just yet. And look at the spread that XSET have taken. They're playing 3-1, 3 on the west side, and Juicy there on the right. But here comes Cat, still alive after all this time. This man cannot be killed.
He's so good at doing this. We've seen him do it over and over again. Last time I can remember was Vikendi when he out-survived, 5 squads just with his heal strat. And he's still up now, but look angry. Man, this XSET squad, they look like a totally different team here in this Miramar. Juicy, though, getting caught from Cat, the snake himself, able to get 1 point more for his squad, and he's already secured 4th place.
Oh,
this man's so good.
And if Ace focus on Execute, okay, never mind.
Yeah, done. Yeah, still, though, I mean, 4th place, those are some serious points, especially Consider, I mean, last time he had survived 5. I mean, here he out survived everybody because his whole squad was taken out at the start of the match. Mad props.
There is no other word for it other than stupid. Like, how does that happen? Either way, let's focus back in on the game. It's XSET with 3, Ace with 3, and Ace with 4, and then Execute with 1 remaining in Fame Boys. I think that backstab from Cat did pull XSET from pushing on that full finish onto Fame Boys, at least momentarily. They might go back onto that now, but Ace just hanging around in this cover, despite it being on the edge. Oh, and the circle in their direction as well.
Oh, man. Oh, what a nade! Able to tap the low health of Fame Boys. That's another kill. 16 from XSET here. And they're trying to finish this off with a chicken dinner. Yeah, here they go onto Ace. Trying to spread out. At Ace, I think that they're perfectly content, at least, with this position so far. They do end up getting the zone shifted towards them. So now XSET's going to have to run down the open. But like you mentioned, you got to watch out for Joey on that off angle. I think a lot rests on his shoulders right now. He's got to
Ace are deploying an entire smoke tunnel. They want to leave this wall because if they stay for too long, they're just gonna get pressured in and unable to move out, so they want to take some time to leave now. But do they know of Joey's position? The nades are coming out. Don't find Mafioso, and so now his position, general position, is given away. But it's landing a couple of shots. Can't actually win the fight. That was a crucial victory for Mafioso, and they're going to run up and immediately finish this kill and make this engagement of 4 versus 2. XSET have lost their key into the end game, into the win.
That was absolutely devastating for XSET, but Ace is going to move up to the hill here. That's a really interesting play for them. Yeah, they used that smoke wall just to obtain that position. It looks like that those buildings and wall were not in the next zone, so they did have to move. And now it's just up to XSET versus Ace. Ace with a huge numbers advantage and a premium circle position. Yeah, Nico and Angry have to make a big play here.
That's really what it relies on. It's not so much them making the play, it's about Ace giving them the opportunity. Ace are going to have to throw this game for XSET to have any sort of opening inside. They're going to start with the heals right now, but they're smartly not peeking. Because they know that they've lost this game. They're going to get second place. They just want to try and not give the points away. Nico, he got a little greedy there. If you could get a knock onto Myth, but... Wait, hello, who's still alive?
That's it. Game is over.
That's it.
Ace is the winners, ladies and gentlemen. And that is a big chicken dinner for them right there. Yeah, I think you just saw that. Yeah, they realized, hey, with our position, where we're at right now, we're not making out of this one alive. So Angry, because it just decides to go out to the play zone. But at the end of the day, still second place with how many kills that they had.
Yeah.
They're by far going to be the team that got the most points in game number 2.
Yeah, I think that's all but guaranteed. It was it even all the way up to 16 kills for them?
Insane. An insane match for them.
I didn't really see exactly how many it was, but either way, it was such a great run for XSET. Ace, good job for them to do have the moves that they needed to employ to win that game, but they didn't have to work nearly as hard as XSET did for that. So I think overall, looking at XSET, best game for them that we've seen so far.
And I mean, without a doubt, that's a fact, and especially considering on where they were on the leaderboards here, this is going to look like a whole entire new leaderboards after today, because, I mean, if more squads are able to put out 16 kill chicken dinners, we're going to see some action here today. Ain't that right, Jason?
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping to see more action, right? Cloud9 dethroned, Loops took first place away from them, and now we have Ace1 getting a massive victory as well. I mean, obviously not a lot of kills, not as many as XSET had, not as many as Alpha7 was doing earlier in the match, but they still get themselves a lot of points and should pass Loops as well. So Loops starting to slip a little bit today, and we had to always wonder, can they maintain that kind of consistency yet again into day 2, or will things just continue to go crazy? Cameron, I don't even know anymore, man. We're seeing, like, where did XSET just come from? What the hell? Just out of nowhere.
I don't know.
I'm sorry, just 16 kills in the finals is nuts to me.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, to do that alone is just an insane achievement.
Well, you know what, Hotchooks? Luckily for you and Cameron, you get to take this next little break off so you can kind of focus on what's going to be coming up in match 3. Maybe we're going to see 17 kills. Who knows? Maybe we'll see 20 kills. But then again, Hotchooks isn't playing, so we're probably not going to see 20 because he can do it all by himself. Just like my 2 analysts to come in, 7 and Glitter, who could easily pull off 20 kills a game apiece. That's why they're never allowed to play duos together, because they will just destroy everyone. Anyways, moving on to that match, Ace won. Well done. Well done. Let's take a look at our rankings and see how many points they accumulated, as well as the other teams out there. And we're going to see, obviously, XSET to take first place overall with 28. But you see Ace 1 in there. You see Execute in there. You see Alpha 7 as well step up. And even Nova, off the back of Cat, survived as long as he possibly could. It gets him up to 12.
Ace 1, as you were saying, listen, Ace 1 is starting to show us that somewhat of a consistency. Listen, we have 3 days to work with, so if they can do it today, I'm going to call it a consistency here. By being able to get 21.6 kills there, XSET, as you guys were saying, 16 kills, nothing to what?
Yeah.
I'm so speechless right now. 28 points there. With that game right there, they were able to jump from 13th place to 7th place. Before this game, they have 24 kills total. So goes to show what an amazing game they just had here. Execute as well. We kind of saw them in the previous game. They ended up with 0 points here, being able to get 18 points. Huge for them. Alpha 7 Esports there with 14 points. Nova Esports, as you guys were saying, Cat being able to survive, being able to just be super sneaky, getting those extra placement points for the team were huge. 12 points total. Brazil and Rampage are staying within that striking distance. I'm kind of enjoying what I've seen from there. B4 Esports, having a much better day today here with 5 points. Team Queso with 5 points, and then we're gonna be seeing some surprises once again on the second page.
See, the worst part is, 7 is like, when do they stop becoming surprises? Like, when is that point that we determine? Is that like the halfway mark of today? I mean, I don't know. We see G25 coming through with 3 points, Influence Rage 2, then Tribe Gaming, Loops, Cloud9, all with 1 point apiece, and Tempo Storm, the Unnamed, and Wildcard, all with 0. I don't know what's going on with Tempo. I don't know what's going on with Wildcard. Cloud9 just had a win, and the next game they get 1 point. I don't know anymore.
You know what I do know, Glitter? I do know that we have the luxury to sit back and watch a Mountain Dew game feel moments in that last match. And also for 7 to talk about something he mentioned while we were watching the game. He was like, hey, Jason, you're amazing. I love you. I'm going to follow you on Instagram really soon. But besides that, didn't we talk about Wildcard and Tempo being NA's hopes?
Yes, we did. This is something that we were talking about. Wildcard and Tempo Storm. Tempo Storm, honestly, Tempo Storm was one of the favorite ones from, I think, a lot of us coming into this finals because of how consistent they were doing the league play. This is not the Tempo we expected. I don't know what's going on with them. Though NA Hopes at one point are currently not being the NA Hopes whatsoever. They're currently in 15th and 16th place. That's not what we expect to see out of those teams, especially Tempo. Not sure exactly what's going on there. And by the way, Jason, if we do go to PMGC, I will follow you face to face, all right? I will follow you on Instagram face to face. Quote me, clip it, send it to me. But another team that's actually been surprising me here a little bit, as I was saying, is Brazilian Rampage. Even though we haven't seen super flashy stuff out of them, they're maintaining themselves within that 8th spot, and we always talk about how they're able to improve as time goes on. So that's going to be one team I'm going to be looking at, and something to also keep in mind here as we're now going into the 3rd game, as we are watching here some of the Miramar matches. This is going to be the halfway point for the finals. Something you mentioned, Glitter, at one point are we going to stop being surprised? Well, guess what? Some of those teams that are currently slacking off, if they want to have a better chance, they need to step it up. And one team that kind of comes to mind, another favorite one that they're currently not doing so well in 11th place, Team Queso.
Yep. What? I was going to say, honestly, I was going to say the same thing. Queso is a team that we were just leading up to finals. We could not say enough good things about them because of the dominant performance that they showed throughout all of league play, and right now they're being very quiet, and that might have been okay when you had 4 weeks to play with. You don't even have a week this time around. You've got days, and one of those days is done. We're in the second one, so there's got to be a point where people start to pick it up. You know, I do once again want to give some props to Nova. They did manage to bounce back with a few more points there, so that's going to keep them at least in a solid position moving forward. You know, continuing a little bit of NA hopes, and like I said, we just see the Cloud9 win. Yes, this game wasn't that great for them, but they did at least get a W under their belt. So, I mean, we're trying here. We're trying.
Well, we can take a look at our total damage of the last match, and you're going to see XSET, of course, get their first place with 2,300. But you know what? I'm sorry, XSET. That's not the one that catches my eye. That's going to be the #1 team there.
Yeah, XSET, I mean...
No, the
not
Elite
sure.
7. The 1337,
Elite
bro.
7.
That's the
How do
second
you
time. Oh, Glitter, we gotta teach him.
Listen, I'm throwing
You gotta throw it to me next time.
I'm just surprised, all right? I was not expecting XSET to have such a aggressive game. I'm shocked because yesterday they were just nothing like this. They were just being super passive. They were waiting for everything, and when you see switches like that, it's shocking, all right? It's shocking.
It is,
And
but now I'm gonna start
to be
calling
fair-
you the T Worlds Gaming at this rate, just so you learn Elite talk.
Aww. He will. He'll learn it eventually.
I will.
What's even crazier
PMGC,
too,
we'll be ready.
I think had XSET won, they would have had the highest amount of kills that we would have seen yet in a win so far.
We had a 17
They
yesterday.
managed to kill Ace. Yeah, but they finished in second place with 16. If they had killed Ace and managed
true.
to win, they would
That's
have
true.
ended up beating that.
Well, you know what, Glitter? I'm gonna give you a chance here to throw it to you. How many XSET players are gonna make our top player list in the last match?
3.
All right, well, let's see. Oh.
I wanted to say 2, and then I felt too conservative.
Well, Nico and Juicy get it. Myth gonna be there for Ace 1 and Swagwin. He's got the best pose, I think, out of all players, comes in at 4th place.
Yeah, between Swaggin and Axel, I think that's a good face-off. Anyways, with Nico here and Juicy, great performances out of them. I feel honestly, if Joy would have been able to just knock at least one player down there from Ace, it would have been a completely different story. And this kind of goes along the story of what we've been talking about with Joy being a new player, with Joy being this is one of the major finals that he's on. If he would just been able to hit those shots, I think we might have been able to see that 20 kill win by XSET there.
Yeah, but I mean, I think at the same time, I think it's also, we shouldn't be necessarily too harsh on them there, just for the fact that they got themselves so many kills in that game, which is a big breakout match for them. But you're also right at the same time, right? You want to see teams that can pull off matches like that and close out the match at the same time and really start to build some steam, and also some notoriety within the lobby that teams maybe need to respect you a little bit more. But now I want to see, Glitter, can they do that in the next match? Again, they don't have any games off. You don't have any days off. You're going straight into the next game in a moment's time. It's going to be tough to replicate that, but if they can definitely start grinding away at the lead that other teams have against them.
Yeah, I mean, it's about taking whatever shred of momentum they can get and kind of going with it. Because while we were all watching, we're all sitting there being like, what happened to XSET from game 1 to game 2? Because this is just insane. They were just going for every possible engagement under sun. I mean, to be fair, they had nothing to lose. Like we keep saying, there's only so much time left at their disposal, and they decided that, you know what, we're gonna do one game where we go hyper aggressive, see how it plays out. Played out well for them.
Well, 7, I know you always say to me, never says it on air, he always says to me when we're watching the match together, he's like, Jace, you never do enough for me. Well, you know what, 7, I'm gonna do something for you right now. I want to show you the overall standings so we can see where all the teams are. I'm just kidding. I'm going to show you the overall standings, though, to see where all the teams do stand at the moment, because we had, obviously, some switch-ups, and I want to see where XSET is now placed, considering the result they just had. And we can see Ace 1 overtaking first place from Cloud9, and XSET getting to the front page.
Yeah, okay. Before we talk about XSET, before we talk about Ace 1, something that we talked about at the beginning of the show is Loops Esports needs to start getting chicken dinners. Look what's happening right now. Went from first place
Wait,
with
they've only gotten 2 kills, 7?
Yeah, I know. Like, what's going on today, Loops? I said today you guys need to get the chicken dinners, not absolutely throw. But then you see Ace 1 there in first place. Love to see it. Honestly, Ace 1 has been pretty consistent. You see Cloud9 as well. We've seen more consistency out of them. We see them being able to get themselves towards the end of the game. And something that we've been loving so far, or I've personally been loving, is how they've been able to just be a little bit more aggressive. Loving that out of them. We see Alpha 7 Esports here with 84 kills. They're starting to improve on the kills department. This is something that we kind of called them out last time. Loops Esports there. Honestly, main thing I'm going to talk about, chicken dinners. Come on, Loops. Chicken dinners. And then Nova Esports maintaining the 5th. Everything is so close, to be honest, here between those 3 spots, Glitter.
Nova's only 2 points behind Loops now.
Yep.
So now Loops is in danger of dropping even lower. Execute, XSET, and Brazilian Rampage rounding out the first half here of our overall rankings. And then this is where it gets even crazier to me, because the Unnamed is still holding on to 9th, still within striking distance of that first page. B4 still in 10th. Not a lot of points between those two. Queso is in 11th. I mean, Okay, for Queso, I guess. Influence Rage is in 12th, Tribe in 13th, and then still 14, 15, 16 are still G25, Tempo Storm, and Wildcard. But what's even scarier is that Tempo's dropped down one, and G25's gone up one slot. That is not an improvement, though.
Litter.
They're still tied at 24.
Litter, I'm gonna make you more furious. You ready? Oh. Look at Wildcard's placement points.
Oh!
Yeah.
Can we get out the overall ranking?
Oh no!
Hey, something that I do wanna mention, and that this is something you actually mentioned yesterday, Jason, and it has stuck with me. You said that at the moment, since we are on the finals, these are the best 16 teams out of league play. There's no more feeder teams in a way. Not to disrespect those teams that didn't make it, but there's just no more feeder teams. All the teams that are here for a reason, and I feel like that's even with Wildcard, they got 3 placement points, right? Hey. But they're still being able to put up kills. And we still know they're capable of getting kills.
Oh, yeah.
And that goes along with all the teams on the second page. We got Team Queso on the second page. Team Queso was absolutely being that big brother bully to everybody on the last couple of weeks. This is the finals. This is what's crazy about the finals. Anybody can step up, and you just have to be able to be consistent for the next, for pretty much 3 days.
You know, you said Queso there, and I remember they were 100 points ahead of Tempo from 1st to 3rd place. Like, that's how far ahead they were than most teams. They're the only team to break through 600 points in the league play. They're the only team to break through double digits chicken dinners, and yet they have not hit that same kind of steam. I don't know what's necessarily going on for them, what's going right or wrong, but something's got to change because we're running out of matches for them. We obviously still have, what, 4 games left today? Yeah, we've had 2 matches done. 4 games left today, then you have 6 tomorrow, 10 matches left in total. Time is running out. But we've been talking about Loops, been talking a lot about them. They haven't had the greatest of days, but we did have the chance to interview them. So let's sit down and listen to what Kayovsky had to say. Welcome back, everyone, to another interview. This time we got Kayovsky coming in from Loops Esports. First of all, I have to ask you right off the bat, how you doing, man?
Estou muito bem.
Okay, good to hear, good to hear. All right, so let's talk about the league play. You guys started off extremely slow, but then towards the end, you guys obviously finished in 2nd place. What was the key to your success to perform in the end of the league?
No começo do campeonato, a gente estava em fase de adaptação com o novo sistema de pontos, estudando muitas equipes, e do meio para frente, a gente estava se sentindo mais confiante, e agora estamos prontos para a final.
So you mentioned you're studying the teams. What did you specifically learn from the teams that helped you guys improve?
Com esse novo sistema de pontuação, as kills são mais importantes. Então, com o nosso estudo, a gente estudou bastante a rotação dos times para ter esse ponto, encontrar onde essas equipes rotacionam para poder pegar esses abates.
So we noticed that you guys were swapping Golden in and out of plane. What was the reasoning behind this?
Como na PMPL passada a gente teve troca de players, o Becker e o Federal, e esse é nosso estilo de jogo, e nessa PMPL também a gente resolveu fazer essa mudança em algumas partidas.
Okay, so then why didn't we see Golden playing in World League then? Why was it just you four?
O Golden entrou após a World League na Loops. Ele é um jogador muito inteligente e que vai fazer muita diferença no decorrer do campeonato.
Since you guys are used to playing in finals, especially if you look back at World League, do you feel like you have an advantage over other teams having the experience of playing in these high-pressure situations?
Cada campeonato tem um novo desafio e acredito que nos últimos campeonatos que jogamos, isso traz uma tranquilidade no meio da partida para correr tudo bem. É isso.
So going into the finals now, what teams are you really focused on? Like, which are the ones that are going to be giving you the most trouble?
Primeiramente, a gente respeita todas as equipes do campeonato e os times que vão dar mais trabalho pra gente em trocação, em constância, eu acho que vai ser a Team Queso, B4 e Tempo Storm.
Okay, so then last question here. Are those the 3 teams you think are going to take top 3, or who, in your opinion, do you think will be the teams going to PMGC?
Eu acredito que a Loops estará nesse top 3 e as outras 2 vagas serão preenchidas pelas equipes que eu citei.
Now, I want to give you a chance here to give a shout out to your fans and your teammates.
Bom, queria agradecer a torcida da Loops pelo apoio, pelo carinho de vocês. É muito importante isso pra gente e que a gente vai dar muito orgulho para vocês.
Well, thank you again for joining us. Really appreciate it and wish you the best of luck into the finals.
Muito obrigado.
Well, really cool to hear from Kayovsky there about loops and obviously about what's all going on in the finals. But now it's time to get underway with our third match of the day, and we have Vikendi coming up next. And this is going to be really interesting, guys, because again, we've had Ace 1 do extremely well in their last match. Again, not a lot of kills necessarily compared to the likes of XSET, but they still get the victory nonetheless. Then we had Cloud9 with a dominant victory in our very first match, and they were able to get themselves into first place for that time. Except now Ace 1's been able to surpass them, and honestly, anything can really happen at this rate when it comes into the show, because we're pretty much gonna be hitting the halfway point of the finals once this match finishes. And honestly, Cameron, I can't tell you who's gonna come out on top anymore at this rate.
Yeah, I don't know. If these first two games of the day are anything to go off of, yesterday apparently meant nothing. No trends to be found anywhere outside of Tempo and G25 and Wildcard not doing well. But that's the only thing we can rely on.
Can we clip that? And I'm going to send that to every member of Tempo, Wildcard, and G25, just so they just absolutely hate this madman. But you're right. You're completely right in Hot Shoot.
It's a fact!
Do you see a world where these three teams can turn it around?
If the world is gonna be there, it has to be right now. I mean, we just saw XSET do it in the last match with that kind of crazy game. Now they're in contention. Like, they literally, with some good solid games going forward, they could win first place. It's an option now for these squads. For it to even be an option, they have to have those in games this match and going forward. Otherwise, they won't stand a chance.
Well, you're saying that. I'm also looking at like loops. If you're going to try to maintain a top position here, you better start turning it back on. You better start picking up the matches now, because they have been struggling so far today. But you know, we're going to their hometown field of Vikendi, the Cloud9s as well. We'll see what's going to happen here when we get this game going right now.
Thank you so much, Jason. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, into match number 3 here of day 2, the midway point of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas finals. And we're taking it to the snowy lands of Vikendi. This is a crucial match, in my mind, at least, Cameron, especially for teams like Wildcard, Tempo. I mean, just even saying these names on the bottom of the leaderboards, I'm shell-shocked, personally.
Yeah, it's really, really shocking, as you said. But I think more than anything else, it's going to be for loops. I think Vikendi, I don't know if you could argue it's their home map anymore, but during World League, it absolutely 100% was. And so if there is any map that should allow them to sort of come back into the performance that they had yesterday, I am looking at Vikendi. I'm looking at this game right now. I just think so far they looked at yesterday's games and they said, we don't need placement points to win, to like get first place here, because their highest was, I believe, what, 4th place or 3rd place or something.
Sure.
But then they just took that too far and are now just going out and without any placement points at all.
Well, look at this first circle going on up, and trying to true tradition, Cameron. We're casted, gotta have a water zone.
Of course.
And this is gonna be a good one on the south side right here. And to be frank, in my eyes, when it comes to the finals, I don't think any map is really any of these teams' maps, because I mean, we're dealing with the top 16 teams in the Americas, and any single one of these squads can go off if they get the right position, the right zone. So experienced here at this level. It's just about who's able to have those best 18 games overall. And Loops, yeah, they had a great game 1, or day 1, sorry. But they can't get comfortable. They cannot get comfortable. I think they have to have some really good solid finishes here if they plan on making it in the top 3. And you know that's what every single one of these teams wants.
Oh, did they just make a sub, actually? Golden was playing for Loops last game, right?
That is true. That is true. So they are opting to go with a different, little bit of a roster here.
Going back to the core 4 that they had during the PMWL. I don't know if that was a strategic decision, if they need to bring some life back into this, but we'll see how this current roster works out. Dean, Kayovsky, Carrillo, and Federal, and they're a bit of a split. No hot drops this time around we saw on the map, but Loops and that northeast area were a little bit extended from each other, overarching not just the Unnamed tier, but also a few other teams on the west side, including Queso and G25 if they wanted to push it. So I'm curious to see what all of these teams' rotation is going to be, because they all have to go down towards the south. And you said that there was water in play in this circle. There's also the river. We've seen, I believe it was actually just last week that the two of us were together, we saw a game that river east of Volnova was so impactful for the longest time. We could be seeing a repeat of that here.
Yeah, definitely. That's a big choke point, especially depending on where this next circle is going to go. Right now, we see the teams just pretty much spread out all throughout the map. We're looking at Loops, Dadine right now, and Dadine, he was out game number 1 yesterday, I believe, and then Golden was in afterwards. So yeah, it looks like they're just kind of bouncing back in between these two players, trying to figure out what's going to be the best field from them. Maybe they have the each one being a little bit better on certain maps. I don't know. One thing I do know though is, especially considering here in the finals, a lot of rosters have changed from the Pro League. Wildcard, they have Leon now in instead of Sam. HH24, J7 is in instead of HH24. A lot of different roster changes here, and I think that that's just showing that these squads are willing to do anything to give themselves the best advantage to win here.
Ace rotating down, Queso also rotating down that east coast. I think Ace are still trying to find their loot position, probably around Hot Springs is where they're heading. But Queso, I thought that they had at least a little bit of time to loot up around Trevno, but it doesn't seem that they have too much gear. Ayala has weapons and armor, but he has no meds outside of a single stim. So they're going to be looking for some more loot around this area as well, but it's already starting to get a little bit congested. You can see a couple of, maybe not rotations necessarily, but a number of teams are looting up around this area. And it's not Sanhok, but Volnova is still, Vikendi is still smaller than both Erangel and Miramar. So these teams should be expecting a higher risk of running into another team, even if it is this early.
Absolutely. I think this is one of the toughest maps to get loot in general, period. I mean, you're going to find a whole bunch of 45 and a whole bunch of 9mm here in Vikendi, but finding a 5.56 weapon or a 7.62 is going to be even more difficult. So for them to be so underlooted going into this match, it's going to be tough. Now, I do think Vikendi, with all that cover that there is constantly, you could do pretty decent, having low loot compared to other maps, but still, it's not something you really want to have to deal with. Marco doing some really interesting rotation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are they unaware that Ace were right in front of them? I imagine at the distance that they might not have spotted. A couple of shots come out from Ace, and they actually don't land on any members of Queso, but only 2 members have made their way past. The other 2 members of Queso, are they going to try and make the exact same run, the exact same rotation? No, Ayala's just going to go directly into the water.
I don't know if that was planned or an option. At the same time, yeah, they're having a very difficult rotation here. Oh boy, here we go. Tempo Storm looking to make some points back here, and they happen to go once against the most aggressive teams in this entire tournament, Loops Esports. Molotov's coming out onto Tensa. He's got a really tough position. He knows it. He's trying to find a different one, and he has to retreat. Does make it just by the nick of his teeth. And I wonder, what is Tempo's plan here? What's their plan of attack against Loops? And it looks like they're getting in their vehicles, getting some of their angles. We'll see how they decide to play it. This first knock is so crucial.
It is. Kayovsky was in a really strong position to potentially catch Tempo Storm off guard, but he's going to pull back now because Tempo are taking it a little slow. They're more likely to be checking the corner that he was in, so he's going to fall away, try and play in pairs. Actually, no, he's swinging out to the side, trying to grab it off angle. Tempo might have spotted that because they see him going towards that building. They might want to make the call to leave at this point in time. You can see them hopping back in their vehicles because this engagement suddenly became incredibly risky, and there they go. They're going to pull away from this.
Great play. And they just in time, too. They heard those off-angle shots come on down, and better to play it safer start, especially where they're at on the leaderboards. Another battle, though. Starting on out, it's Team Queso versus Alpha 7. You see V2K's got that Tommy gun locked and loaded. A big favorite for close quarters combat here amongst these players. You see Swagwin trying to get the heal up while he's got Yayala really close to him with the machete out. And he is using that to his advantage. Silence those footsteps while he's creeping up on the back. Oh, look at this. 1v1. Oh, shotgun. Ayala pulled out the shotgun. Not good enough, though. Sanab does catch him out. And that's going to be a big first kill and a second knock as well from Vit2K. Oh man, Team Queso's in trouble.
Yeah, they already lost a player at the beginning of the engagement, and they're just being torn apart, torn to shreds. And they were even in this position first. But Alpha 7, their send is working out. I don't even know if Law is doing any work on the off angle to help out. So this could have easily just been a 3 versus 4 that Alpha 7 just won, and it's Queso out in 16th place. They won PMPL.
Insane. Insane. Team Queso just not having the finals that they're really looking for here. So, I mean, they were pretty decent in position. I mean, 11th place. After that loss, though, it's going to make it even harder. We'll see how they play it. Gabby, G3 is just putting those return fires onto Law. And I think they recognize, hey, there's only one player here. Let's make a press. They do knock Seagut. Telly, full sending out on him with 1 HP. And look at that, using their numbers onto Law. Just too strong. Great play right there from Tribe, but gonna have to try and figure out how to pick up their teammate Seagut across the way. Don't think it's gonna be hard.
Yeah, and the rest of Alpha 7 could punish if they try and go out on that road, so I don't think it's going to be a value pickup at all. I think Seagut is going to be lost to the Wolves. Setting up, looking around, trying to secure that kill, as well as spot if anyone comes out to retreat. No, they're deploying the smokes. They're going to try and go for it. I understand the importance of keeping 4 up, but this could be a huge risk because so many teams are all going into this position because of how much water is in the first zone. More and more teams are arriving. Those Wildcard to the north, Tempo Storm to the northeast, and Ace are in the process of crossing over the bridge. So because of that, despite the smoke being thrown, Seagut is going to get finished off. He is going to bleed out and try. I think that's good for them because they won't be baited to take that push out into the wide open road.
Makes sense. It makes sense. Same time, you know, it's tough to get smokes in Vikendi at all. There are not too many of them here in this map. So, you know, at the same time, if you can get a player throwing out only 2, I guess it's worth the risk. But like you mentioned, look how many squads are surrounding that street. You know, Wildcard up on top, ending, I believe it was Slicky got the finish right there. So that's going to be good for them. Oh, grenades coming out from Execute. It's Fate. Now XSET's in big trouble. They had a great game on the last one, and it looks like they might just get taken out right here. Right now, Juicy's not done yet, though. Oh, but yeah, that off angle, too strong. Execute taking out XSET early on. So, man, are we just seeing, you know, top finishing squads just, you know, get a good game, then go out early? This is just going to make that leaderboard look even more difficult.
Fate's bleeding out. Revive your boy, man. Stop looting and revive. It's Fate.
Hey, man, you know what? Sometimes you got to be greedy towards this point. You know, like, hey, I need these 5-5, though. Sorry, buddy. We'll see, though.
They're isolated on the far west side. Who's going to come to them? The circle does shift towards the west away. That's away from the drama around the hot spring side of the river. But that means all those teams around that road, basically back where we're watching right now, are going to slowly move closer and closer towards the west, including Tempo Storm. And they finish off Ace 1. Another team removed so early. We're already down to 13.
This is insane. I mean, Ace 1 was first place. Now they're done early as well. And if you look at those leaderboards prior to this game, there's not very many points separating a lot of teams here at the top. So, I mean, I think right now, first place is definitely up for grabs from quite a few teams. We'll see who's able to take that away from them, though, here at the midway point of the finals. You can see Nova, Sheepman, you know that they definitely want this. They're in 5th place so far. They have a lot on the line, especially considering that they didn't have the best regular season gameplay. If they get a big finish here, this would be huge for them.
Yeah.
Gotta get it done. Gotta get it done.
Currently holding the entirety of Winery themselves. I'm a little nervous on how long that's gonna last, because it is a really big area to try and hold as just 4 players. But over here, the Unnamed, a little bit of initial damage onto Tempo, who are still in the trying to get the rotation process beginning, but they're being stopped from behind because the Unnamed came in late. J7 trying to retreat back with Tensa to revive their teammate, but that fall is going to finish off Rain.
Gravity, so tough here, and I think that he did that specifically to make sure his team can get his kit right there.
Yeah.
So I think a smart move right there, considering the situation that he was in. Now the rest of Tempo, I mean, it's ridiculous for me to say that they are in 15th place right now. Big shocker. You know they want to come back strong. Got to make a play, though. Spec, yeah, just not having the hill advantage. Gets caught out with the Uzi. He's going to get the quickly thirsted there. Tensa's trying to provide some support, but it's just too late. Now it's 2 remaining members. And the Unnamed know that they got Tempo Storm against the ropes right here.
4 versus 2, high ground advantage. Tempo pulled back just so they wouldn't get shot in the back while trying to cross that bridge. But now they're stuck into still a really, really bad position. J7 and Tensa also separated from each other, so no trade possible if one of them gets taken out. All the Unnamed need to do is just push as 2 separate duos around either side. Still trying to sniff out where those final members are. Tensa's foot might have been spotted real quick because Q is, well, seems to be tracking him pretty well with the footsteps.
Yep, he hears those steps for sure down there. And these guys are so good at using those audio cues to place exactly where their enemies are at. It's gonna have to take a big play. Jumping shot though from Q is able to look like get the knock. Yeah, he does. Get the secure. Tensa all on his lone sub. 4v1. Oh, with the Uzi. Oh! This is the first person. Jump shot, but not enough. The Unnamed taking out Tempo Storm again. They are out in 13th place. Oh, Tempo. Just having a tough finals here.
In the meantime, phase 3 shifted away from the water. It didn't pull off of any team outside of the Unnamed just taking that area, but they were going to have to move across that river either way. So it's a pretty expected continual shift from them, but everyone else is just playing it safe, playing it so slow. Cloud9 and Brazilian Rampage just to the northwest of Winery, where Nova is still holding as a full group of 4, and Executive also pushed in. But on the east side, a number of these teams haven't really moved too much. It looks like Alpha 7 trying to get up this hill, try and get a little bit of high ground back into their favor, back into their advantage to find some information as they play out the rest of the game, because the shifts going the way that they are, that position that used to be central isn't so much anymore. And so they want to try and scout out what is happening in more parts of the circle, including Volnova, which is also where Tribe is trying to scout out.
Yeah, I think this is something that we definitely see constantly, especially in a map like Vikendi. Zone 3, I think that is like the universal scout out zone where everybody's just trying to get all the intel they can.
Yeah.
The IGLs are just, talking to the rest of their squad, telling them what they're planning if the zone shifts off of them. And this is really, really important, I think, at this moment to get the best game plan possible. At the same time, this is a battle royale though, and the whole game could change instantly with one hard circle shift. See how these squads have to play it out. You can see Shifan just keeping an eye down there on to execute. See if he can catch one of those members slipping. And maybe running across building to building, trying to get a quick thirst. It's gonna be a harder shot though.
Yeah, if that big crossfire just hold from Nova works out, it's gonna be amazing for them. I'm just worried that it's way too risky because look how separated they all are. I'm just nervous that they're trying to hold too much ground at the same time. But they're going to wait for the shift and see what the play off of it from that point. B4 now scouting out towards Cloud9's area. B4 on Abby, looking down towards the south. This is another pretty wide area, not as big as Winery necessarily. And a couple of, it's easier to hold as well, I think because of the choke points in the sort of graveyardy part of Abby. But Loops, they actually have, I think, a pretty good position right now. Overlooking everywhere else, pretty isolated from the majority of their opponents right now. They can just... They have more room to maneuver around with wherever the circle shifts, I think.
Yeah, I think at this point, we're just seeing all these squads just separating, looking at each angle, trying to get some intel, planning for where this next circle is going to go. We're about to find out exactly where that is right here. One thing, though, about this game style of play is if you're, like you mentioned with Nova playing so separate, this is going to be really huge on them to be able to get that first initial shots if they see a team pressing onto them. If your eyesight isn't on point and you let a squad push up on you for free, you're just going to get picked apart one by one. So really risky play. You got to be able to make it, though. Next zone, I think, is really favorable for all these squads.
Yeah, it actually doesn't put too many teams out. It's just going to be B4, Loops, G25, and Unnamed that are going to have to move in. Of course, this is still going to incentivize more teams trying to make it towards center. And here is the question of how does Nova play this out? Because they're holding down essentially the largest landmark in the center of this circle. We saw Cat rotate away just in case the circle shifted off of them, but now because the circle went where it did, he's pulling back to his initial position. And so can that line hold off any potential pushes from Brazilian Rampage, from Cloud9, and from Execute? Boss actually gets from the opposite side of Winery a first knock onto Alpha 7 pushing in from the east side. But Unnamed as well. They have yet to cross over, going to going all the way through Castle, a wide wrapping rotation to avoid any choke points, to avoid any bridge camps. It's a safe rotation, but it's going to cause them to arrive late.
Yeah, I mean, that is a long rotation up through north. And I like how they wasted no time. They realized that, hey, we don't have very much time on the clock here. We got to get going quickly. They're going to have to find a spot on their way in here. We'll see how it ends up turning out for them. With this next circle, yeah, still a lot of hurrying up and wait so far. But I'll tell you what, this is Vikendi, right? We see it all the time. You know, come circle 4 or circle 5 especially, that's when the action really starts to happen. And right now we're seeing just these squads playing very, very carefully, getting ready for this next circle. It's going to be a bloodbath.
Yeah, I'm actually shocked that I think it's because we've lost 4 teams already that it's given these teams extra space to just hang out and not have to fight. Because usually this is when we start to see the fights really break out. It's going to delay it by 1 circle. Unnamed are now arriving, all 4 still alive as expected, but they're going to have to be on their best scouting behavior. Up in front of them are G25, who I imagine should have heard the vehicles because it's not too far away. They also spot out loops.
Oh!
So Unnamed going to try and break in. Opening shot is a really, really good start.
Yeah, Bucky able to get that spot and the good knock. It was crucial, especially considering now that they have the blue zone starting to pressure them. That's going to open it up a little bit. Ravens full sending it across. And Unique was just waiting for him. Here comes the rest of the squad, though. And man, they are just getting picked apart by G25. Just a little misstep of a little late push, a quarter of a second. That allowed the rest of G25 to see them coming. And wow, what a great finish right there. Great gatekeep from G25. Perfectly executed.
Yeah, they played that super well. They expected the push when it came out. They realized it's only 1 dock. We don't have to play off of, they don't have to try and go the revive just yet. Let's wait for the push because they knew the blue was coming in. But here comes Loops.
Third party.
Yeah, but there's only 1 down still, and actually not even more. G25 are back to 4 up.
They tried to go and put the pressure on the fight, but this fight's done with. But oh, here comes Kowski with a great knock. And then Unique as well, getting knocked, a knock on the Federal. That was really good on the return side from him, but he's going to have to hold it down even more. Pepito's the only one in this circle between both of these teams, and he's just keeping that eye out with that 4X to make sure they don't run up on him for free. You can see G25 is trying to get this reset right now. And Loops, it looks like Loops did end up losing a member there, Federal. He got finished. So it's just their 3-man, and they are in a tough spot to get in this next circle.
They are, but I think they can try and continue to hold G25 out. The only problem is Pepito at that windmill position is is a really good crossfire. But Loops are just going to send it in. They're going to try and isolate a single member. No, or wait, are they pulling away?
That was like a trying to back out. Almost. That was almost like, hey, how you doing? And let's get on out of here. Style points, I think, for Loops, as they did put some pressure onto Lux as well. Pepito, though, said, hey, we don't like that. Does get the knock onto Dadin. But with that little hill, Dadin does look like he is going to crawl to safety. Oh, Carrillo. Wow, the shots from Pepito here. From this range, so clutch. Does get 2 knocks. And it looks like Oski's going to give them up right here. Devastating for Loops.
Okay, Acer, first, well, I don't know where that was from the middle of Volnova, finds a single knock. But yeah, it's Loops that are really bleeding out. That execute onto the fight, trying to third party, did not work in their favor. There wasn't nearly enough damage onto G25, and that retreat gets punished. Kayovsky now trying to heal out in the blue. Forced to do so, and the circle shifts a second time in a row towards the northeast, towards Volnova. As a wildcard haven't had much to do, they can now try and hold everyone else out.
It's their game. It's a dream situation. I mean, this literally, these final circles are going right onto your landing area. Wildcard, if you're listening, you gotta pop off right here, right now. We'll see if they're able to, though, because these teams, they haven't been performing too well at the start. The rest of the squads have been really giving it their all. Loops, Kowski, he is stuck right now in the blue zone. I don't see Loops, surviving very much longer here.
The only problem with Wildcard holding down this city is that, yes, they have roofs to try and keep people out from long range. We already saw the third party G25 and Loops. But look how many buildings there are. If a team gets inside, you could lose track of them so quickly, so easily. So I hope Wildcard have a plan in order to converge on each other as 4 and just stop trying to hold all this area for the longest time. But still, all these other teams are fighting with each other first and foremost before they can even make their way inside the city.
Yeah, so far so good. Right now they're in with 2 kills on the wildcard name. They need a whole lot more if they want to come back from their current position here. Nova is really close to Alpha 7. Swagman was waiting for him in the corner with those smokes. Does get the knock and thirst. That's going to be an extra point for them. 5 so far. Oh, B4 with that off angle. Then Abente is going to shut down Nova Esports here in this match. Great off angle. Big break for Alpha 7.
Ooh,
those
shots.
shots.
Shot at. Like, not in a strong position in the circle, but then again, who really is? So few teams have been able to make their way inside Volnova, and it's not even because of Wildcard all too much. It's mostly because other teams are going in the same direction, and you're all just going to be shooting at each other. It's sort of the inverse of so many different teams trying to leave a city at once. If everyone tries to enter the city at once, it's the same thing.
Oh, absolutely. I love these city endings. They're always so chaotic. You saw Beowulf trying to thread the needle onto Nenebete through that window. Doesn't get that knock. Big, nice rotation from Execute. Looks like they're going to get there relatively safe. Not fully, though, as Vit2K did wait for them. Had a good angle there. He's going to go for the vehicle explosion. Doesn't get it just yet. And, oh, now Spring's throwing some really cheeky nades. Does catch one onto Fameboys. That was a disgusting ankle. Look at all the roof play coming from Wildcard right now.
That is the biggest strength of Volnova, and because they loot here, they know the roofs better than anyone else. And it's so hard to try and dislodge them. You gotta cook your nades perfectly because it's so easy to overthrow them or have them roll off the side of a roof. So while Wildcard are spread out, and I do still think it's a very risky play, it is not the same thing as them being spread out on the same ground that all the attackers are all coming from. The next shift does go more towards the west this time around, and so the teams that try to enter from the east side like Tribe and Execute are going to have to push further than the other teams. That being said, I don't know if anyone has a huge advantage outside of Wildcard because of the roof position.
At the same time, though, if you're Wildcard, you're so separate on that roof. If you do get knocked, you are not getting back up. So it's all up to these single players to just make some insane plays on their own right here. We don't get to see this kind of play style too often. We'll see how long it does work out for them. A little deja vu right there from Slicky doing all these kind of parkour on these roofs, trying to find a better angle into this next circle. Uneven on his lonesome does look like to be throwing a grenade onto the side of B4. He's got it cooked right here. This could be a great bounce. He knows they're going to get their vehicle. And it does end up getting Mixera. And he's on the push. He wants some more. Uzi out. Oh, waits for it. Says, you know what? All right, let's get a little reset. Just want to get across the street. Heals up. Trying to put some more pressure on.
He threw the smokes before he threw the frag grenade so he could immediately follow up without getting punished. Incredibly intelligent play. And he's calling the revive as well. He finishes off, gets a second knock. Oh no!
So close, Uneven, 1 HP, getting caught by the vehicle explosion right there. So devastating for him, especially after that play. Beowulf still alive for Cloud9 though, trying to make plays. Shots going on everywhere, chaos all over the place. You can see It's Fate and Slicky from Wildcard getting into a little bit of a battle, while Spring is stuck on the roof, separated from his squad mates. This is what we're talking about. Yeah, Wildcard being so separate, they gotta do it on their own. Slicky.
I think Acer might be going for a revive, or might have just got knocked instead. I think he's very, very low, gonna have to revive, but Spring, the push is coming. He has to fall away from this. The entirety of Execute are flooding over him, and he cannot even trade one before he goes out. And so this split position by Wildcard gets punished before they can do more work than they've already done. The circle shift, hard shift towards the southwest, and so it's really good to Execute, open up this access point when they did.
And it was up for the rest of Wildcard to help support their teammate while he was, but unfortunately they were stuck trying to get a revive off. Oh, Bayo, yeah, just getting caught from every angle. And there goes Cloud9, a limited 7th place right here. A lot of opportunity to move up in the leaderboards right here, right now, especially if you're Execute, considering where you're at. You're in 6th place. A lot of the big name teams have gone out. This could be your game to really start coming back and possibly break the top 3 right here. Can they do it, though? You can just be real careful.
This is such a good position for Execute. They're on the edge, but that just means that they can use as a rooftop and focus in one direction. Up onto B4, up onto everyone else pushing in from the north side, and Wildcard down to 2. You know they're not going to push you on the roof unless another team gets opening knocks onto you with a grenade from B4, for example. So now they can just try and put pressure on everyone else because I don't see any other teams on roofs.
To be honest with you, if I were in this position, I would just be trying to get top 3. Those top 3 point systems placements are just so crucial.
Yeah.
So just trying to out-survive them here. is going to be big if you're able to at least get in one of those positions. But you got to be able to do so. Look at G3 doing some roof shenanigans plays, trying to find some right angles. Does find a little bit of a crate right here. You know he's going to pick up all the first aids that he possibly can. Oh, he just ran into a whole squad, though, from Influence. All shots from him from every angle on these roofs. And Influence is going to be pressing this harder. King A by himself, the jump shot gets it down. And NTX is making so many crucial plays with the blue. Can't touch it, has to run in the open. And Pedro was waiting for him.
Urso forced to heal out, and B4, they're picking up the scraps. Execute got damaged heavily by Influence Rage. That was such a good push. Unfortunately, taking too many fights at once is going to be incredibly difficult to manage. And so now they're down into a heal off Acer, prepping the grenade. Knows that they're wounded. That one, that's a hard angle to try and hit. You don't get a lot of practice doing that one, and so trying to cook it perfectly is really, really difficult to do it off of muscle memory.
That's a hero nade.
Focused on to B4. Yeah, basically.
Yeah, if you're able to hit that, that's a highlight reel to the maximum. I'll tell you what, though, right now, Influence Durso's already doing his heal strat. If he does go out now, then the rest of these squads will end up securing at least top 3, which is their goal. Right now, though, who do you feel has the strongest position right now between Execute and B4?
It's really hard to say. I think B4 had the better position because they're just moderately closer towards center. Durso runs out of meds and says, you know what, I'm going to do as much damage as I can, and if the rest of Execute get taken out, that's a kill point for him. Leon here trying to stop the push out from the rooftop, and B4 is letting it happen. Execute also get removed. It's now Leon versus the rest of B4.
The circle's going to nothing, though. It's going to do so much damage. He does take out Levi, and that is the match.
Wildcard win?
The heal strat. No, sorry, Wildcard in second place. But at the end of the day, that's still a big win for them right there.
Sorry.
I mean, it's so close. I mean, we didn't know who was going to end up winning that. But I think B4 just healing up with one member ended up out-surviving that last player, Leon. But man, he almost made some serious plays there at the end.
That logo, it baited me. That baited me. But that was such a chaotic ending. I didn't think that Wildcard would even get close to winning out the way that they did. Luckily for B4, they had the man advantage in that position, so they could afford to have one player heal stratting, and that's really how you win those situations. But such a chaotic ending, it was really a toss-up who was 100% who was going to come out between B4, Execute, and Wildcard.
Oh, that blue zone was deadly. We just saw Execute members jumping and dropping like flies because of that blue just doing so much damage. But man, this leaderboard has been going up and down all over the place. Wildcard, now with that finish, you know they're going to be moving up. XSET, talk to me, my man, huh? Midway point of the finals. We're here, baby.
What's up, man?
Oh.
How you doing? Talk to me, Hot Jukes.
What's up, Doc? Hey, bro, dude, I'm telling you what, dude, I'm just chilling, watching some of the best PUBG Mobile competitive play in all the Americas, man. I'm hyped. I'm loving every second of it. Let's go.
What's up, Cameron? Talk to me.
Hi. What? You lied a lot.
I just want to see. I just want to see what you guys
game. I don't blame.
I thought XC was going to have that, to be honest. Like, take away position from Wildcard, who would sit on top of the roofs. I didn't expect them all to like jump in. I thought they would have had one person sit out to heal strat. They kind of delay as long as possible. Yeah. But B4 played it smart. Even though Leon did down a teammate, and Azor, at least they didn't get in the second place, and we'll obviously see how that affects their rankings later on. We gotta get rid of you too, because we need to bring in our analysts to break down the game. We still have so many more matches left to go today. We still have 3 left as we finished our last 3, and we have 7 and Glitter to join me here. I swear, 7, you are unbuttoning your shirt more and more as this day goes on. This is gonna be like a PG-13 stream soon to take a look at the map rankings now and see where all the teams did finish off in points. And B4 will take that first place with the 20. But Wildcard, I think that's a very important game for them, Glitter, considering they have been struggling, to say the least, this last day and a half.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we touched on it after the last game. Wildcard was in dead last. So this is something that's going to be really good for them. The points are well-deserved. That was a good game for Wildcard as well as B4. Execute, but what I was talking about with 7 right at the end, that was look how even across the board this game was. You got 5 kills on B4, 6 on Wildcard, 6 on Execute, 6 on INF, 6 on Tribe, 6 on G25 Gaming. Not mad about that. They're starting to pick up their aggression a little bit. 6 kills on Alpha 7 as well, and 5 kills on Cloud 9. I mean, This was an interesting game. I don't think I expected it to play out this way, but Execute's going to be able to get some more points under their belt. INF gets some more points under their belt. Once again, there's a lot of teams missing up here, 7, that we were expecting to see on the first page that are not on this first page.
Yeah, and with the first page, I'm totally with you. I think that's the first time I've ever seen a first page with every team has at least 5 or more kills. Yeah, I don't think that's happened before, so kudos to everybody there. With the second page here, we got the Unnamed, 5 points total, Nova Esports, 4 points total, Temple Storm continuing on the bad stretch there. And then as we go down a little bit more, XSET after having such a huge win in Miramar, just not being able to follow it up, only ends up with 1 kill and 1 point. Loops Esports with only 1 placement point at Loops. This is not what we're talking about when we say get placement points. Brazilian Rampage with just 1 point. Team Queso and Ace1. Ace1, remember, Ace1 was first place before we came into this last match. And Team Queso, I feel like if they want to do anything, honestly, as Jukes was saying, this is the halfway point of the tournament. Some of these teams need to have an amazing game. They need to try to go for a chicken dinner, and not just any chicken dinner. They need to try to go for those 15-kill chicken dinners.
It's Vikendi, it's Queso, it's expected. They had 0.4 average placement points going across the league until they did eventually get their first victory on it when it came to a 4th week. But we're taking a closer look at B4 and Wildcard here towards the end, and look at the amount of damage they did. And I'll have to say, Glitter, that was mostly due just to their Overwatch position they did have on top of those roofs. Just able to get a lot of chip damage into so many different teams.
Yeah, that's why I was saying this was a solid game for Wildcard. I feel like these are the damage numbers we'd been hoping to see out of them from the very beginning. I think now the question is going to be, can they continue this performance throughout the rest of the day? And is that enough to maybe put them in a position moving into tomorrow that gets them close enough to shoot for that top 3 spot?
Well, let's take a look at our Mountain Dew game fuel moments. Maybe we can talk about some of these plays here, because again, Ace1, consistency, something we mentioned so many times, 7, that they really, unfortunately, were not able to perform too well on in this match. But also Team Queso losing to Alpha 7, which I think is technically fair. Alpha 7 have shown us in league play and in the finals that they're definitely a team to mess with here. But even XSET, the drop-off, something we've mentioned so many times of a team doing well and then unfortunately in the game after, not really having a good performance.
Yeah, and out of all those teams that you just mentioned there, let's start with Team Queso, because I saw something. I know it's Vikendi. I know they usually don't perform well at Vikendi, but something that we kind of noticed is that 2 players, Team Queso league play, they would have taken on any fights, even if it was 2 players. So this is currently the mindset that they're on. They had a chance to take a fight, and they just kind of ran away from it. And then when they were rotating, they ended up being right next to Alpha 7, and then they ended up losing that fight. So I'm not enjoying the confidence out of Team Queso. I think one of their players needs to pop off. We always talked about at the beginning of the league play how we had Natsume pop off, and then Axel and the other players were able to follow up. By the way, Uneven with that clutch kills there for Cloud9. I think that was huge. So shout out to Uneven for doing that. But with Team Queso, listen, I think it's a team that can definitely make it to the finals, but we need to start seeing more out of them. Technically, everything is fairly close. There is a lot of stuff that teams can take advantage of since it is only a 3-day finals with 18 matches. I think maybe a huge win would put them up there in contention, but right now they're not showing me anything that I would like to see from Team Queso. And then with XSET, Juicy actually told me that they were planning on being a lot more aggressive today. Guess what? Nice. Aggressiveness is good. It worked out for Miramar, but for Vikendi and for other matches, it might not working out for you. So I don't mind aggressiveness, but I want to see tactical aggressiveness. I don't just want to see like full-on rage aggressiveness, like, oh, a player, let's all go rush him. No, I don't want to see any of that. I want to see tactical aggressiveness.
I think also for B4 there, as we take a look at our total damage, is an important victory for them too, because they have struggled, I'd say, since the first week. That was kind of their best performing week. You talk about Nanabete quite a bit, and the pressure that's going to be on his shoulders when it comes to playing here in these matches. But for them to get a victory, just like for Wildcard to have a good game, it's got to be a sigh of relief off their shoulders, to be honest. And B4 is a team we know who can perform. They definitely surprised us in the first week here, but I feel like they've been struggling to hit that kind of performance yet again.
You want me to take this one, 7?
Go for it. B4 is your team.
Yeah, I was going to say, whenever I see B4, Glitter should be like, all right, I'm ready to talk.
That's all you.
No, okay, listen, I mean, like you were saying, they did really well in the early portion of league play. It got to a point where we had seen them take down a win every single day of league play up to a certain point. They were the picture of consistency. So, and then they kind of fell off and they struggled for a little while there. I feel like even a win like this where it's a lower kill win, these types of things will boost their confidence. It will get them in a better mindset. And we've seen when we were looking yesterday at the overall the player rankings based off of damage, we still saw Nenebete in that list. So they are still getting in those engagements. He's still doing a good job for his team. I've said it before, they struggle most on their rotations. And Seven's with me when we're watching those games, and I'm like, oh my God, again, it's a rotation where they get caught out. That is the one thing that they need to nail down. And if they can do that for the rest of today and into tomorrow, they might be in a good spot.
Speaking of rotations, we even saw in that last match Execute having a tough time there. They had to consistently push into the zone, and they even got caught off by Alpha 7 V22K, who just kind of sprayed them down. But honestly, I think big credit to them and also to its fate. Again, first time playing in the finals here for PMPL, playing against these caliber of teams, and the amount of pressure that he has to deal with of being that in-game leader has to be insurmountable. But he does luckily have Zute on the backside to help him out with any of those big calls, to give that experience throughout the team. And you guys at home, we've been talking about this a ton when it comes to World League and obviously now PMPL. You guys watching at home can get some rewards as long as you're watching within the game, within the Esports Center. You can pick up some lovely, lovely little doodads. So make sure you guys do that, and make sure you guys watch as much as possible, as well as when we do hit some milestones here, we're going to be doing some giveaways. So once we hit 75K viewers, giving away an exclusive PMPL parachute signed by 7, and there'll be one, only one, signed by Glitter. So make sure you guys try to cop it up. PUBG Mobile was like, you know what, Jason, we don't need yours. We just want 7 and Glitter. And I was like, okay, fine. I'll deal with it. I'll handle that. But anyways, we're going to head to a short break here, and when we come back, we'll be getting underway with our 4th match of the day, and it's going to be on Sanhok. Well, we are going to be getting underway now with that 4th match. I said before, we'll take a look at schedule another time so you can see what other matches are coming up later on today past Sanhok, because again, it's 6 matches in total. It's not 5 anymore. What's up? What's up, Cameron? What are you pointing at? You pointing at me? You pointing at Jukes?
I was trying to point at the schedule. I thought it was coming up. There it is.
This is why you're not a host, Cameron, all right? This is why you get to sit there in your lovely little box and just talk about the game, and I do all the fancy work.
Get me out!
I'm trapped in a glass cage of emotions. Miramar and then Erangel as our last 2 matches, as well as we're about to hop into Sanhok here. But this one's going to be tough. This one is a chance for basically any team out there, if you get the right zones, if you get the right positions, to pick up so many points. We've already seen before what one big victory can do for you. For Cloud9's case, it got him into 1st place at the end of the 1st match. But it's going to be tough because Sanhok is very unlike the others here, Hot Jukes, and I'm scared to see if the teams continue to play passive, how many are going to be left here in these final zones?
Couldn't say it better myself. I mean, Cloud9 now in 1st place. XSET were almost towards last place. Now they're sitting in the top 10, just like that. This is the one. This is the one right here. I mean, Sanhok, in my eyes, is pure toxicity from start to finish. That's why I love it. But man, I'll tell you what, the team that's going to really love it is the squad that gets the zone here towards the end.
I thought
Blue Zone is king.
I thought you were going to say the team that's going to love it the most is going to be Team Blue Zone.
Oh yeah, Team Blue Zone is undeniably the undisputed champ inside of Sanhok right here. And as good as these players are, none of them stand a chance against the Blue Zone inside of Sanhok. They know it, so guess what? They're just trying to stay best friends with it in this next one. So
see, that's why I always thought Vikendi should come after Sanhok, because you know the Blue Zone goes into a nice hibernation on Vikendi after all the delicious meals and morsels it picks up when it comes to Sanhok. But Cameron, how you doing? Doing good? You're looking good.
Hi.
I'm curious who you think's gonna come out really on top here in this game. Because again, it's pretty much.
Why are you asking me to predict the winner?
Because all you have to do is literally put your hand inside of a hat and pick out a random name. Because that's how the finals have gone so far.
Yeah. Wildcard. Let's go with Wildcard.
There you go. You know what? And he also said while we were in break that if his pick does win, he's going to get a tattoo of that team on his chest, the size of his entire chest. So we'll see how Wildcard does in this game. Hot Jukes. I don't know what to say about the finals so far. Man, I love the fact we've had that point reset, And every team, like for instance, if you're a team who's down like 300 points from Queso, which was definitely realistic, or 200 points, you're kind of like, all right, this is too much to come back from. Like, there's no way we're gonna get into first place. But that reset, I feel like, just gives you that calming presence of, okay, all right, equal footing again, just start off strong. We can definitely maintain like a top 5 placing. And I feel like that helps. But then now as we transition into the halfway point of the entire finals, teams who aren't in that top 5 or top 10 are like, oh no.
Yeah, I mean, we're dealing with the top teams here. I mean, there's no squads that are just kind of, really just that aren't supposed to be here. Whether you're in first place or you're in 16th, and especially now, I think the skill cap of all these teams has just been raised dramatically, especially in this tournament more than ever. So I think that's why we're seeing so many squads just bounce up and down through the leaderboards, then clear cut like, oh, this is the best squad here. I think any of these teams, they get the zone, they get the right position, they're gonna take the chicken dinner, and I think that's exactly what we've been seeing so far.
See, this is why I actually want to see Execute qualify in top 3. I think out of all the teams, if I'm looking at them, Cameron, they have been the team to kind of like grow the most over the course of the league phase here. Yeah. And if they get put into PMPL, or sorry, into the finals, and they qualify, getting put into PMGC, I wonder if they can continue to grow like that in that tournament as well.
They will definitely be learning a lot if they do advance to the globals. I think it's fair to say that, and this is no shade on them, it just has to do with what you said, that they're sort of like development together. Suddenly being thrust as, not arguably, truthfully, a new squad suddenly being thrust into a global stage with very few months of practice together, it will be a bloodbath, but if they can continue on this learning growth that they're on, they could come out incredibly powerful. They're gonna have to get there first, though.
Yeah, exactly, right? And the thing is, there's a lot of teams out there gunning for that position to get top 3. A team like a B4 who did just previously pick up our last chicken dinner, and I got to sit down with Knight, their coach, talk to him about everything going on coming in the finals, and you guys now get to hear what he had to say. And all I have to say is, suck it, Glitter.
All right, so now we got another interview here. We've got Knight coming in from B4 Esports. I'm going to ask you right off the bat, how disappointed were you when you came on this call for the interview and you realized it was me and not Glitter?
I'm really excited to be here with you. You're a fantastic person, and I like you, bro. I'm okay.
Well, suck it, Glitter. He likes me more now. All right, so then looking at B4 in general, you guys have honestly made like such a massive improvement, I'd say, considering when we saw you in World League, at least in terms of consistency with Nenebeti on the team. But I want to ask you, your league play to you guys, do you feel like you played up to the level you were expecting to play at?
Yes, we're a little bit concerned with Nenebet. As I said to you, was his first international competition, but he's improving very fast, and I'm anxious to see what he can do in the finals of the PMPL.
So I'm just going to go straight into it then, since you mentioned him. Going into the finals now, it's a much different ball game for Nenebete. Do you think he can handle this pressure?
Yes, we were talking during the whole tournament, and he told me that he was feeling very good about showing what he can do, and I'm very confident with his performance.
Yeah, I mean, he has been playing well. I think he actually has the most nade kills out of anyone else, if I'm not mistaken. I'm really curious, though, league play from the beginning to the end, what did you guys really adjust and work on to be able to maintain the level you guys played at?
We focus on 2 things. Be consistent with points, placements, and improve our kill. Because we didn't play aggressive in the beginning, but now we're trying to improve this because kills points is very important.
Okay, and I honestly, I'm going to ask this question, and I don't mean it to sound in a negative way at all, but I think one thing we noticed is that you guys would have these like really good games where you'd place, top 3 or get a chicken dinner, and then you guys would like wind up with like 0 points in the next game or 0 points, later on in the day. Obviously, with there only being 20 matches, do you see this as being a major problem that you guys are trying to work on and improve on to like not come out, with 0 points?
Yes, this is something that as occurring with us, that we are being very good in some matches, and then suddenly we start going very bad. And being only 20 matches, I think this can how can I say, this can be very hard for us, but we're trying to stay easy, stay okay with this, and do our best.
Okay. So then what's the change into finals then? Have you guys worked on anything special in particular going into this, knowing that it's again a completely different playing field?
Actually, in the last match, Maxen has had a little problem, but now he is okay. So I think he will start playing 100%, and we rely a lot on him because he is our front line with Ninebet. But I'm very confident with the guys, and we are doing our best because it's a small final, only 20 matches, and we have to give 100% to qualify to the global finals.
Yeah, and you guys actually are one of the few teams, I think you guys in Temple Storm, who are like actively rotating players in with your 5-man roster. Are you guys planning to play with a set 4 throughout the entire of the finals, or maybe the better question is what determines who plays in which match?
Yes, during the tournament we had a few problems with one or another player won't be able to play in this day. So we have to change the players, but I think in the finals we will keep the same roster with Bixera, IGL, Pedro GG, Ninebet, and Maxen. But what show which player will be playing this day and how he is feeling in the day and how he is performing the last days. So we choose what you think that can be the best role for the team in this particular day.
Okay, here's a hard-hitting question. Who's going to be top 3, and who's going to be going to PMGC?
I think B4 in the first place, and Team Queso in the second place, and Loops in the third place.
Really? So no North American teams?
No, South America is going hard.
You know, I can't argue against that, considering 6 out of the 8 teams in our top 8 are from South America. So you're definitely right in that sense. But I want to give you a chance to give any shout-outs to anyone out there, you know, your fans, your teammates, anything like that before we do let you go.
Can I say in Portuguese?
Yeah, of course.
Galera, obrigado por estar torcendo pela gente. Só vamos. Torçam aí pelo SA, torçam aí pelo Brasil. Tamo junto, Gol B4. Valeu!
Well, my Portuguese is a little bit rusty, but I'm assuming you said in there a big shout out to me for being awesome. But thank you very much for joining us here in the interview, and I wish you guys the best of luck going to the finals.
Thank you. I hope to see you soon in the global finals.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are getting ready for match number 4, and we're headed into Sanhok. Cameron, what can we say about this map? You know, I think it's anybody's opportunity, everybody's chance to possibly get a really, really good game. Here, what are your thoughts?
I'm sort of torn on whether this could be one of the most difficult maps to play mentally or the easiest, because you hear me say all the time that in Battle Royale, the whole value, the way to play is to not try and win every single game, because that's almost impossible, but rather to understand what opportunities you have and get as many points there are available, however many that is. Sometimes it's 20, sometimes it's maybe 3 or 4. And on Sanhok, that is the most true, because the opportunities are going to be so hit or miss. And so on one hand, it could be super stressful, because you almost have the least control over your destiny. On the other hand, that sort of makes it easier to just say, oh well, that's not really our fault. And that's not, you never want to give excuses like that, but it is something that any sort of Battle Royale player is aware of.
Definitely no excuses on Sanhok. Strategy, in my mind, super simple. Zone moves, run. That's really all you can do, because in this map, it is gonna be straight chaos. So as we're about to finally head here into the jungle, we know that these squads, oh man, they're going to be looking up towards the sky, hoping that blue zone lands onto them. So having said that, Cameron, let's get into it. Players are in the plane. We've officially crossed the halfway mark here of the PMPL Americas finals. This is a really big match for a lot of squads, especially those ones that are on the bottom of the leaderboards right here. But like we've talked about, you know, I think that this is one of those maps where it really depends if you get that favorable circle, that good position. And if you do, oh man, can you get some big points on this one?
I'm just shocked that we've had such bad playing paths all day today.
Every day.
They're awful, and this one isn't going to be as effective because it's on Sanhok. You can still float to anywhere, but still, I think we're 4 for 4. Vikendi wasn't as bad as Erangel and Miramar were, but still, the overall trend is not looking great. And so we might go back to what we saw in the first 2 games of teams potentially dropping on each other. I'm already seeing a number of teams really spread out on the western islands, but once we go towards the east, it could be a little complicated. The circle, luckily, is going to be fairly straightforward. Center of everything. No one's going to have to rotate too far just to get into the first phase, but this will put a potential emphasis on the rivers, and we've all seen how chaotic that can get.
Absolutely. I mean, still, every single island is in play right now. The zone could shift into any single one of those right now. And I get you, if you're Execute, you're really hoping it goes on to your island because we've seen it time and time again. That is like the most difficult place rotationally for the rest of the squads. So far, it's looking pretty fair, in my opinion. Loops dropping to boot camp, their tried and true location. Team Queso landing here at these warehouses just alongside of it. This is a very normal strategy for each one of these teams. And I'm not surprised to see this, especially in the finals. Nobody wants to put their those points at risk by some kind of crazy early engagement.
Yeah, it's very difficult to attack boot camp from where Queso are, but we've seen them get pinced multiple times. I'm actually surprised that they still decided to go back here because this push by Adder, it's an incredibly aggressive one by Cloud9, but it's not one that we haven't seen before. Maybe not this early. Usually they're only just about now leaving Paradise Resort, but I think they're trying to be incredibly proactive and expecting Queso to do exactly what they're doing. So Unnamed here could be caught out if he is not too careful. Beowulf already has the sights on him. The spray comes through. Finds the knock.
The research right there from Cloud9. That's exactly what it had to be. They've watched every single tape, especially on Sanhok. And Team Queso, like we've seen in League play, we've seen them do this exact strategy multiple times. And I think you called it out perfect. Cloud9 recognizes that, hey, you know what? We have the opportunity to take a free point off the bat, and it just worked to perfection here in the finals.
And then they don't overcommit. They go back to Paradise Resort to continue their loot, assuming.
Wow.
They seem to be pretty geared up, but they're still going to go back and take that position. They don't want to get accidentally pushed in by multiple teams because you said your mantra for Sanhok is when the zone moves, you run. The second mantra is if you hear shots, go in that direction. Because third-partying is such a huge factor here because of how close you can get to other teams without them spotting you, of how close these engagements are going to be because of lines of sight and the way that the rocks and the hills and the grass is all manufactured together. So they're going to back off. They don't want to get third-party. They're not going to get over-greedy. They're going to take that 1 point and then just reset.
Yeah, and that seems to be the common theme here on Sanhok. 2-step process. You know, you hear shots, run. Zone shifts, run. And it's going to continue to go on the line with so many points, unless, of course, you're down a lot of teammates, and it's, whatever, then snake, because that's really all you can do, and this is the map to do it on. But like you mentioned, third-party central, that is the definition of Sanhok, and especially with this new point system and giving such a big high favorability towards kills, those third parties are going to be crucial. Swagwin getting some good eyesights onto NTX, pieces him up really good. He's going to go for the heal right here. But at the same time, Swagman doesn't want to overcommit to this. NTX forced to throw some smokes and call for some help from his teammates, but he's really out of position here.
Yeah, his teammates are running up right now, but Alpha 7, they can't go too aggressive onto this. Sagwan has a really nice angle, but NTX makes it to the next rock. The reason why you're not seeing a super aggressive wrap by the rest of Alpha 7 is because they were staring down onto Ace. And so they know that if they go into a committed engagement, it could devolve into utter chaos despite it still being in phase 1. So they're just trying to be methodical with how they're positioning their players, how they're holding their angles, and not trying to overcommit. NTX might be able to get out of this because of that. But it's better than the alternative.
Absolutely, and I think you're totally right, especially if you start hearing those shots and we start seeing the kill feed pop off. I would not be shocked to see Ace to run in and try and just third party and clean up whatever's left. So I'm really happy to see these squads taking this really seriously, very diligently, not trying to make any mistakes here. Because, I mean, not very many games in the finals. You have to pop off every single one And it's really top 3 that pay out here at this level. So we'll have to see which team's going to be able to do it. They're going on here game by game. Moving on over, still relatively quiet at the start of the Sanhok match. And I think that just goes back to what we're talking about. Finals, man. I mean, no one wants to make a silly mistake here.
Wildcard now. They definitely just need to start picking things up. They had a good final previous game on Vikendi, but with the really slow start to this tournament, they need to keep up the tempo and really make every single game count. And because of that, they're trying to do their own little sneakiest round of G25. We're being a little
loose.
Yeah, a little loose. I think that's a proper word for it. They're on the north side, while Wildcard playing a little slow, a little bit tight. They don't want to overextend, and G25 might not be aware that there is a team slowly approaching them. Unico Ito being a little egregious with how he's just jumping around, and that could be a quick headshot, a quick knock there from Wildcard if the opportunity does find.
Yeah, I think that's why I definitely use that term, because to see a player just jumping down up in rocks at this level, these guys are so good at spotting the slightest pixel that moves. So if you're just jumping around needlessly, it may help an enemy player possibly spot you. And if they get that first spot, they're going to get that knock and finish really quickly. So G25 got to be real careful here, especially on Sanhok. And right now, it's still only circle number 1. We're starting to see some teams rotate towards the middle of the zone little by little, but still taking utter caution, laying down, not wanting to take any risks. Because if there's a good player behind a rock or on the side of the grass, and if they spot you, they're going to take you down instantly.
We're actually, as you said, we're not seeing that many fights. A couple of standoffs here and there, but outside of that first kill onto Queso, there's been almost no action, no further death, which is a little shocking, especially compared to what we saw on Vikendi, and this is an even more generally chaotic map. I am saying that its fate is getting a little bit too close to the Unnamed. Might get taken out if they spot him, but he is scouting out properly as much as you can hope for. Scouting out into those buildings can be incredibly difficult because of the angle of the windows and the hill that his fate is on, but he's safe for right now. And ultimately, I think these teams are just trying to play this Sanhok as safe as possible because, I mean, we're running out of games here. You don't want to be over aggressive on this map.
Definitely, and it's even more difficult in the fact that in Sanhok, we don't really see too many vehicle rotations, so you're not going to catch one out there. Oh, it looks like one of these members from Execute did spot Rand, though, through the window. And that is instantly going to be like, all right, you know what? We know they're there. Let's go ahead and move on away. Really smart rotation, because they need to possibly get across the water here to get back to the mainland.
That's the real issue. Oh, it's trades back and forth. Wildcard member got knocked, but immediately traded out. Ace is trying to go for the finish, or at least trying to go for pressure on Unico, so he can't go and pick up Apito. I wonder how they're going to revive their own knocked player, however. This was a standoff that we were looking at just previously. Neither team really moved too much. Both spread really thin, and this is an isolated engagement. No one's really going to be third-partying onto this, but the circle shift could change how either of these teams approaches this situation.
I wonder how they want to approach it, especially considering where they know that they're at on the leaderboards. Right now you got G25 in 14th place, Wildcard in 15th, so they're right next to each other. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them kind of pick up the pace or urgency to possibly get those knocks, though. But like you mentioned, next zone, it's on up, and it is headed towards the south. Looks like it will end up on the mainland here. So they're going to have to get this fight done sooner than later, and that is a big attribute of Sanhok, is that when these circles start shifting more and more, the clock just goes down. Right now, they had about 2 minutes to move, but we'll see. As these zones pass, you'll only have about 45 seconds to run into the next one.
Yeah, Wildcard, because they're actually further away from the zone than G25 are, they're able to get their teammates up. I think they're going to want to try and opt for a rotation down towards the northeast side. Unfortunately, the vehicles might not allow for that because that's going to be an open run. Breaking line of sight is going to be difficult with how widespread G25 are. There's unlikely to be able to block yourself from all angles at once, so Acer might be stuck here. You saw a rotation by Slicky and Leon going towards the northeast side. And that's going to be Spring also making his way out of there, but Acer, he might just be thrown to the wolves.
Yeah, he's really, really caught out. You see Pepito with that SLR 6x tapping away, just trying to catch him. Acer, okay, he does have a smoke right here.
Okay.
Looks like he's going to throw one defensively, and he's going to risk it. So start to make a little bit of a smoke wall. And these are really costly, because in Sanhok, more than any other maps, it is really tough to find smokes. So that had to be every single one that he had just to try and move positions. And so far, so good. Doesn't look like he is going to get caught out as we move on here. Going to have to keep the... Yep, yeah, have to look at the kill feed. And it does look like Italox does catch Acer on the rotation as we move on between B4 and Nova, just kind of poking at each other here by the bridge.
B4 do make their way across. This is on the south side of the circle, coming in from the southwest island. Nova trying to camp that bridge, but it's difficult from this position. And it's understandable why they want to stay into these buildings because of the safety, but they just put a little bit of pressure onto B4, and B4 should be able to get out of this without too much harm done because they're on the edge of the zone. They don't have to worry about anyone approaching from really any other angle. They can just push in the direction that they're going right now. And so back on the G25 wildcard, I am surprised they actually went back for the revive onto Acer. I thought they were just going to leave him be, because now G25 are pushing in, and the blue is already closing.
This is going to be really dramatic right here. Wildcard, it did able to get that that revive, which was absolutely crucial for them. But they're across the street, and this is still only circle number 2. But like I mentioned, you're not going to get a lot of loot here on Sanhok. So they're going to end up using pretty much almost all their kit, I would assume, just to get into this next circle. Yeah, they're forcing to make the long rotation. But hey, crossing that street, I think that's probably the better option.
I'm surprised they're able to get out of there. G25 put a little bit of pressure, but they don't overcommit onto the hold. So really, I think they're just going to leave without too much worse for wear for either side. Unfortunately, Wildcard have been running out in the blue, and I think they just had that one bike to play around with. That only seats 2. And so they're going to be running in the blue for a while. If we do see a south hard shift, it's going to be awful for Wildcard. But we'll check in with them later because we're going to look at the rest of the game. Everyone else has been able to stabilize somewhat in between Boot Camp and Quarry, which was the center of the circle. They're holding down compounds. They're holding down a few hilltops here and there. But ultimately, they're just all waiting for the zone to shift, excluding Wildcard and, of course, southwest side Execute, also rotating in through the blue.
And here comes this next circle. Like you mentioned, if it goes south, it's going to be devastating for Wildcard. But where will it go? I found out right about now. And it does end up going a little bit further south over to Painan Boot Camp. So they're going to have to get moving really quickly. If Wildcard does go through Paradise, it's open right now. They don't know that, though. So it's going to be tough for them to really see. But I think at this point, they have no choice. They're going to have to start pressing through that, pick up whatever loot is left.
I think they should be relatively confident that it's empty, because otherwise G25, I think, would have been shot at third party on their engagement. And so if they're aware of, like, you get as much information as not hearing shots as you do from hearing shots. Maybe not 1-to-1, but you can still make estimated guesses here. But either way, they'd assume that the Paradise Resort team would be going towards the circle anyway because of that hard shift. And we're going to see a lot of these teams all maneuvering around and just really trying to get up close with each other, and it's a potential push here by Influence Rage. I don't know if they know any information. They could be coming into this blind, and Tribe might have a big opportunity here.
Oh, what a bait!
Baits out,
but instantly taken out right there. So now you see Influence with their back against the wall. They do get a knock though onto one of the members from Ace. Really huge here. Defending this so well against Influence Rage. I believe only one member remaining. It is Murloc way over there. Murlowski's really kind of tough. Oh, I think, yeah, he's going to have to completely disengage from this as this next circle closes.
Rough push coming in blind like that, but that's Sanhok. It's so hard to scout out compounds. The only thing you could do is just bait out with that door opening. Unfortunately, they didn't expect the peek from, I forget who it was. But either way, 4 alive for Ace, still 3 kills for them, and they can continue to gatekeep this northeast side. Problem is, by doing so, they're giving up position in the center of the circle, but we know Ace like to fight. So I think they shouldn't be too worried about the push in upcoming circles, upcoming shifts.
I think they're really happy where they're at right now, at least until this next zone changes.
Also, they know they're pinned in by Alpha 7. That too.
Yeah, they're not going anywhere yet. They're going to have to fight their way out of this one, most likely. Alpha 7 knows exactly where they are, especially after hearing those shots across the street from them. They know they have a big opportunity to gatekeep. We'll see, though, what they opt to do. If the zone hard shifts away, I think I would, if I were them, most likely, hey, let's take the next zone first. At the same time, though, this is Sanhok, and hard shifts are hard to get into, so I wouldn't be shocked to see them go for points over that. See what their decision is, though, here in the next couple of minutes as the zone's about to change.
No helmet for Dudu still after all this time. I know he was the one that got knocked, so I have to assume that his helmet that he had was destroyed, but even with the loot on Sanhok, he's still struggling. They've been tightly squeezed by Alpha 7, keep them pinned down there. But here comes the move from G25 and Wildcard, both pushing in from the northern area, coming in at this exact same position. And so Ace, as you mentioned, might be happy just to be collecting all these points in the fight over here, as well as Alpha 7 with the high ground. Wildcard, there's no way for them to scout out, but
He heard it.
Spotted something. Some information made his way.
Oh, and he does end up getting the first knock onto Dudu. I think Ace is absolutely surprised. Oh my gosh, another team coming from the same spot. Zone shifts away onto Painan. This fight has to happen right here, right now. They know it. G25 from the other side. Italoque's just making it really difficult onto Wildcard. Ace is pretty hurt, though. They're going to have to start moving in. They have no choice. This is zone 4. Look at that, 30 seconds left on the clock. Every squad just has to start running. No choice.
Yeah, G25, they're out. They don't want any part of this. Even with the wounded Wildcard, even with the wounded Ace, they need to make their way towards the zone. And if they can get in front of these guys, even if they don't make it into the next zone cleanly, as you said, hard shifts are hard to break your way into, they can at least tear down the survivors of this engagement before they themselves may potentially go out or at least get into a bit of trouble. And so they're just on the run. I think they might just picked up a kill there as well. But Spring now, Spring and Slicky, only ones remaining for Wildcard. They thought they got themselves out of trouble, but the hard shifts just not working in their favor.
Especially with only 18 games here in the finals, there's only so many points available. Every single one's going to be so huge to add to your total score. Ace, they're forced to just push in this full send up. Alpha 7 opted to stay back, say, hey, we're going to go for the kill points right now. A lot of nades coming out. Trades going on everywhere. See Sanab with that iron sight AK putting some shots down range under Cardazin as they're getting third-partied by another team. Sanab with a great shot as well. Ace just not going out the way that they wanted to. Alpha 7 doing a great job defending, and G25, like you mentioned, after hearing all those shots, now they're starting to pick up some points.
Yeah, they can try and at least deal with the wounded Alpha 7, but I think the blue is going to be taking care of most of these teams outside of the zone, Wildcard and Alpha 7. And so I just hope G25 don't commit too heavily on this, but Slicky, he's something. They understand that the only options they have for points is really what's in front of them right now. But Spring is separated. If Slicky had his teammate right next to him, they could go a little more aggressive. But now Alpha 7 going to be able to revive what remains of the squad and try and make the run into the zone themselves.
Yeah, no drinks, no energy supplies left for Slicky, so that's all he's going to have right there. Yeah. Does have a couple of first aids. He has to time those perfectly because Circle Fire is going to do even more damage. But yeah, it's the rest of these teams. This blue zone's just being so devastating right here, especially since we had a slow Sanhok. So many teams are remaining. Makes it that much more difficult to get into this next zone as Nenebete is trying to open things up with the grenade. There goes Team Queso out early once again. Having so much trouble here in the finals. And G25, another team, 15th, I'm sorry, yes, 14th place. Getting gate kept by Cloud9 now. Man, teams are just getting taken out back and right here, Cameron.
Yeah, and the circle shifts away from every single team out to the open. There is very little cover in this area. Almost no hard cover outside of one shack on the south side. And so we're going to continue to see this chaos fight anywhere and everywhere, and it's going to be Execute on the southwest side, approached by B4, who have not had to move at all. We thought that they were going to be in a lot of trouble with their late rotation in the blue, but they're just picking up kill after kill right now.
And there goes Execute, adding some more points. And like you mentioned, this zone is just the worst for these teams here. It's all white out in the open, and you still have 35 players remaining. If you go out in 11th place here. That just goes to show you how competitive these games are, ladies and gentlemen, as these squads are just doing everything they can to get in, but the blue zone and this gatekeeping is just too strong for them. There goes out G25 in 11th.
Not much they could have done from that position. They pick up a few kills, 6 before they go out, which I think is a pretty good game, all things considered. It's the bare minimum if that's your minimum, on Sanhok especially, that's a good game. But Nova right now also in the middle of a fight. Only 2 remaining, 2 kills for them. And Tempo as well. 4 up, but one of them is bleeding out. And they're just waiting for this zone to push them into more action.
Here goes Alpha 7. They were in 3rd place at the start of this one. They go out in 10th right there. Cloud9, only 2 members remaining. It's going to be Bayo and Adder. And they're in a really good, they were in a really good position. Next circle, what is this zone? Cameron? Oh my goodness. Execute are in the prime position here to get some major points. This is their game. Let's see what they can do with it though. Still a lot of major players, major fraggers trying to push their way in. Look at Adder tapping away with that 4x. 20 seconds left on the clock. I think you have to heal strat at this point.
You do, yeah. For a lot of these teams, it might be their only option. AZ trying to run in. No first aid kit, so unable to heal strat, but does get spotted out by Tempo, who hold the line and still have 4 up, but only 2 kills, so they need to start collecting these points now. They're in an interesting spread, a 3-1 split with Spec on the far east side. Try to watch for everyone else, but it's a great nade from Adder to dislodge him.
And it looks like, yeah, Spec would opted to just hang back, sacrifice himself to try to do some gatekeeping, but a great knock there. And Loops now putting some more pressure onto Cloud9. That's them out. Teams are just going out like crazy. Only 5 remaining. Seems like we had just a whole lot more. There's just a few seconds ago. There goes another. The Unnamed taken out. Execute with the best position. Loops have a really good heal as well. All eyes are on them, though. Here comes Tempo. Trying to spot them on the bridge. Switch does get a knock. Beautiful one with that 6xM4. Federer just opting to hold angles here. Oh, they're going to get the thirst on Dadded. That's a huge kill onto Loops.
But they also lose Fate, so now they're going to be down to 2 because they're not going to be able to revive that player for free that easily. They have a couple of places of cover on the bridge, but at some point, Zute and Killswitch might be forced to jump down to the water, which is going to be giving up a huge advantage because both Loops and what remains of Tempo are right next to the exit, and they have a couple of rocks to play around. I think right now, at the moment, especially with this shift towards the north end, Loops have the biggest advantage, and they, even without being in the circle themselves, they can keep both other teams remaining outside.
Well, I'll tell you what, Execute is one of the only teams coming from PMCO. This squad qualified from the start. They worked so hard to be here. They only have 2 remaining members, and they're going to have a hard time being able to finish out this one. You do have J7, though, from Tempo Storm with a disgusting off angle. I don't think Loops really has an idea where they're at right now. So you got the best, one of the best teams in all of Brazil, Loops, going against Execute, and they do have the zone as well. Yeah, I think it's going to be, yeah, they, it's over here. Yeah, look at that,
dirty spray.
Wow. The blue
Not
zone.
even giving them the opportunity.
Yeah,
Just keeping the pressure on, not letting them have any sort of shot through. Just the firepower on the side of Loops is way too much for any of these teams to contend with. If they get a single advantage, they're going to execute on it. And now Execute, speaking of which, do go out. Tempo secure a second place, but the heal strat is only going to allow J7 to survive for so long.
Now, I'll tell you what, for J7 to secure at least second place for Tempo, that is major, especially considering that they are the team that is in last place before this match. See him just shooting some shots up. They're going to go out to the play zone. Does opts to not give Loops another point. But man, we talked about it, right? Any team that gets the right zone, right position is going to get the chicken dinner here. And color be shocked, it ends up being Loops with 12 kills in total.
Yeah, they picked up a lot of kills. We didn't see a lot of the action that they had in the center position, but we know how good they are at fighting, so it's not really a surprise that they picked up so much, even being in the center of the circle, in the center of the zone for the most part. There was a lot of action with the hard shifts around the sides, around the auxiliaries. It's just a very chaotic game in general, and so like I said, if you're a team that goes out early, I could believe Alpha 7 did with like 6 kills, shouldn't be too upset about that.
I'll tell you what, though, this scoreboard is going to be mixed up even more and more here with this finish here from these matches. Jason, Sanhok, always a fun time. What are your thoughts on it?
I am kind of surprised to see Loops win that, to be honest. Considering I think there was like only we had 8 teams left at one point. And yeah, Brazilian Rampage and Loops is the only teams from South Americas who were able to make it into the top 8 there. And with Execute's position, I was like, all right, this should be it, right? They have the bridge, they have such a good zone. But when it shifted away for them towards the Loops side, I was like, that sucks. That sucks for Execute. But still, Execute gets some good points. Loops, more importantly, though, I think getting a good win under their belts to help get back up in the leaderboards, because they had fallen from first place down to, I think, like 4th, if I'm not mistaken. And then Tempo, as you guys pointed out, a big second place finish for them, considering they were on the very bottom of the scoreboard at 15th place. They desperately need it. I think even 16, since Wildcard had a really good game earlier on today. But we'll see. We'll see how things have changed up when we bring our analysts back in, and you two go take a quick little break, because we still have 2 matches left to go here in our second day of the finals. We'll bring Seven and Glitter back in and start talking about this. And honestly, Loops, we were wondering, we knew it would happen. We were wondering, when is it going to happen? And we finally got our answer here. Seven, you're trying to go for more dancing bloopers here, huh?
So yeah. Why not? But with Loops, we said it. Today is the day that they needed to get the win. They started off a little bit shaky today, and now things seem to have changed for them, and I'm enjoying it here with 12 kills. And in the position they were, they played that so slow and just kind of played out depending on what the circle was happening. They weren't being too aggressive to certain teams, which usually they tend to do that. So great win there for them. Execute as well, being able to get 18 points, even though they didn't really end up getting the second place, because Temple Storm, especially with J7, he was healing next to retreat for a very long time. Then we see Cloud9 here with 8 points. Brazilian Rampage as well with 8 points. G25 Gaming, little but surely, hey, they've been getting what? Over 5 kills, it seems like, every single match here, Glitter. This is good to see out of G25. The question now starts being, is it a little bit too late?
I mean, is it a little too late, and is it enough? I mean, yes, the kills going up is good and their aggression going up is good, but it's still not a lot in the place and points department, so we're going to have to see how that plays out at the end of today. The Unnamed in 7th place there was 7 points as well, and Alpha 7 rounding out the top 8 with 4 kills, 1 placement point for a total of 5 points. And then looking on to the second page, there's definitely some names that we've seen on the first page a few times that are now back down here, and some that have yet to leave this page. We've got Nova Esports in 9th place with 5 points. Ace 1 on the second page again here with only 4 points, all from kills. Wildcard only 3 points, all from kills as well. XSET with 3, Tribe with 3, B4 with 1, and 7. What is happening? Queso, 0 points. Influence Rage, 0 points.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even know what to say to that.
So the thing with Team Queso, besides this has been the first tournament where they just did not start slow. Team Queso tends to start slow. That's something that we're very familiar with Team Queso. This is not the finals to do that. This is not the time where you can afford to start slow here for Team Queso. I feel like they need to, something needs to happen with Team Queso where one of the players really needs to step up, and then all of the other players need to kind of gather around him. Kind of like what we saw along the lines of what happened at the beginning of the tournament when Itsumi doing so well and then everybody also stepped it up. Not sure what's going on there with Team Queso, but we do see the Loops Esports stats right there with 2,206 damage, only 242 healing. Nice.
Yeah, I think Wildcard probably did more healing than Loops actually did damage, considering they were always chasing the zone there, having to play from blue. It felt like the entire time. But you know what? We get a quick little recap here of our Mountain Dew game field moments in the last match. I'm pretty sure we're going to see right off the bat Beowulf taking out Itsume, or maybe we're not going to see it right away. Maybe we're not going to see it at all here, but that is an important factor of what we're saying for Case. So they lost Itsume very early on, and they weren't able to recover from there.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing. They keep losing players. They're not being as confident as we're used to. I'm not sure if maybe playing so crazy towards the end of league play when they had just such a good lead might have been a good thing. At that time, it seemed like a good thing because we just thought that we're just being that bully of the map. But right now, they're not being any kind of bully. They're actually getting bullied on by all of the other teams, Glitter.
Do you think that's purposeful, though? Because we had talked about the potential for that to happen to Cloud9 towards the end of league play, right? Because we were worried that teams might specifically gun for them once they knew that they were safe points-wise, because Cloud9 could be a massive threat, especially here in finals. Do you think that's a possibility now? Do you think Queso is specifically people are more comfortable to take those engagements after Queso kind of backed off out of 1 or 2 and now everyone's just pushing extra hard onto Queso? Or are they just not in their groove? I mean, I know you guys said that they had players go down early, but can one player really make that big of a difference? Because we've said a million times now for Queso, we've seen every single person on the squad step up and be able to more than pull their own weight. So I feel like even if they do lose 1 early, they should be able to be doing okay even with 3.
The thing is that it was league play, right? We kind of saw this happen somewhat on PMWL with Cloud9 when they weren't able to make it to that super weekend, and then a lot of teams started hunting them down. But here, something that we've been mentioning, and you keep mentioning it as well, Jason, and I really like it, is that this was a fresh start. Everybody started equally here. Nobody had any points advantage over anybody. Everybody's on the same playing field, and everybody's gunning after everybody. It doesn't matter if you're Team Queso or if you're Loops Esports. We're seeing a lot of teams step it up here.
Yeah, they have, and also I'm really curious to see, with Loops getting their first chicken dinner under their belt and getting that pressure off their shoulders, how their damage stacked up against the other teams, which I'm assuming from the 2200 we saw here earlier on that they should be able to get their first place, and it wouldn't be the first time we've seen them be able to pull off first place damage, but Execute actually coming up relatively well on top of this. But again, considering the bridge position they had, you should expect to see damage numbers like that. You should expect to see kills like that. But Brazilian Rampage, I think that was Nunez, just healing out as much as he possibly can to get them the extra placement points definitely helped out.
It was honestly, we've seen a few players have to use this heal strat before, but like you said, I mean, 8 points is going to be huge for Brazilian Rampage, at least to keep them in the running. Execute's definitely just kind of turned a new leaf here for themselves in finals. They've learned from their mistakes in league play. I mean, 1700 damage for Execute, that's a huge game for them, especially with the 8 kills. This is the Loops we were hoping for. I just want to see whether or not they can keep it up now, considering they had a much quieter start to the day. And I mean, at the end of the day, I have no idea how this is going to go at this point.
No, I just want to say, you know how yesterday we were saying how Brazil was so dominant by having 3 teams in the top 3? Well, guess what? Right now, I'm just going to give you a quick brief of the overall. Execute, currently sitting in first place. Loops Esports, currently in second place. Cloud9 in third place. And they're all separated by 3 points. That's how close those 3 are. That's
just saying NA's number 1. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying NA today is performing a lot better. That I will say.
So I remember hearing you shout earlier on, do Brazil. And ever since you said that, they've been going downhill. So 70 might be a bad luck charm for him there. Yeah, you might want to get out of here on this one. But I mean, again, Cloud9 have been playing so much better. Cloud9 have been playing like the Cloud9 we saw when it came to PMPL Season 1, especially when it came to the finals. They have stepped up. Loops have started to step up here, but I'm still wondering, B4, we were kind of praised them as having such a good start to the first week of league play, but then again, that is league play, and finals is having a tough time for them. Influence Rage, I was expecting a little bit more out of them as well with the reset. I think they're one of the teams that desperately, or not desperately, but definitely got an advantage from that for the fact that they had so many kills before, one of the few teams to break 200 kills, especially so early on in the league phase. And then they've kind of tanked it a little bit here. But then again, like we said before, Glitter, there's no teams to really feed off of. There's no easy teams to fight against, and it makes it that much tougher that every point you earn means so much more.
It's definitely throwing a lot of the teams off, it feels like, because every single day or every single game we're surprised by some of these outcomes. So I think we're seeing that reflected in the play style of a lot of the teams, the outcomes of a lot of the matches. I mean, I think we'll have a better picture after today, but I think initially coming into day 2, we all thought it was going to be a very clear picture at the end of today, and I don't think that's the case anymore.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with you on that one. Who knows what's going to happen in day 3 as well with what's happened in day 2 anyways. But once again, for you guys all at home, I am asking for your help. I'm asking for your vote for PUBG Mobile to be the Esports Mobile Game of the Year award. You can head over to esportsawards.com/community vote and get your votes in there, because not only will you make 7 happy, you'll make Glitter happy. And who wouldn't want to make these two fine people happy and have big smiles on their face? We have to head to a short break now, but when we come back, we're coming in with our 5th match of the day, and it's going to be on none other than Miramar.
PUBG Mobile Esports, one of the world's leading mobile esports, covering more than 169 countries and regions. Here's the special event for our top pro players and users to enjoy. We present you with the best PUBG Mobile players. Now introducing PUBG Mobile Esports Awards 2020. South Asia, Southeast Asia, Americas. For each region of PMPL, we will select the best player as MVP. Fan favorite player from all regions. To be voted by our global fans through PUBG Mobile in-game and community after Season 2. Finally, we present you the awards ceremony PUBG Mobile Esports Annual Awards 2020. At the Global Championship, we prepared special awards. Annual Individual Awards. The Gunslinger, Eagle Eye, Grenade Master, Field Medic, The Survivor, to showcase the best in each category throughout 2020. Fan favorite player to be voted by PUBG Mobile users. Global Championship MVP to award MVP from the Global Championship Finals. Annual Individual Award, Fan Favorite Player. Global Championship MVP. Top Star Player together at the PUBG Mobile Esports Annual Awards 2020. Select your own star player by participating in the vote.
Well, I hope all those teams out there do have a Mountain Dew game fuel because they're going to need that victory in a can coming into our 5th match here. It's going to be Miramar. So take a look at the schedule another time today. And we still have Erangel to come up thereafter as our final match of the day. A final match of day 2. We got Hot Jukes and Cameron Davis coming back yet again here to bring us all the action of what's going down on Miramar. Loops, first chicken dinner off their shoulders. Now my question is, will they take even more in these next day and 2 matches? I feel like they can easily do so. Now they've finally broken the curse, got that done, and have any pressure they have on their shoulders completely off here, Hot Jukes.
Well, the good thing is they broke that curse earlier than what we had possibly expected, because in the league play, it took them quite a long time to get a chicken dinner. So for them to be able to get one right here, especially in a map like Sanhok, is going to be really big for them, because we know that they can frag out on almost any other one, though. One big thing I have to say, though, having said all that, is execute in first place. What? And not to mention, this is a squad that qualified from PMCO, the only squad that qualified from PMCO, here to be midway through the finals and sitting in first. You know they got to be hyped.
Cameron, if they maintain it, if they come through in first place getting the $40,000, will you get an execute tattoo on your shoulder?
I will think about it.
I will think about it. We know what that means, ladies and gentlemen. That means no. Everyone who has,
no.
Yeah, it's going to be no off the bat. But you know what's not going to be no? You can't say no to what's coming up next. It's going to be Miramar, and it's going to be brought to us by you two.
Brought us by us. This is the PMPL Americas script brought to you by, of course, Mountain Dew Game Fuel. And here we go. It's a match number 5. Miramar, baby. Like we said earlier, Cameron, it's your favorite map. We got another one. We got 2 of them here today, and we're now on match number 5. And looking at it so far, what do you think about this playing path?
It is better. It is better so far. But I'm just looking at the map performance right now, and we're talking about Loops just getting their first win of the Grand Finals. They usually perform very well on Miramar, even without getting the victory. So this is sort of their opportunity to continue to push that, to continue to climb back up, and perhaps at the end of the day, overtake Execute. But what you're saying about them being in first place, it is. I agree. It is really, really unexpected for this team to be performing so well. And even if you just look at the regions within the entire region that we call the Americas, for them to be the best performing team out of North America, it's shocking.
I mean, regardless, I think that's what makes the finals so interesting here, because it's not about, having the team that is the best throughout, so many weeks. It's only the team that's best out of 18 games. Like, they have to come bring their best possible 8 game, hopefully get the best, circles, best positioning. That always helps a little bit, but regardless, you gotta be able to perform. And if you're able to do that better than the rest of the squads here, these are the best the Americas has to offer. That, I think, automatically puts you in the book, showing that, hey, you can get it done.
Ooh. Get it done in this circle. This is a nice little pairing of a plane and circle. As you mentioned, the plane is not as bad as the previous ones we've seen so far today, and it's sort of an even way. It's a little bit eastern circle, a little bit western circle, eastern plane path. And so that's going to sort of even out, I think, pretty well in terms of looting and rotation timings. And it's all going to be about teams setting up in the proper positions. No one team is given a particularly stronger loot spot that they can just hole up in and not have to move for the first half of the game.
Yeah, Cloud9, they were forced to make the long plane flight on over to El Pozo. And you see them still on their way over there. But that is going to be like one of the best high loot locations in all of Miramar, so they're going to be set up pretty well, especially considering that this place is in their first circle. And yeah, so far so good. We don't see any kind of crazy hot drops, at least from I can tell, on the map just yet. We definitely see some teams pretty close together. Execute is in La Correra up there at the top, and they're going to have to shift south, so they got to be really careful to not get gate kept and get taken out early.
I mean, a lot of teams got to worry about that on Miramar. We've already just look at the previous Miramar game where it was just rotation nightmares. So we could see that again, depending on where the circle shifts to. But right now, I'm just happy that we don't get any immediate hot drops like we did. I think a lot of the drop positions have been smoothed out across this entire lobby. Looking at Cloud9 right now, looting up El Pozo essentially for free. The Unnamed aren't even close to this area. Not only have they been deterred from looting directly with Cloud9 in the city, they're not even on the same side of the map. They're all the way up in Torre Ahumada in the northeast side. They want nothing to do with Cloud9 anymore.
Yeah, it makes total sense. Just play safe to Zari, especially at the start of the map, because the way this, we've talked about it a lot, the point system, the way it's set up right now, if you go out early, you get the goose egg, 0 points on your total score. And with this system in place, I still think any team could win first. And I'm still talking about G25, Tempo, Queso, Wildcard. I still think it's totally possible because we've already seen like XSET get a 16-point second place. That's over 30 points in one game. So, I mean, regardless, you're going to need some chicken dinners. But at the same time, if Wildcard and Tempo start being Wildcard than Tempo, the one teams that we know, and they start pulling out a couple chicken dinners, I still think anything can happen.
They're still close to 70 points, if not more, behind first place. So you're right, it's possible, but they're going to have to, not only are they going to have to win a few games, perform well in every single game at a bare minimum, but the teams at the top are going to have to start to slow down as well. That's the problem. It is not all on you when there is this much of a disadvantage. If you're looking at a team like Ace 1 or Alpha who are in like 4th or 5th place, yes, it is on you to overcome that little bit of a gap there. But there becomes a range that no matter how much work that you do, if the teams at the top perform even as like a small baseline minimum, it's you can't overcome them.
True. I mean, I think especially with this point system, it really favors teams that land in the top 3. I think that's a necessity. Like, you have to be ending up there. Back in the old system, I think if you were in the top 8, it was maybe okay. But now, I mean, even then, you only get 1 point if you end up in places that low. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see, because at the same time, this is literally the match after the halfway mark. So we still got a lot of games technically left to be played, but you're right. If you're on the bottom, you have to pop off every single game if you want to stand any chance. It's starting now. Like, I'm not talking about tomorrow's games. Like, it has to be this game, the next game afterwards here finishing it, and then tomorrow you have to just be getting constant top 3s. If you do that, I think you may stand a chance, but that's really the only chance you have. While the rest of the squads up top, they just gotta, have some. Well, they still have to have some good solid games if they want to make it there, but still, they're
in a much better position.
Yeah.
That's without a doubt. Looking at the Unnamed real quick, they're the furthest away from the circle, but they should be ready to move in just a moment's time. I'm surprised that they're not in the movement already because we're about to hit 6 minutes. But regardless, everyone has been rotating around, including Wildcard here, playing a little bumper cars. That's just a little love tap. Okay, that was a little more than a love tap, just straight up T-boned against a tree. If that were in real life, that would be absolute carnage. Luckily enough.
What, Spring would have a headache, that's for sure.
A little bit more than a headache, I think.
Oh, man, he wouldn't be feeling too good after that one. That's a definite fact right there. But right now, you see them all just trying to use their 4-car strats. And you see Leon on the left-hand side. He's got that 4-wheel truck, 4-wheel drive. Just trying to get some sight lines for the rest of his squad, some information. Deep Queso, they love this rock hill right here. This is one of their tried and true spots. You can see them getting some good angles. M16 3X. And just getting set up for the rest of the match here. So far, relatively quiet, but I think especially considering it's the finals, no team wants to make some early mistakes.
I'm surprised that a member of Queso doesn't have a helmet. That's it's a bit weird there. But Brazilian Rampage here being approached on the north side by Wildcard, and they hear the vehicles. But the high ground, we've seen this approach by Wildcard multiple times, and I'm still at a loss on which side I really give an advantage to. So many times the team in the compound is able to hold out just because there's that little bit of a open area once you get past the high ground to make your way in. But I love to see Wildcard getting up on the actual proper high ground. Slicky making his way all the way up there. Didn't even know you could climb that high, but he's going to spot the information out, and then there's Spring rotating out to the side of this. So they could try and put pressure on Brazilian Rampage, but from Slicky's position, it looks like he's just trying to scout ahead. They don't want anything to do with this specific compound.
Yeah, I don't think he's got any sight lines on it just yet, trying to use that 3 peak. I'll tell you what, he does have that good high ground, but do watch your step. You're going to have to watch your step. You fall off that, it is all over. And it's up to him to really hold that off angles, but you can tell he's being really extra careful. He doesn't want to go that far down that defilade there. I think right now he's just trying to get information for the rest of his team.
This is a really good surround. The problem is, if you want to compare this to their engagement or standoff with G25 last game, there are more opportunities for other teams or third party. And in fact, you can see Spring looking around, making sure that no one else is getting a little curious about what's going on in the northern side. Compare it to Sanhok, it's a larger map. So you got to take that into account. But Wildcard, while they have a good surround onto Brazilian Rampage, something is going to need to happen soon. The circle's about to close, and Wildcard might just want to wait for the circle to shift to make a decision on what action they want to take. Over here, though, G25, they're not waiting. They find an open kill, and they are going to take it 100% of the time.
Got the great spot on the Mafioso, get that finish. That's going to be 1 point on the board for them. Oh boy, do they need it if they want to be able to get at a chance of possibly making it top 3. And this is the game to do it. No choice. The next zone does go on over. To the little bit to the north side here.
Okay.
And like you mentioned, we're still watching this Wildcard Brazilian Rampage surround. And the one thing I think that both these squads have to worry about, especially considering where their position is, the second they get in a battle, you're going to leave yourself open for a third party. So I wouldn't be surprised if they try to play this really extra safe right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, I kind of want to see Wildcard separate from this because they have an opportunity to get closer towards San Martin and take the hill just to the south of it. But the dead center of the circle is this power grid plateau that overlooks Picado. We've seen it be such a powerful position being on that high ground before, but also a little bit of a detriment because trying to make your way down if it swings further towards the east can be a little rough. So I think teams trying to get towards center, trying to get good positions. And yes, Wildcard are leaving that engagement. Over here, Queso, though, they're just staying still, spotting around, trying to use the high ground on the west side, spotting Cloud9 pushing in. Long-range shots, but Beowulf is none the wiser. This could be an easy knock if they team fire. At this range, you want multiple members. The shots go through! Wow. Oh, that's a great spray coming out. Marco does get the down.
What a knock. And you can tell they tried to go for the instant finish, but Bayo, I mean, he put on the jets. He crawled away down the hill as fast as possible.
He combat rolled.
Yeah, he sure did. I mean, like he was on fire and was able to roll on down the hill to the rest of his squad and get picked up. That is one member you do not want to lose on Cloud9. For anybody that's just tuning in now, Bayo is one of the most diligent in-game leaders. And not to mention, he's a hybrid. He's an in-game leader and one of the best fraggers in the game. So definitely a huge player you don't want to lose if you're Cloud9.
XSET also rotating in. Loop's trying to put pressure onto them. Rotations so far haven't been too punished, and I think it's because there's a lot more up and down in the circle, so the lines of sight aren't as open as they were the first Miramar that we saw. Also, there aren't as many choke points forcing the teams to drive right next to each other as well, so teams are slowly solidifying their positions. Everyone is inside the circle. We might still see some battles back and forth between a couple of different teams, but I think it's going to be, from this point on, it's going to be a relatively slow circle too. That being said, Ace might want to push back onto G25 to try and get revenge for the kill that G25 picked up just moments prior.
Yeah, we'll see what kind of rotations they opt to do. One thing I really love is, especially now I notice more here in the finals than in league play, is how diligent these teams are when it comes to scouting. We're not seeing too many full sends or crazy, rotations. These guys are checking every angle, bit by bit while they move in. And you can see Tribe opting, they have their spidey senses going off, saying, hey, you know what, let's go ahead and shift on over here. And it may look like it will pay off so far. We'll just see where they opt to land on, though, as they move away from Picado. Tough. Look at the zone.
Yeah, interesting by Tribe. I'm actually a little curious on where their plan is, where they want to go. I get that G25 is putting a lot of pressure onto them, but they're leaving the center of the circle. So they better hope that they're going to have a good rotation on this next time. They better have a really good plan for wherever the next circle shifts if they want to leave that position at this point.
I think they have a feeling that it's going to go north. It doesn't, though. So it ends up really not paying off here because they did lose their great position.
Well, no.
They're going to have to go back towards it right now.
There's still a lot of good positions on the south side of the circle, though, so they can still recover from this. But G25, if they push on towards the south, could catch them on the rotation along that road. You can see Tribe going back, potentially back to where they were, but all the teams from the north side, they're the ones that are going to have to scramble the most. We call this area going northeast from Picado Death Valley, and that's where a lot of teams are going to be forced to drive through unless they want to fight for that power grid plateau.
Definitely going to be Death Valley indeed. I have high expectations for it as we see every single squad. They're in their vehicles and they're trying to rotate into this next zone. And the only thing that's tough is that if you're in a good position in this zone and it shifts, you miss out on the opportunities to really take on squads as they drive on in. So you can see every team just desperately just trying to find a good spot so they can possibly just shoot their way on in. Team Queso rocking the bus right now. Marco and Ayala as they see Joey from XSET. Joey's forced to pop out his vehicle, and you know he's going to be calling for support for the rest of his squad. Team Queso really separated right now. If XSET's able to unite their entire squad here, they're going to be able to possibly use that numbers advantage to take them out, but they got to do it now. The longer they wait, you know Team Queso support's coming. Yeah, here comes Mitsu.
Nico also spraying at more members of Queso pushing in, but the smoke on his position makes it incredibly difficult. So Nitsumed does make his way inside the rest of the squad, but now it's a 4 versus 3 with the arrival of Angry. It's all onto Axial on the far northwest side to try and even the odds up in this engagement. But either way, XSET have Queso surrounded. Queso are inside hard cover. But if XSET can land some solid grenades through these doors, could be a good engagement here, but instead they're going to be opting to back away from this. They're going to take the hill just to the east of this position. They don't want to be stuck in this engagement because there are more teams rotating in like B4.
Yeah, especially if they did get in that fight, you know that third party was going to come instantly, especially during rotation time. So they're opting to go and play it a little bit safer. They do hear those shots from B4. Angry's going to roll up on Nenebete, almost get shot out from his team. Oh, I'm sorry, his teammate's really close by, but almost got shot out of that vehicle right there. Would have been real drastic for him. Does survive, though. And the rest of XSET, after those shots, just say, okay, let's play a little bit more carefully, find our spot here, start getting to fight it. Yeah, Joey with a great initial return knock onto Nenebete. Pays off big time. Ethan catching kill switch as well.
Good hold by Nova, but more members of Execute are going to be arriving. It's going to be tight. He's bleeding out. There was way too much damage, even if it wasn't the full finish there. But the Blues going to be putting pressure on to Execute, and Nova losing 2. Unsurprisingly, didn't even see how it happened, but it still doesn't shock me because their mid games are consistently super sloppy. But the last 2 remaining members are G-Fan and Cat, and they are by far the most dynamic members of Nova that we have seen. So if any duo from that team can make it work, it's going to be them too. But XSET pushing into B4. A lot of damage on both sides, but I think it's just Juicy remaining.
Here's the nade.
Just Nenebete.
Oh, comes out up front. The gun switch with the AK is able to take out Juicy. And there goes XSET. The TL is talking about to hopefully do good here. They end up going out in last place in this Miramar match. You know, they're not too happy about that, but you know, B4 is hyped, but they got to get on moving because it looks like this next circle is going up. It's going to be a Picalo finish.
Yeah.
Everett, Sin City, baby.
Yeah, a couple of teams in there already. We might see a few more. Of course, I think Tempo and Influence Rage are both fighting over that area, but now Nova still trying to deal damage here, rotating Execute. Get some kills where they can because it's going to be a difficult push for them. They're being completely surrounded. Just look on the map on the west side how wide open this whole area is. They get a knock on Azute, good pickup, but here comes Fate. Cat spots him, I think.
Spotted him perfectly. He's trying to sneak up with that pan, but Cat had the tingle, turned around, ends up seeing Fate right there. Here comes in with his nades. Fate's so good at when it comes to nade tossing. Cat, though, has a really good angle. Gonna have to do a gun switch here. That Uzi, so strong, does get the knock onto Cat. That's gonna be really huge. You see him trying to go with that first aid. He's gonna have to pressure Shifan right here. Wonder where Fameboys is at. He's right behind him. It looks like the mini-map. So they may be able to get this 2v1 onto Shifan as he is really beat up right now. And yeah, easy pickings right there for Execute. Able to get the finish on the Nova, but yeah, they don't have time to loot. They have to go ahead and get moving right now.
It's just a really rough game for them. I remember earlier on, subconsciously liking their position, but the shifts just didn't work in their favor. And then this trap by Nova, it seemed, just wiping their 4-man squad out, going down to 2, and they have to make this push into Picado that is already so crowded. There are 5 teams in here. B4 with a little bit of a spread, Tempo with a little bit of a spread, Cloud9 as well. So these fights could weaken these teams continuously.
Tempo's opting to go ahead and take the big gymnasium right here. They're going to hold that down for now. Really good position. A lot of teams still very spread out. Anybody's game here, and a lot of squads can possibly take, that first place spot if they win this map right here, right now. We'll see which squad's able to do it. Wildcard desperately needing points. You see them in the kill feed getting some knocks with nades. Round kill leaders so far, we see on the bottom right, B4, 2 members of them going to take the top. Nenebete and Levi with 2 kills apiece. Execute its fate in third. Big game here as circle number 5 is about to happen.
Picado has silenced up. I say that right before people start shooting at each other, but I think it's just Cloud9 shooting at the rotating Execute, trying to push it on the northwest side. But over here on the northeast, Ace and Alpha, G25, not involved into this. It's actually going to be Ace pushing toward the north and Alpha 7 meeting them at this engagement. Nades coming out from Ace, not finding the knocks that they're hoping for though, but Alpha 7 are already down to 2, like many teams already are.
Both these teams are out of this next circle as it does pop on over to Picado more and more. And Alpha 7 and Ace, these squads are both at 4th and 5th place right here. So I wouldn't be surprised if they get a knock onto each other. We'll see some extra pressure to possibly take each other out. But Ace cannot move down with the Unnamed with those angles from far away, making it just more difficult on them. But 26 seconds left on this next zone. They got to get going.
Trying to catch Alpha 7, not going to let them retreat. They want these kills because they know it's going to be a rough push into Picado. The open area on that east side is rough, and you can't push over to that. The high ground right above Picado, there's no real safe point of access from the angle that they're going to be driving in from. And so their only option might just be to send it to Picado itself, or maybe try and find some dip to the east side. But I think G25 already have control of that. Wildcard do go out, down to 12 teams. But I think we're going to lose a couple more in the next shift.
We definitely are. Ace able to get a good off angle there. They do get the knock and ought to go for position. They say, you know what, forget the rest of that team. Let's get moving right now. And they're going to try and send it into this next zone. Tribe, they're holding down the gas station. Good solid nades coming out the windows. Here comes Pedro. He's going to try to sneak one in. Will he be able to get a knock? Does not. Just yet. Oh, there goes one of them, though. And that was Pyra with the mini through the window catching King A. That's a really tough knock for them. And they're going to try to... Oh, King A cannot move across. He is pinned down by Pyro right now. Devastating right now for Tribe.
Ooh,
there's the finish.
Does get the finish, doesn't make his way into the back room. They're going to push. Multiple men pushing all in. Seagut finds one, can't get the finish before he is knocked. So no point there to get picked up. There's still one member left of Tribe. It's Telly hiding out in a dumpster.
Playing it quiet. Just playing it real quiet right here. Interesting play. Oh, they're crashing onto Ace. It is just Dudu all by himself. Can he hold it down? Not for long. G25, 3 members, proven to be just a little too strong. There goes Ace out early as well. A lot of movement we're going to see in this leaderboards after that. Got a big feeling. And the rest of the squad, you can see Italox just trying to run up the hill to support his squad mates as they're trying to hold the edge. Law from the blue. Gets the finish on the Pepito.
He gets a point before he goes out. I don't know what his meds look like. There he does. He does finally go out. I think that's all of Alpha 7. But the fact he's able to get that point and bring G25 down to 2 is big for both of the squads. Cloud9 still holding down center of Picado, just trying to shoot at G25 on the east side. Like I said, there's a small little dip on that side of the circle, but it is very, very difficult to play around with.
Oh, and the zone is going to go ahead and shift to the north side of it. So Casino is still going to be in play. I'm sorry, Casino is not in play. It is going to be the gym that's going to be in play here with Tempo. So they got a really good position. Uniku gets his head popped from across the street from Ran, as they're going to have to press onto this next zone as well. Loops have a really dominant position in the zone.
Yeah, And G25, how are they going to push when they're losing their tires to the Unnamed? They can get the revives, stay as 3, but they've just been wounded time and time again. They're running out of meds, they're running out of utility, they're running out of helmets and armor. So their chances of placing high, much less winning, are slowly slipping away. But the teams in Picado also have to try and push their way north. Grenade comes out from Nitsumeb. Tribe is found, Telly is discovered.
If you're G25 right now, I think you gotta start the heal strat. Hand all your heals off to one player, have him heal, have the rest, you know, just send it on in. We'll see what happens though as G25 is crossing. We hear some shots coming out from all over the place. Does look like so far in the kill feed we haven't seen anything yet. They may have just gotten across. Kensa, though, is gonna catch Quinto on his way in, holding a really good off angle. And that's what it is right now. Battle of the angles, so many teams just shooting out. Yeah, there goes G25 out, unable to make that crazy path in the open.
Yeah, such a difficult rush for them to make. It always sucks to try and heal strat this early on because the chances of you getting even one extra point is super slim because of how early in the game it is. But I agree, I think that's the only, you want to have that option because that send was super risky. Cloud9, this open window essentially is giving them so much control. They only have 2 kills, but they're just putting so much pressure on all the teams around them, making it incredibly difficult for any of them to maneuver around.
Exactly what they're doing right there. See Pyro with the mini, with the 4X, just trying to do everything he can. We see players running from the 5 stack, trying to get a new position. Loops, there's a little deja vu seeing them in the hills here of Picado. We saw them win the last time they held this position. Can they do it again? Ayala trying to get a big bounce nade up onto the 3rd floor. Doesn't hit the mark just yet. Oh, nade's dropping down though. And Team Queso are just running for their lives as Bale is putting a lot of pressure with these nades down the stairs. Oh, playing it so careful. This is so intense.
Up against the wall, it makes it difficult for Cloud9 to land counter nades against them unless they underhand them out, but even then it can be difficult for them to drop straight down, if not impossible. That's why Pyra actually walks out onto the fire escape to throw the grenade. If he had cooked it a little longer, it could have been huge, but unfortunately Queso do make their way inside. Cloud9 still have the high ground, and the way that this area works, it does give them potential line of sight to try and take the center of it, but they're just going to be wrapping around the outside, and the circle shifts towards the north. Everyone's going to have to leave Picado.
You got to get going right now, and Team Queso, Nitsu, he felt that nade hit the back of his calf, thought a snake bit him, started running into here. He's got to run across though. Here comes C9 Adder. Bull sending it on in, does get taken down. I'm sorry, Uneven gets taken down by Tensa. Nitsu goes on fire here. He might try to throw a big nade onto Cloud9 in this 3rd story. It may look like it's good. Well cooked, but just a little off the mark as these 2 remaining members of Cloud9, oh, getting caught, man. Wow, Team Queso are playing this so well. Able to take out Cloud9. And only 5 teams remain now. You can see them starting to heal up as they know it's going to be difficult to get in this next circle.
Rough decision there by Cloud9, either send into tempo or try and face Queso. I think if they would have been more successful if they committed onto one of those decisions instead of trying to do both. But either way, it was going to be hard no matter which they chose. Unnamed, constantly under pressure, constantly have to deploy smokes just to stay alive. And Loops are going to try and take as much ground as they can. It is just Ran remaining, and Loops are so spread out, taking control. They're not in the center of the circle, but they have the high ground overlooking everything. But here comes Queso, still 4-man up. Just took care of Cloud9, just took care of Tempo Storm, and now they're trying to take care of Loops.
See how they opt to play it here. Here comes a nade from Nitsume. Over there on the side of Nunez, hits it. Hits the mark. There goes the unnamed. 3 teams remaining. Brazilian Rampage only looks like it's a matter of time. So we got the LATAM majors here. Team Queso versus Loops. Most likely to see who is going to win this match. And I'll tell you what, if you're Loops, you're sitting really pretty right now.
Grenades from both sides.
If they
difficult to find the mark. But yeah, if that one goes into the roof of this building, I don't know if it can reach. None of them are making their way so far. But Loops are still spreading out and using the high ground, using the hills, using the terrain to their advantage. Oh, that molly was super close. I don't think Loops throw this. It's going to be really difficult for Queso to push out. However, Queso have opened up like doors that are more closed than this before. So we're all going to have to see if they can land their shots. But right now, it looks like they're just healing up.
Fish in a barrel.
Are they healing in the blue? Are they ready for a full man heal strat?
We'll see right now if they hit that initial knock. Here come the nades. Now they're getting close enough. I mean, it's like shooting fish with dynamite right now. As I don't know how much kit Loops has left, but they're so close. Oh, look at this. I mean, what other option do they have? Try to make plays. Carrillo does get one. Ayala gets a finish on, or gets a knock on the Kayovsky. Oh man, yeah, just Team Queso. They are just so stuck in this building. Forced to just make an insane play. Oh, Axel does catch that in. But yeah, Loops just being too strong. End up finishing with another chicken dinner. Their second so far in the tournament and second today. Wow, what a finish for them. You know they gotta be hyped.
Yeah, 12 kills as well. Is that their second 12-kill victory? What do they end Sanhok with?
I think it was like 11 or 12, just like that. Yeah. I mean, that's best case scenario for you.
Really good second half of the day for Loops. It was a bit of a slow start, but to follow up with their really good day yesterday, despite not having a single win in terms of placement, this is looking once again like the scary Loops that we have come to expect multiple times before.
Yeah, I'll give it to them on that, Miramar. They definitely got a good, favorable circle there. But I'll tell you what, if you're going to have one team get the favorable zone, if it's Loops, the rest of the squads, they're just like, are you kidding me right now? So, Jason, what do you think about that one, huh?
What did I say? What did I say? The pressure off Loops. Yeah, you don't know. You don't know. No one knows. I said, I swear. Pressure's off Loops' shoulders. Are they going to get 2 chicken dinners back-to-back? Boom. 2 chicken dinners back-to-back. They get themselves a massive amount of points yet again. And they also, I think, get themselves back into first place, which every team should be very frustrated at because they had to fight so hard to take it away from them. But you know what? You two need to get out of here because we still have another match to go today. We need to bring my analysts in here to help break down the last match, or everything that went down within it. Let's get them back in. We got 7. We got Glitter. 7. I swear you're teasing me, man. I swear this is like, it's slowly as this day goes on. It's just, by the end of the day, you're not going to have a shirt on anymore. It's going to be great. What a game by Loops. I mean, at the end, you saw Kayovsky, like we saw, get so aggressive. And he's like, you know what? I can afford to do it. I'm going to get the kills. We're going to win anyways. And they get themselves 12 kill points.
That's when you kind of start seeing the confidence that that team had. They're like, listen, if we end up losing this, I don't know what we're thinking. Kayovsky just decided to go for it. He switched to the pan. He started crouching, and it was over. It was over from Team Queso. But to be fair, though, as we can see here on the map ranking, Loops Esports 27 points and Team Queso 16 points. These are points that Team Queso definitely needs, and they need to continue to do this here, especially on this next match. I would love to see a win out of them if they want to be in contention tomorrow. Glitter, you see the Unnamed right there, 15 points. The Unnamed, I feel like this is one of those teams that personally it has surprised me a lot, the way they have been able to just handle finals overall. We see Brazilian Rampage there with 13 points. Temple Storm, a much better game here from them, 11 points. B4 Esports, 8 points. Cloud9, 7 points. G25 Gaming, 4 kills, 5 points total, and then we go towards the second page, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, I love to see the Unnamed and B4 too, both of them with 7 kills, being a little bit more aggressive. We got Execute coming through in 9th place with only 4 points. Alpha 7 and Ace 1, both with 3 points, 2 kills, and 1 placement point, respectively, for both of them. Nova struggling a little bit more, only 2 points to their name. Tribe with 2, XSET with 1, Influence Rage down at the bottom again with 1, and Wildcard in dead last with only 0. I mean, at this point, it's anybody's game. We're seeing teams that needed to step up from yesterday. They did it earlier on today. Then we're seeing teams that need to step up after those teams stepped up, starting to step up now at the end of the day. Loops back-to-back 12-kill wins. I mean,
oh, Glitter, you said
nice.
it's still anyone's game. So is this you saying that Wildcard can still come through and win the tournament?
Oh, sorry. I should probably adjust that to not literally everyone's, but maybe like if you're within the top 10, maybe?
Top 10, top 11. We'll say top 11.
Like,
just
yeah, like
I'll even go as far as say
the
top
end of
12.
today.
I'm going to one-up you 7.
Ooh.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding. I don't know if top 12 actually. I think I'm going to take that one back. Let's take a look at our Mountain Dew Game Field moments, though. In that last match, our 5th match of the day with Miramar, we still have one to come up after this. And yeah, I mean, G25, they did have a pretty decent start, but the problem is it's not the G25 we saw in week 1. I think everyone can kind of say week 1 was kind of a fluke then at this rate, because they've not even come close to having that same type of performance here since then. And that's been basically 5 weeks or 4 weeks of time.
Yeah, I mean, when we were talking to the players, they were honestly, at one point, they seemed surprised that they were performing so well there on week 1. And right now, to be completely honest, with 46 points after 11 games played, we only have 7 games left. I don't think they're going to be able to make it. The only way they're going to be able to make it here is if for some reason they just pop off like they did in week 1. And even then, it might not be enough because of what Cameron Davis was saying, that some of the other teams are still going to be performing somewhat decent. They're still going to be getting points unless they end up getting 0 points a match, which it's possible, but Glitter is very unlikely to happen.
I mean, I guess it is technically possible because we have literally seen from the beginning just how much these teams want to throw us off. We've seen Queso come in and get 0 points, and we've seen the pages be completely flipped, where the people who are on the bottom were on the entire first page, and all of the teams that thought we're supposed to do well were on the second page. So I can't even predict how things are going to go at this point. I just know that at the end of the day, it's going to be super interesting, and Loops right now is kind of dominating a little bit, as we can see some of their highlights coming through here towards the end. I mean, they're the first team to get back-to-back wins in finals, right? Mm-hmm. They somehow matched their kills in both of those matches, and I think it's only, Cloud9 and Ace that have the other double chicken dinners, so they're sitting in good company.
Yeah, they definitely are. Let's see if they're sitting in good company, though, when it comes to our total damage in the last matches. We're going to be looking at their damage they put down up against everyone else in the last game. But I mean, the thing is, we talk about Loops like this, but it's not something that should surprise us just for the fact that it's Loops. But also we saw Queso just have runaway games during league play as well. But we can see finally Queso get themselves a good placing. Not that many kills, unfortunately, but finally maybe some pressure off their shoulders coming into these, the last match of the day, and then maybe the last day of the final 7.
But is it though? Like right now, as we say, I want to play devil's advocate here. Like right now, they're currently 41 points away from 3rd place. Even though that might not seem enough, even though we know they can have like super pop-off matches, that's still quite a lot for how they've been playing. If we can get a win out of them, then I'll start believing in a little bit more in Team Queso. And I'm a huge fan of them. I've been following them for a very long time, and I interacted with these players before. But the performances that you guys are doing right now is just not consistent. It's not along the lines of what we saw from Team Queso during league play when we actually started seeing that consistency. True. So I think for me, it's either win this last game or bust.
Damn, you're throwing it down like that.
I like it.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm a fan.
41 points, and you know Loops Esports. Listen, they got back-to-back chicken dinners. We know what Loops Esports is able to do. Execute is playing consistent. Cloud9 is surprising us all because they step it up in a big way here on the finals. And then you have Ace1 as well, being able to at least get some kills here and there, and then have pop-off matches as well. So honestly, for me, it's a win here, or you're not going to be able to make it to either top 3 or PMGC.
Well, you heard 7 if you're watching Team Case, so you better get a victory here in your last game or he's counting you out. But if you can upset him and actually surprise him and still go on to qualify tomorrow, even losing this next game, he's going to get a Team Queso tattoo right on his chest, as well as we talked about Wildcard with Cameron Davis. Yeah, so a lot on the lines here, but I mean, I kind of agree, kind of don't want to agree at the same time, because we've seen how many points Queso can pick up in a day. We've seen they can put up so many points, a lot of chicken dinners, but I think one underlying factor that proves true is there's 16 of the best teams. It's not 24 anymore. It's not like you have teams to feed off, like you were saying before, to get those extra points. So every team they have to fight with is going to be that much tougher for them over time. But then again, Cloud9, we've not really seen them be consistent. Yes, they played better in week 4. They're playing a little bit more consistent here. They're playing more like the Cloud9 we've known. But for some reason, I'm just not fully set in them yet, Glitter. I'm not happy with the way they're still playing that Cloud9 style of just lurking, playing slow, waiting until the very end. Because we saw right there, I think they finished off with 3 kills and got knocked out a little bit early, considering the position they had. Yeah, that was TQ that came in.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I would definitely agree with that. For the current point system, their play style was not well suited for it, and they never really shifted into a more aggressive play style. We have seen them have aggressive games, and when they do, we get really hyped about it because we're like, oh, is this the time where they make the move? Like, that's how they're gonna change everything up, and then they kind of fall back into what they're comfortable with. They've done well here, specifically in finals, especially when we compare them to league play, but say they do make it into one of those top 3 slots going into PMGC, like we were saying at the top of the show, that's just not going to cut it.
Yeah, and obviously...
I got one for you real quick, Jason. How about this one?
Should we glitter?
Is it G25?
Okay, all right, go ahead.
G25 Gaming, win or bust? I feel like that one you both can agree with me on that one.
See, I don't know. No, yeah.
Get out of here.
Yeah,
Get out of here.
Well, you know what?
Come on, son.
I will get out of here, but before I do that, I'm going to talk about how you guys watching at home can be earning prizes as well. As long as you're watching within the game, within the Esports Center, you can be winning yourself some lucky rewards. And also, like we said before, if we hit certain milestones along in the show with viewership, there will be extra rewards given out to all the American players. So make sure you guys get your friends, your families, everyone involved watching the show in any way or form. But we'll be heading to a break now. When we come back, don't worry, won't be that long. We'll be bringing you Erangel. It's going to be our last match of the day, the last match of day 2, and you're not going to want to miss it. Well, here we go. The schedule for the last time of day 2 of our PMPL Americas Season 2 finals. And of course, like always, it's going to be back on Erangel. But Hot Jukes, Cameron Davis, Loops now. They've done it twice. Can they do it? I'm going to probably jinx him here. Can they do it 3 times? Cameron, whew. Do you have room on your chest for a Loops
really
tattoo with Wildcard now?
Like, it's possible, but out of all the maps, I think Erangel is the one that, not that they perform the worst on, Loops are good like across all the maps generally, but it's the one that I think they have the most competition for winning in first. That one's, I think that's a hard take.
So no confidence out of Cameron. Hot Jukes?
I mean, it's Erangel. I mean, he's right. It's the map that all these players have so much experience on.
Okay.
I mean, and they're all desperate to win.
Okay.
So, I mean, Loops, if they get blessed like they did in the last game with that circle, I mean, yeah, they're gonna take this last match easily. But at the same time, it's gonna be tough because there's a lot of desperation here towards the end. Put some big points.
We are both entering politics with the answers that we're giving you.
I tried making you guys believers when it came to Tribe in their last game of League play, and neither of you wanted to take that sweet, sweet offering I gave you. And now I'm giving you the offering for Loops with the three-peat here. I mean, and honestly, I don't think they're going to do it either. I'm completely with you guys, but who knows? If they pull it off, I think that's just them making a statement saying, all right, there's no way we're not getting top 3. There's no way PMGC is happening without us. And right now, there's no way we're going to be bringing you our 6th game without these 2 casting it for you.
Thank you so much, Jason. Always a pleasure here. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here, baby. The last match of day number 2 here of the finals. So critical to end today on such a strong footing going forward because tomorrow, that's it. 6 matches and we are done. The checks are going to be signed and handed out after tomorrow's game. So Cameron, man, always a pleasure to cast with you here. Erangel, let's do this.
The final game, it's been a marathon. 6 games a day is not an easy task, especially because they're not sitting out any of the games. And I'm sure the players would tell you, as they often do, that sitting out is sort of annoying to them because it slows down their, like, when you're in the zone, you're in the zone, right? But still, 6 games in a row can be a lot. And they're all trying to hope that they have the energy to bring it out in the final game, all 6 games in a row. And maybe Loops can get the 3-peat. I don't think we've ever seen a team get 3 wins in a row, but I also could just be mistaken. That just seems like a very big ask.
It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. I'll tell you what, though. If any team can, I think out of this lobby, it would be Loops. With their play style, they just kind of play fearless from start to finish. And I think we've seen it pay off quite a bit for them. We'll see how they're able to fare here, this playing path. I mean, right down the middle. here. I think it's a pretty good solid one for majority of these squads. Wildcard's going to go up to Severny. So I think it's going to be pretty fair. This zone, though. Oh, baby.
Oh.
This is going to make things interesting. Let's go.
We should have expected it. They gave us a nice enough playing pad. We should have expected the first circle to be like this. Not only is it split main island or possible military base, but then throw in the fact that like 30+% of it is water. Yes, it's only phase 1, but imagine even a central, much less an eastern or a southern shift on phase 2. Oh.
Like, I mean, give me like, what do you think these players' reaction is the second they saw that circle? Give me an example.
XSET and Alpha 7 and even Brazilian Rampage and Loops, they're loving it. Before, they're like, okay, this is all right. We can work with this. It gives us more time to loot Novo. Everyone else,
you know, instantly. I think that is an exact perfect representation because, man,
that's being polite.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, you got to remember, I mean, you're right. 6 games we've played so far, back-to-back. If I were in this lobby, I would love to definitely play back-to-back games because you just your fingers stay fresh. But you got to remember, these guys are playing on mobile devices. You know, after a while, just looking at that screen, you know, your fingers start drying up a little bit. It makes it a little bit tougher. So you got to definitely see that mental toughness and bring it because at the end of the day, I mean, each game's points are just so crucial to your total score, especially considering, I mean, how close a lot of these teams are. To be honest, the Loops with that last chicken dinner, we finally starting to see a little bit of a points disparity, a pretty big gap now compared to first and second. But you know, the rest of these teams, they're just trying to catch up to them right now, and they'll do anything they can to do it.
Yeah, there was what, like a close to 20-point gap in first and second place,
22.
which at this, at this state and at this stage in the competition, it's pretty good. It's a pretty good one to have. We've seen teams be neck and neck, like within 5 points of each other at this time. We've also seen events where there's a team that just runs away with it. So this is a little bit of a middle ground, which I guess is appreciative because it's not said and done just yet. We got this game and then an entire day tomorrow. And if Loops start off tomorrow like they did today, who's to say that they're going to be able to come back with such force that they did this time around?
I'll tell you one thing, though. If Loops goes and ends with a chicken dinner here, I think then we're starting to see a squad really run away with it. But,
yeah,
I mean, they'll definitely be feeling good going into tomorrow. But you're going to have to get it done on the main map that all these players play. And at the same time, this zone's a little bit funky. That's going to definitely add a little twist to the game itself. We'll see how it ends up playing out, though. Still circle number 1. Starting to see teams play really carefully on the rotations. You see G3 there, busting out that 3X, trying to spot for his squads. That's so important. I think that's a really undervalued task, especially at the competitive level. When you're in the car driving down with your team, you got to be spotting constantly, not just waiting to get to the next spot. That's just the most important task, I think, on rotations.
It's also very risky for Tribe, though, because they're clown carring it, all 4 in one vehicle, and they're trying to send it towards center. If any team hears that vehicle and preps 2, 3, all 4 members of their squad to fire at it when it comes around the corner, the entire team could be gone within the first 5 minutes. No one's shooting at them just yet. Everyone else is worried about their own rotations, like Queso here trying to drive down to Milta Power, meet up with XSET, who are playing around the east of Milta area. Everyone's just trying to get towards the circle and get towards positions that gives them options, because this circle could go towards military, it could go towards power, or it could swing all the way away from that southeast side and go back up towards shelter, even towards school.
Yep, and we're seeing right now, I think Alpha 7, they're opting to take that bridge dead center just in case it decides to go north or south. Really good position for them. Surprised XSET didn't really kind of hurry up their looting at Milta to secure that position. Or see Queso coming from Milta Power. Really close. Marco, I think he possibly spotted something because we saw him hit that little bit of a U-turn right there as the rest of XSET starting to get on their rotations right now. Man, everybody moving quickly, trying to set up the best possible position for this next circle.
I don't know how confident I am with XSET's position, because where Queso are at, I think, is a much better of a spot. And as he said, I agree with you. I'm shocked that they didn't loot up even faster and take that position. And right now, they just gave it away to another team. Are already gone. XSET are really widespread here. I think they're putting a little bit too much emphasis on coastal control. I don't know how valuable it's going to be later on in the game, But besides the point, they're in a much better position than a lot of other teams that are rotating in late. Like looking at the teams coming in from Georgia Pool, like Cloud9 and Execute, the Unnamed coming in from the West Coast as well. A lot of teams are really just trying to find a way to get over this shelter prison, lumber mill hill, because that's the thing that is sort of breaking apart the two sides of this circle.
One thing I want to know is that when it comes to XSET, I want to see them do what they did earlier on as far as like just aggressive gameplay. I think that when they're playing together as a unit and just playing that kind of play style, I think it works out so great for them. Every time they start overthinking things and play things really separate, I think that's where we start to see them really kind of fall apart piece by piece. At the end of the day, though, they're in 10th place with 75 points. They had a huge game where they got like 30 in just one game alone. And we could definitely see that happen again with any one of these teams, but you gotta, it's not easy. I mean, to get a 12 kill, 16 kill game at this level, I mean, it's gotta be one of the hardest things you could possibly do. And we'll see if anybody is still able to do it here in the last game. Man, look at all these safe rotations. I mean, just so diligent, so careful.
You say safe, that's a little tight. There are the angles that you can take on these rotations to make it safer, but at this point when there are this many teams stacked around, there's gonna be some shots coming your way, but it's actually gonna be loops that lose a player or at least get a player knocked. Should be an easy revive for them, but it does still remind them that they're not the only ones who can shoot. They're not guaranteed to make 4 players into the late game every single time.
Yeah, Influence definitely had a good car path. At the same time, though, it was very dangerous. And it looks like they're driving into XSET right here. Nico's at the top of the hill, and Nico is going to take out one of the members. It's also right there. And, oh, yeah, he's going to get that finish. So they're down to 3 members remaining. He has to know that Durso's in one building by himself. So I wouldn't be surprised if XSET decides to just take them out now. Ooh, you got Team Queso, though, across the street, poking at him.
Yeah.
That might make things a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, that's going to make it hard for XSET to push on in this. They're going to have to rely on their grenades. And using it so early they might not consider it too valuable. Smokes are coming out, though, to allow Angry to find an angle that isn't getting third-partied by Queso's position. But Frezzy's tossed down some grenades of his own, hopefully to deter any potential push out by XSET. Circle's closing in. We're going to see this shift in just a few more moments, and we're still waiting for a few teams to make their way inside. Cloud9, Unnamed, Execute, and the circle is going to shift on towards the east, on towards where most of the teams already are. So this is going to be a lumber mill, potential mill-to-power peninsula finish.
I'll tell you what, with this next zone, I think XSET has to realize that if they decide to crash on Influence, there's no way Team Queso is going to give up their spot for free, especially where this next zone is. So that kind of opens up that opportunity to get this battle out the way. But then again, since they're at circle, no rush really to get that fight out immediately, at least no kind of zone pressure just yet. As we see the rest of the squads here, we still got a lot of teams that are rotating very late, Execute being one of them. They're still over in Georgia Pool right now, rotating on into this next zone. Cloud9, Ace as well. We'll see if they're able to make it in. Only 36 seconds left on the clock before it starts closing.
Loops right now able to stabilize after that knock and the shift onto them. They're holding down center with this lumber mill hill, but Tempo driving into Nova, trying to hold down the yellow, or the blues rather, with the update west of Milta. Here are the vehicles. AZ's ready to put the pressure on, but Tensa and the rest of Tempo, they sense something. They should expect that there's a team there. So it's a good scout, but their job right now is to try and get closer towards the center. They're not fully off the mark at this point in phase 2, but this team has been struggling making it into the late game. I think the closest that they got was, well, being gifted the circle in Sanhok, and then being gifted the circle in Picado on Miramar. So now they have to rotate into the circle. It's going to be a bit rough of a path. They're making ascend into the hilltops. They find an open compound.
Wow, that compound was not open just a few seconds ago, but it is now, and that ends up being really huge for Tempo Storm. That was a very scary shift for them, but ends up paying off, at least for now. We're starting to see, back to this battle. XSET, Joey, and Angry ended up pushing into it. Okay, they did get the knock onto Durso there on that off angle. And with that, they know they have a huge numbers advantage, and they're just starting to put the pressure on. You can see Influence just holding each side of these corners, trying to survive as long as they can. It may be just a matter of time, though. Rezi and NTX have to make a big play. There goes Angry. Oh yeah, first person, DP. They're gonna take him out. Oh, they do end up getting knocked from Team Queso from across. So Joey's gonna have to get that heal, but like we mentioned, with this next zone, Team Queso, there's no way I see them pushing across.
They're not going to push across. They're able to catch them when they cross back, taking the damage that Influence already put on them. But it was more just a knock of convenience, I suppose. You said for a big play, though, XSET, it's a really good job for them to take Influence Rage out now because it only lessens the pressure onto them. Because they don't have to worry about the rush coming in from the northwest side on top of that Lumber Mill Mountain Hill area. But they are, they are going to have to move that direction at some point, and not having to deal with Influence Rage later on in the game is definitely a good start. But over here, Wildcard pushing onto Prison. Instant knock onto Hillocks from G25. Not going to let them push it onto them. This is payback for Sanhok.
Oh yeah, they need those points, and they need them desperately, because now Wildcard is the team that is currently in last place. Oh, Pepito catching Spring out, paying one off for his homie right there. And Leon's going to go over to pick him up in this beautiful little dip right here. He's going to get it. Next zone goes on up. Right on the south side of Milta. Yeah, so XSET's feeling really good right now. Loops as well. Tribe, Tempo ended up getting a really good position after that crazy rotation. So they're sitting pretty as well. I mean, a lot of teams, a lot of major squads are on the bottom of the leaderboards right now. And like we talked about, this is pretty much the game where 2 games ago, to be honest, was the game to start really popping off, but now is better than never, that's for sure.
Yeah, this is I think it's going to follow a very similar path to what we saw last game on Miramar with Picado. You're either going to try and send it into the city or try and take the high ground and take control. We know what Loops are going to do because they're already there. But everyone else, do you want to send it to the city? Unless you're Queso or XSET, you can just stay on the outskirts and try to take control of the eastern side that way. But the options are greatly limited, considering that it is already phase number 3. So much open area. Wildcard trying to make their own rotation through. Brazilian Rampage attempting to punish. Not exactly landing the shot that they were hoping for. Slicky, next one up. Still not a single shot lands. Sentry missing these shots. You can't guarantee a knock at that position, but at least a little bit more damage I think he was hoping for.
Must have had a lot of ammo to risk using that with that kind of shot. But I think right now they're just trying to play keep away. They have a pretty decent position, and they just want to let other squads know, hey, we're here. Don't just try to push up on us for free. Give themselves a little bit more room to breathe here as this next circle. This is going to be a huge one. We still have 15 teams remaining, 60 players alive. And as soon as we hit zone number 4, I think we're going to start seeing a lot of chaos happen. Yeah, Spring trying to drive across. Looks like he's going to be able to make it. And a lot of rotations coming up from the squads. Cloud9, they're still out of this circle. That's going to be a difficult rotation for them. Getting towards the end game here. It's going to start getting really intense here in the next couple minutes.
Yeah, we've only lost 1 squad so far. And as I mentioned, the areas that are playable, it's a little on the thinner side, or at least playing comfortably. You can hide in these little dips and pockets, but as far as any actual areas of control and pressure, not too many. Brazilian Rampage now trying to hold down Lumber Mill. Wildcard just came past, and now G25 will hold the low ground just to the east of them as well. I don't think G25 are going to be pushing over, though. They're in an all-right spot in the circle. It's just really unfortunate to fight around this area. So they might want to just play it slow, make sure no one is backfilling behind them, and then when the next circle pops, they can potentially push onto Brazilian Rampage.
Yeah, if I'm G25, I would just try to play this as quiet as possible, because as that zone hard shifts off you, you know that you're going to have to make a crazy rotation, and if you don't have any really squads paying too much attention to you, that may be a big advantage to help you sneak on by. We'll see how they end up wanting to play this out. This next zone starting to go ahead and close. We did see Bayo just get knocked right there. Zute is knocked as well from Execute. This is going to be a big circle shift. How toxic, is it going to be? Let's find out now. Oh, baby! Loops Esports getting the circle shift. So their plan right now is to just stand up and shoot everything in sight. This could be a huge game for them. Oh man, did we just get the Jason curse, Cameron?
Yeah, we might have.
I think it's totally possible.
And actually, with the circle shift like this, because there are so many teams still inside, there's an argument for Loops pushing this fight with Execute and the Unnamed, and then leaving center, taking the north side. But unfortunately, that leaves the high ground, and any sort of counter push back towards the center is going to be still difficult. I'm worried that they're trying to hold too much ground at once, and if they're attacked by so many sides all at once, that they could get torn apart. But they're not the only ones that I'm worried about. All these teams are going to have to rotate up this hill. It's going to be incredibly difficult now that it pulled away from Milta. It pulled away from Milta Power. The hardship towards the northeast was not very friendly.
I think we're definitely seeing a lot of squads just trying to get into the circle. That's their main priority. Forget good position. Let's just get into the edge and try to push our way in. Yeah, just push our way in little by little. And that seems to be a tried and true strategy that works pretty well. We're starting to see some squads make some pretty interesting rotations like B4, Wildcard, XSET, doing really, really long ones, trying to be able to get into this next zone. And here we go, circle number 4 closing on in. Team Q, you saw there, the unnamed Q. He's looking across the way, sees some smokes. You know he's giving that intel off to the rest of his squads. Mates just trying to get ready here. Gonna execute. Spring all on his own.
I was about to say, I was surprised that fights hadn't broken out yet, but Wildcard had to push into G25. They're on the low ground, but they're trying to keep them pinned back. I say pinned back, the Wildcard are the ones outskirts of the circle. G25, no real pressure to move, except the fact that they could get spotted out by Brazilian Rampage. BRR, a lot of shots on a lot of rotating teams. Here come B4 and missing some tires. That's a rough rotation for a Mixera. That's going to push them directly into Team Queso.
The B4, they're trying to sneak their way in. It looks like they are going to be able to hold this plateau. Cloud9 goes out in 15th place. Now, they are a team that looted over there near George Pole. So this is probably one of their more difficult shifts from across the map. And
teams hate this area.
Yeah, and this is really difficult for them. I mean, they're in 2nd place, so they're going out. You know, Loops, Execute, all these other squads, they noticed that. Big opportunity to get some points on the board and move up the leaderboards now. It's open. You can see Leon's trying to throw some smokes for support Slicky here. They already did lose their off-angle specialist Spring. And Execute still playing nearby, but you can see that they're trying to play this really safe. I mean, they're in 3rd place. They just don't want to go out early.
Ooh. This hilltop here, it's still a bit of a standoff. No one's fully engaging just yet. It's the grenades being thrown back and forth. But Slicky's being revived. I don't know if Fameboys' grenade is going to hit. And no one wants to push in because the lack of cover means third partying is going to be almost as extreme as it is on Sanhok. The smoke comes out to allow Slicky to revive, but an immediate counter grenade is going to re-knock him. At least it's a knock and not a full kill, so they can just reset once again. But there are more grenades still from Fameboys.
I'll tell you one thing. If you're able to get that nade, it's always going to be like an eviction notice right off the bat. And you can see Fameboys trying to throw another one. It's a little bit off the mark. Gets him down to half HP. Oh, shots from Unico Ilu though. G25, the third party. Fameboys is able to secure that knock onto Leon at the last possible second. That is huge, but Execute did lose a second member just like that. Going to be really difficult now for them being down 2 to want to push this.
Especially with this shift. In fact, they're already considering pulling away, trying to look to see what's into their way before they make their way into the circle. Unfortunately, where is there to go? And Pepito, it doesn't even matter where they can go because the high ground, Fate gets spotted out. It's on the kill switch, going to go for the revive, but the grenades are still being thrown through. There's action on the east side as well, though.
This battle has to finish now. I mean, that's it. The zone's starting to close. They're on the thick side. This zone's going to come in quick onto them. And they know it. Here comes the urgency from Juicy. He's getting into his dossier. He's going to start full sending it on out here as he's one of the last remaining members with health. Garcia opting to go for the point. Oh, able to hit some shots too. Very, very huge right there from him. Juicy moved up a little bit. He's going to try to get the heal and move on in further. Kill switch with the 1v1 against Leon is able to get the win on that. And I think it's just him. Has to leave its fate and just try and send it on in here. And this is the team that's in 3rd place right now.
Wildcard had an advantage in that fight, but the blue forced them to show their hand a little bit too early, and Killswitch is able to survive and at least get a few kills and at least maybe a few more placements. G25, they were able to put their efforts into actually breaking into this circle, but outside of literally the edge of the rock face that B4 is right next to, this isn't in the circle. It's going to be wide open from here on out. So they want to try and dislodge B4 as soon as possible. Initial grenade, but also a push from the south side. Tempo.
Here we go. Trying to hold this down. G7 with the perfect bounce there. I think that's going to pay off big time. Does get a big knock right there onto Law. And then here they come to press the issue. to try and catch the last remaining member, Sanhok. He does get the knock, gets one. Switch to first person though. Too strong from Spec as he's able to get another. Now here comes another third party, Team Queso. They want a piece of this as well. No choice but to fight it out. They're gonna start throwing all the utility they have to put more pressure onto Tempo Storm, but they're doing a great job at shutting him down. Nova's getting into here. How many battles at this household right here? Everyone wants it.
Queso's being decimated. Yes, from the third party from Nova as well, but Tempo have been able to hold out that initial strike so powerfully. The revives are going to be attempted, and Tempo have to reset themselves so they can't punish the knocks that were already there.
They're huddled. Look at Team Queso, all three members sitting next to each other, going through Revive City. AZ has a great off angle. You can see him trying to put some more pressure. There goes Nitsume down. Oh, AZ trying to clean up Marco. And Ayala's gonna go with the pickup with 0 health at the last second here. And the zone is starting to go ahead and close in on them in the 20 seconds. They're gonna have to make some plays, and Spec's trying to do it right now, putting it on his back. Ayala trying to hold off. Nova gets caught by Cat at the last second there. And Tempo's just been watching and sitting this in the building while these squads battle it on out.
Ooh, Spec on the roof. This could be huge. XSET goes down in the kill feed. But Spec here, he's going to wait for Queso to move and try and punish their rotation away. It's going to be a difficult peak, because if he gets taken out, then Tempo Storm's all advantage is just completely gone. Queso been able to stabilize with 3 and get inside the building. Cat goes out, isn't able to survive as long as he usually is this time around, goes out in 8th place, or rather 9th, because Brazilian Rampage goes out immediately after.
Brazilian Rampage from that angle able to take him out at the last second. That's going to be a huge break for both of these squads now that they don't have to deal with Nova. But man, you got to give it to Team Queso there. Just so many revives, keeping their teammates up. It's just such a crazy battle so far. Now, Tempo, so desperate for points. Both of these squads. The zone started to close on them. It's going to be just a crazy upfront battle here at the end. Who's going to be able to hit their shots the best? It's a 3v3 right now. Tempo Storm versus Team Queso. North America versus LATAM. Who is going to win this battle? All about who can hit those quick flicks. Tensa.
Tensa trying to spot the garage, spots a quick rotation, tries to take advantage of it. Damage back and forth, but no real knock just yet. But Ayala pushing the high ground. Knocks 1.
Doing so good right now. They are able to get the 2. Now it's a 1v1. Spec versus Ayala. Through the smoke, he's able to catch it. No health though, no first aids either. Is he gonna go for this res with the zone closing? That's so risky right now. You gotta pick up that heal and heal yourself first.
No, yeah, just give the gear over, give the first aids over and heal up, because that's going to be, that's an interesting decision. But back in the rest of the circle, B4 is still holding strong, 4 kills, 3 up. They were not dislodged by G25. They're continuously to put pressure on the south side. Tempo Storm is eliminated after winning that fight, but they are eliminated in 4th place, another high position, or 5th place, because Unnamed also immediately go out, and now it is just 3 teams remaining, including Loops.
I mean, this squad has been sitting pretty where they've been at right now. The zone has just been locked onto them, and they're taking full advantage of it. 7 kills so far. Another great game for Loops. It is all up to B4 and Execute to possibly shut down the 3-peat. But you see Kill Switch, he's looking right into the angles of B4, and that may just be another favor for Loops here. We'll see how this opts to play out, as this circle is dead center between all these teams.
Dead center out in the open, very little cover outside of a couple of trees. And you're right about Kill Switch, so really playing into Loop's hand right now. If he catches 1 or 2 players of B4 out, then that's the game for them. Loops with 4 up should be able to hold this strong, and they have yet to throw a late game that they have an advantage in.
We'll see. We'll see. I mean, yeah, I think if he even catches 1 from B4, it's going to make it hard. And there he goes. He is going to catch Mixzera. Get the almost the flush. But you know, with that, Loops has got to be coming in strong. They come in instantly. Always so on point of the push. Dad and Carrillo are going to start cresting the hill. And now here come the grenades. Loops just trying to finish this off. Can they do it? 3rd chicken dinner. They're in a good position too, I think.
Nenabete trying to find an off angle, but it's on the low ground, and
risky.
The angles are so limited. Pedro tries to punish Kayovsky, but the prone is going to keep him alive. Still 4 up for Loops. Grenades coming out from Federal.
That was such a crucial knock right there for Pedro. Not able to get it off, though. Nenebete trying to make some plays as well. Oh, the nade for Federal. Yeah, that's it. Here it goes. 4v1 loops in day number 2. Straight crushing it. And that's it. 3 chicken dinners back to back. It's all day loops, baby. I'm so glad that you and I predicted that this was going to happen.
Yeah, no, we 100%. We are the best analysts in the game here. We knew exactly what was going to happen. Come on, Loops already won 2 games already. Why wouldn't they win a third? It was ridiculous to think otherwise.
And you know what's so funny is that out of all the people, you know, Jason, you know, an excellent host, would go against what our initial thoughts were, you know? Like, we're just like, hey, Loops, 2 dinners, they gotta get the third back-to-back. And then Jason just always like, not gonna happen. I mean, what could he say, though? What could he say? What a way to finish day number 2. Negative Nancy, Jason, welcome back.
I'm not even going to touch it. I don't even need to touch it. People out there know what happened before that game started. I don't even need to talk about, how you guys are just making yourselves look like fools. But anyways, Loops, not only did they get the first chicken dinner today, they do it back to back to back. And the lead they now must have over every other team has to be insane. This is almost, I'd say, Loops being safe in top 3. I'm not gonna say quite just yet. They still need to, you know, do decent tomorrow. But the amount of points that they would need to earn tomorrow to maintain a top 3 has to be so small. Probably the amount of points that Wildcard has been able to get in 2 days. But anyways, you two are all done for the day. We don't need to talk about how I just ripped Wildcard extremely hard. And we'll see you guys tomorrow for our final day here of day 3. Let's bring our analysts back in, though, to start to talk about this last game, because Loops, what is going on? Did they just decide to save every chicken dinner until now?
Sorry, I was getting ready to flex there. Hey, remember how at the beginning of the show we said that Loops needed to get a win? Guess what? They ended up doing back to back to back. You know, and you didn't get to ask us, Jason, but Glitter and I, we were talking while watching the games. We're like, yeah, you know what? Loops is definitely going to win 3 in a row. And it happened. It happened.
I just wanted to rip on you right now, but I'm going to let it go for now. I'm going to let it slide for now. Let's take a look at our map rankings, though, and not let some other teams slide through, as they unfortunately have not been able to perform over the 2 days. We've got Loops with that chicken dinner and 23 points. Tempo Storm, again, another big match for them, getting the 12 kills, Glitter.
Yeah, no, honestly, the fact that Tempo came through 12 kills, that was huge. They needed those points. It's just, I'm interested to see where that actually kind of jumps them up in the overall standings that we'll see later, just because they have been super, super quiet today. But Loops, obviously, 3 chicken dinners back to back, 8 kills this time around. We see, 23 points overall for Loops is going to be putting them in a phenomenal position. B4 having yet another decent game, 7 kills yet again. And they were also able to get the 12 placement points with it, so B4 could potentially be one of those squads that's also climbing up the ranks. Execute having a great consistent day, 7 kills, 10 placement points. Killswitch was able to try to put some damage in on B4 there at the end. He couldn't quite finish it off for the point, but it did give Loops that opening to push up on everybody. And then the Unnamed, XSET, Ace1, and Team Queso rounding out the top 8. They're 7, and Queso... what? I mean, we talked about this coming into this final match. What do we do?
Team Queso, I also gave you guys the option to say G25, win or bust, and guess what? This is it. Honestly, I don't think they're going to be able to make it to the top 3, considering how some of the top 3 teams are currently playing. We'll be able to see that on the overall. Right here, we see Brazilian Rampage, 3 points, Stripe Gaming, 2 points, Nova Esports, 1 point, and everything below that, 0 points. Cloud9 being one of those teams with 0 points, and that's important because they were going up to this game, they were in 3rd place, so that's going to give at least a chance to some of the other teams. And honestly, I'm scared for tomorrow. I'm scared to what's to happen, because we're going to be having a lot of great teams that are going to be playing with nothing to lose. And we saw what happened with Tribe Gaming when they play with nothing to lose. We've seen what happens with Wildcard when they play like that too. So tomorrow's going to be madness.
I mean, you're scared. Imagine being one of these teams right now who potentially can break through in a top 3 or potentially fall out of top 3. As we're going to take a look at our Mountain Dew Game Field moments in our final match here of day 2. And yeah, this has been a rough finals for a lot of teams out there. I mean, XSET, they had a really decent day 2, I'd say, at least in the get-go. But they have kind of fallen off towards the end of the day. And then, well, one team that just hasn't really even been able to get going, Wildcard. And I really, Glitter, don't know what's going on within this team? We had so many teams say they're a threat. We saw that level of threat in glimpses over league play, but we expected with them coming in as their full roster into the finals and playing with that full roster that would have been a team that could have been at the top, should have been at the top.
Yeah, it's definitely a different wild card than what we were hoping for, and I think what we were used to. It almost just, I don't know. I feel like something's missing now. I don't know what that is, but it just isn't there for them anymore, and it's not working. And you see that playing out, unfortunately, in their overall points. I mean, you mentioned XSET. They were able to bring it back a little bit here in this match. They did at least get 6 kills, so that will be a little bit helpful for them. But it's one of those things where, you know, like Seven had said earlier, and the casters were saying, it only matters if it's doing better than the teams above them, if those teams above them aren't also doing well.
Exactly.
So that's why I'm excited to see how the standings end up shaking out here at the end of this. But I mean, Seven, Loops, what can we even say about them at this point?
Listen, out of this finals, all I wanted was one great team to represent. I want it to be crazy. Don't get me wrong. I want it to be crazy between second place and third place. But for first place, I wanted to make sure that they were going to be like the best team out of Americas. And so far, Loops Esports is being that team. Now, I'm hoping, and this is something I even mentioned at the beginning of the day. I say I wanted them to be consistent on wins, like Bigatron, like Paraboy's team in China. They kind of showed that a little bit today. I want to see how they come back tomorrow, though, with a lot of craziness that's going to happen, not just from the teams that are trying to get into second to third place, but as I mentioned earlier, some of those teams that just have nothing to lose.
As we take a look at our total damage, I have to ask you two something. How many points was Loop in first place by at the end of the last PMPL season? Do you guys remember?
I don't.
No.
100 points.
I was gonna guess that would have been right.
How far ahead are they right now from all the other teams? I mean, we can see right now, we'll talk about this really quickly, tempo, the 1800 damage. A lot of teams put up some good damage, honestly, in this one. XQ, with the kills they put up, was fantastic to see. And again, might be probably the best North American team we have right now. And even G25, they get some good damage done, but that's not going to be the performance they need. Like you guys said, it doesn't matter how well you do, it matters how well you do relative to the teams who are above you in the standings. And right now, this is not edging out to be good enough for a lot of teams out there. Then again, 16 teams, only 3 slots. It's tough times.
Yeah, it is tough when a lot of these teams are used to playing with the 16 teams and then 8 move forward. They maybe don't try as hard, you could say, towards the end, because they do have that cushion there of just being in an 8 spot. But this is like the best top 3, and I cannot wait to see overall, because then it's going to give us a better picture of what's going on so far.
Seven, you're talking about the overall. You ready to see it?
Yeah, but I feel...
But it's not happening yet. We're going to take a look at our top players by kills for now, and pretty much going to be all Loops players is what I'm going to be guessing. Federal, Kayovsky there. One player who's not there, Carrillo. Pretty much the MVP when it came to PMWL.
You know who is there? You know who is there? Look at number 7. Glitter.
Doo-doo!
Hey,
Get in
it's
there,
all
number
right.
7. I mean, good for him. We see, I mean, the fact that we don't see Carrillo up here, like I said, I'm okay with it because we talked about how much Federal was stepping up. We've seen some crazy plays coming out of Kayovsky. Well deserved for both of them to be up there. The fact that we're seeing It's Fate up here in 3rd place right now, that's huge for Execute. That's speaking volumes of the changes and improvements that Execute has managed to make here in finals. We see Law in 4th place and Nabete still managing to consistently make his way in any sort of a top player position. That's massive for B4. Bayo up here now for Cloud9. I mean, that's going to be huge for them, 7.
Yeah, and I mean, this is good for them. I would like to see something along the lines of Unnamed and Adder being up here too, with Bale being the IGL. I mean, we know the skill that he's capable of, but I also want to see some of the other supporting cast. And along those lines, that's kind of why I'm not like super shocked that Carrillo is not here. As long as somebody from that team is performing well, and currently they have 2 players performing really, really well.
All right, 7, are you ready to see overall now?
Oh, what's that?
It's not going to happen. We're going to take a look at our daily report now from our day alone. You can see Loops, most damage, most kills. Did anyone not expect them to be up there as B4 get the most healing and most damage received? What's up, Glitter? G25?
The fact that G25 is up here for most knockouts and they weren't able to convert on that, because if they were, they would have also beat out Loops for most kills. That is so upsetting.
Yeah, that's a rip.
Tell me how upset you are right now, Glitter. On a scale of
Well,
1 to hot jukes, how mad are you?
I might be at an almost hot jukes level because we've been ripping on them for not being able to repeat their performance. And I feel like that, I mean, I don't know if that works for them or against them, but it means that they were right there on the cusp of being able to repeat their performance that we've been asking them to do, and it just barely slipped through their fingers.
All right, 7. Are you ready for overalls?
Yes.
We're looking at top players by damage now. No, we're taking a look at overall standings here. And let's see who currently is going to be sitting in first place. But honestly, you guys know who it's going to be at home. Loops Esports, 156 points.
Oh.
Wow.
Damn, that is a pretty good lead going into the
Yeah.
third day. But you know what I'm looking at here, Glitter? I'm looking at second and third place because those are the ones that I thought more than likely people were going to be fighting for. You see Execute right there with 128 points, 52 kills, 76 placement points. Not bad out of them. Cloud9, 111 points on the... It was that last match. They ended up getting 0 points. They were actually, before that match, Execute and Cloud9 were tied with 111 points. You see Ace1, 107 points. We really didn't see that craziness out of Ace1 today. Hopefully they're able to bring it back tomorrow with B4, the improvement that B4 has done. And not only B4, but also the Unnamed. I mean, being able to move at 2 spots. That's good because he at least puts you in the running and in the hunt for those top 3 spots, Glitter.
Yeah, I think the B4 shift is massive. I mean, they're only 1 point behind Ace1 right now and not even that much farther behind Cloud9. So this is what you were talking about. That battle for second and third is going to start to get a little bit scary moving into our third and final day. For finals, Alpha 7 did drop down a little bit. Nova also dropped down today. We did see them kind of fall off a little bit. They're probably going to want to work on that performance tomorrow. But it's all going to depend on how everyone else above them does. We see Brazilian Rampage there in 9th place, having dropped down 1 spot. XSET moving up a few places after having a better day today. Queso in 11th, having moved down a good chunk of spots. Tempo in 12th, moving up a few. But when we start looking at, Influence Rage, Tribe Gaming, G25, Wildcard, I mean, even Queso is at 77 points, right? And when you compare that to the fact that Loops was literally double that, or there's just, I don't think they can come back at this point. I think at this point we're maybe looking at top 6-ish, maybe even top 5 for who's going to be vying for those spots.
7.
If Tempo or Team Queso wants to do anything, they would have to get at least, and I'm being super serious, at least like 4 chicken dinners tomorrow. Yeah. And that's even hoping that the teams that are currently at the top, like Execute and Cloud9, don't really get that many points. Which, with the way they're playing, especially Execute, with the way Execute's playing right now, I don't see that happening. 7.
There's something I want you to end the show off with here that we talked about while we were watching the last game. Or I think it was even the game before that. About, no, not the shirt. We'll save that for the after show. It's all about the teams who have nothing to lose now. The teams who realistically are looking at, okay, we're not going to make top 3, who are going to be playing a lot more loose. And I want you to go into that really quickly because it's going to be scary for a lot of teams out there. Execute in particular, do they have a bullseye on their back now? Do Cloud9 have a bullseye on their back now? Loops, I mean, they can have a bullseye all over their body and you still won't kill them at this rate.
Yeah, especially with the top teams. Listen, before you mentioned it, feeder teams, that was a big thing, and we always talked about how they might want to go towards the top dogs and maybe try to get a kill, try to get something fancy added to a highlight. This team's Wildcard Gaming, currently at the bottom, we know they can have good games. G25, week 1, whether it was a fluke or not, we know that they're capable of getting kills. And that might actually affect on some of the teams at the top. Loops Esports, I think at the moment they might be a little bit safe. With Execute, with Cloud9, as you mentioned, Ace1, with those from 2nd place to 6th place, I think those teams need to be careful because I wouldn't be surprised if maybe one of those teams towards the bottom knocks them and they go just full send on them just to spoil somebody else's parade, which has happened. We've seen it before. It's part of the game. I personally love it. I think it adds a little bit more on to the drama of the final day. And I'm personally looking for it.
Well, you know what? Speaking of final day, you two need to get out of here because the quicker you guys get out of here, the quicker the final day will be coming up. So we'll see with you guys tomorrow. Make sure you guys get a good night's rest because we have 6 more matches to go. You guys at home, make sure you get your rest as well because at the end of today, tomorrow, once those last 6 matches matches are played, we'll know our 3 teams to represent Americas in PMGC, and you're not going to want to miss it.